Chapter 1. Haha. Wait, what? A young black-haired man paused, realizing he was standing amidst the clouds. He blinked in shock. Just a moment ago, he had blown himself up, along with the enemy base, to buy his allies enough time to make the critical move that would win the war. And yet, here he was, alive and unharmed, standing atop a golden cloud. Surprised, a kind, sagely old man sitting at a table before him chuckled. Your actions accumulated a great deal of good karma. After all, you were the key reason World War III didn't start. He gestured for the young man to come closer. For some reason, an overwhelming sense of peace washed over him, as if he had nothing to fear from this stranger. Without hesitation, he walked over and took a seat on the cloud. So, I can go to heaven. Never thought I'd make it there, the young black-haired man muttered, rubbing the back of his head. He wasn't particularly religious, so the idea of being welcomed at the gates of heaven felt surreal. The old man chuckled. Well, you have two choices, you can enter heaven, or you can be sent to another world. The young man froze, momentarily stunned. Wait, another world? What kind of world? Do I get some wishes? He completely overlooked heaven, latching onto the possibility of a new life with undisguised excitement. Haha, the world I want to send you to is Marvel, but there are no wishes, the old man said, barely holding back his laughter as he watched the young man's face freeze in shock. What? The young man stammered, suddenly reconsidering whether heaven might not be such a bad option after all. The old man smiled. However, I will grant you something. I offer you the power of the Shadow Monarch, along with the leveling system. In an instant, all thoughts of heaven vanished from the young man's mind. But before I grant you these abilities, there are two important things you need to understand, the old man said, cutting off the young man just as he was about to speak. The interruption made him pause, choosing instead to listen carefully. First, the old man continued, the Shadow Monarch's power will be different. Normally, only someone with full access to the Shadow Monarch's abilities can use them on beings without mana. And in Marvel, mana doesn't exist. That means this skill would be useless to you, unless I granted you the full extent of its power. He smiled lightly. And that's not happening. The young man was left speechless. He hadn't even known of that limitation. I want you to earn it, the old man said. So, instead of granting you the full power of the Shadow Monarch, I'll give you a weakened version, one with the potential to become even stronger than the original. He watched the young man closely, curious about his reaction. The young man thought for a moment before nodding. He saw no issue with it, he never feared hard work. Second, the old man continued, the system I'm giving you will be a bit different. It won't be as simple as just dumping all your points into one stat without consequences. For example, if you focus purely on speed, you'll face two major problems. First, your legs won't have enough power to properly utilize that speed. Second, they won't be durable enough to handle the strain. I want to add some realistic elements to the system. He smiled lightly, watching as the young man stood there, momentarily speechless. Don't worry, given how complex I've made this system, it'll be quite nice to use. Oh, I almost forgot. The old man chuckled. The system will disappear once you reach a certain point. After that, you'll have to rely on yourself to grow stronger. He finished speaking and watched the young man's reaction. The young man simply sighed. Well, I can't complain about an opportunity like this. Let's do it. He shrugged, accepting the terms without hesitation. The old man laughed, nodding in approval before waving his hand, sending the young man away. Marvel Universe, Earth 2149. A young, average-looking man lay sprawled on the ground, motionless. Slowly, his eyes fluttered open, revealing confusion as he stared up at the clear blue sky. For a moment, he simply lay there, disoriented, before finally pushing himself to his feet. Immediately, he began checking his body, ensuring everything was intact. This isn't my body. The realization hit him like a shockwave as he finished assessing his physical condition. His hands, his build, everything felt foreign, unfamiliar. After a brief moment of hesitation, he called upon the system. Instantly, the interface materialized before his eyes. Status screen. Name: Ashburn Blackheart. Race: Human. Age: 28 seconds. Level: 1. Titles: None. Stats: HP: 15/15. Determines how much damage can be sustained before incapacitation. Formula: Durability times 10 plus power times 5. MP: 13/13. Represents available energy for magic, abilities, and special skills. Formula: Intelligence times 12 plus Charm times 3. HP region: 0.1 per minute. Determines natural HP recovery rate. Formula: Durability divided by 10. MP region: 0.4 per minute. Determines how quickly MP regenerates. Formula: Intelligence divided by 5 plus Charm divided by 5. Attributes: Power: 1 raw physical and magical force. Affects attack strength but requires speed for momentum and durability to prevent self-damage. Speed: 1 acceleration, agility, and reaction time. Influences dodging, attack momentum, and movement efficiency. Durability: 1 physical resilience, pain tolerance, and self-damage resistance. Ensures that power and speed can be utilized safely. Intelligence: 1 affects strategic thinking, spellcasting, learning speed, and skill application efficiency. Charm: 1 influences persuasion, charisma-based abilities, social manipulation, and in some cases, mental resistance. Class and skills. Job class: Shadow Monarch. Skills: None. Job-specific skills: Shadow extraction. System notes: a stat of 1 represents the abilities of an average human. A stat of 2 would be twice as strong as an average person, and so on. MP is not limited to magical energy. It also encompasses stamina, spiritual energy, and any new forms of energy that may be acquired. 39 comments 0 vote. Chapter 2. Wow, it would take me 2.5 hours to fully heal from all my injuries. Does that mean I can regenerate lost body parts? Or is it just natural recovery? His thoughts raced as he processed the information. Then, his gaze shifted back to the status screen. And what's with the new name? Ashburn Blackheart. I can't say I hate it. Pushing those thoughts aside for now, he focused on his only current skill. Shadow Extraction, a resurrection skill unique to the Shadow Monarch. This ability allows the user to reanimate slain targets as shadow soldiers, binding them to their command. Hopefully, this guy had some ID on him. Ashburn patted down his pockets, but they were completely empty. No wallet, no phone, nothing. He sighed, glancing around at the dense forest surrounding him. The realization hit hard. He had no clue where he was, no idea whose body he had taken over, if he had even taken over someone's body at all. The possibility that this body had been created and simply dropped into this world made his head throb. Great, and now I have to deal with the government at some point. That's going to be a pain. Sighing, he started walking forward, only to stop in his tracks as a rabbit darted toward him at high speed. His eyes narrowed. Rabbits don't run toward people, they run away. At that moment, the system flashed. Name: Zombie Rabbit. Level: 1. Ashburn froze as the system window popped up above the rabbit, his mind blanked for a moment. A zombie, in Marvel. His breath hitched as realization set in. There was only one place this could be. New mission: you've found yourself in the Marvel universe of zombies. Objective: kill 10 zombies. Reward: zombie virus immunity 2 levels. Punishment: death. Fuck. Ashburn spun on his heels and bolted. But it didn't take long to realize the problem: he couldn't outrun the zombie. Why the hell is it so fast? Is this World War Z? Thinking fast, he leapt into a tree, scrambling up to escape. Below, the zombie rabbit skidded to a stop, staring straight up at him. His grip tightened on the branch as he stared back. Then he got an idea. He paused for a second, adjusting his position, then let himself drop. With a hard thud, he landed squarely on the zombie rabbit, crushing it beneath him. Ashburn scrambled off immediately, heart pounding. Shit, hope I don't get scratched. Risky as it was, he had just secured his first kill. Taking a breath, he turned to the mangled remains and spoke. Arise. Darkness surged from the corpse, shadows twisting and expanding into a brief, eerie domain. Then, just as quickly as it appeared, the shadows faded, leaving behind a small shadow rabbit. Ashburn's eyes, which had just begun to brighten, dimmed slightly. Why? Simple. Using shadow extraction had cost him MP. The original skill had no such drawback. He should have been able to use it freely, limited only by the 3 attempts per target. But now, his MP had been drained. 2 megapixels for a damn rabbit. He exhaled, resigned. Guess this nerfed version comes with limits. Hopefully, they'll disappear as I grow stronger. You're just a normal shadow rabbit, huh? Damn, I was hoping to see how a shadow zombie virus would spread. Ashburn let out a small chuckle, shaking his head. Wouldn't that have been something? His amusement was short-lived. A low rustling in the distance made him tense, and when he looked up, his stomach tightened. More zombies were emerging from the forest, shambling toward him. At least there weren't any insect zombies. If there were, he'd already be dead. He just had to deal with these small animals: rabbits, frogs, anteaters, bears. Wait, a bear? His breath hitched as his eyes locked onto the hulking, rotting beast among the approaching horde. Decayed flesh clung to its massive frame, and the way it moved, slow, deliberate, made it clear it hadn't lost an ounce of its raw power. Without hesitation, he scrambled back up the tree, gripping the branches like his life depended on it. He ordered the rabbit to go forward and face the bear, not wanting that thing anywhere near the tree. The small creature twitched, then hopped forward, fearless against the towering undead monster. The bear opened its massive, rotting jaws, ready to snap up the shadow rabbit. Run! At Ashburn's command, the rabbit pivoted and bolted in the opposite direction. The bear, without hesitation, turned to chase after it, its heavy footsteps shaking the ground. Ashburn exhaled in relief, tension easing from his shoulders. So they're not after my life force or anything weird like that. That was a good sign. It meant they were simply drawn to movement, things that seemed alive. That made things much easier. His gaze shifted back to the smaller undead creatures still lingering nearby. He could handle them, he just needed a weapon. His eyes scanned the tree branches around him. A stick should do. No way I'm risking getting scratched. With a sturdy stick in hand, Ashburn set his sights on the anteater. He'd heard before that an anteater's claws were strong enough to rip through a human neck. He had no idea if that was true, but he wasn't about to test it the hard way. If this thing was as dangerous as they said, then it was too valuable to ignore. If I can turn it into a shadow soldier, the thought made him smirk. He could just stay perched in the tree and let it do the killing for him. He ran his fingers along the sharpened tip of his makeshift weapon. This should work. Glancing down, he spotted the anteater clawing at the bark, trying to climb up. Perfect. He positioned himself, preparing to drop down and drive the stick straight through its head. Then he froze. The zombies weren't just aimlessly moving. They were helping the anteater climb, letting it step on their backs to get better footing. 21 comments 0 vote. Chapter 3. Then he froze. The zombies weren't just aimlessly moving. They were helping the anteater climb, letting it step on their backs to get better footing. Ashburn didn't panic. He just waited. He kept still, muscles coiled, watching as the anteater climbed higher. The moment it got within range, he braced himself against the tree, made sure his footing was solid, then struck. The sharpened stick shot forward, piercing straight through the anteater's eye. He had aimed for that spot deliberately. Even if he hadn't put enough force behind the strike, the soft tissue would still give way, ensuring a fatal blow. The anteater thrashed, but Ashburn didn't let go. Twisting the stick, he pressed the creature firmly against the tree, keeping it from falling. It struggled, claws scraping against the bark, but he only pushed harder, forcing the stick in deeper. Only when the anteater finally went limp did he stop. Leveled up to level 2. All stats +1. You have gained 3 stat points. Ashburn blinked in shock as a strange sensation washed over him. His mind felt sharper, his body lighter, his strength more solid, everything seemed to have doubled. He quickly focused on his new stat points. For now, I'll focus on speed and strength. But instead of dumping all 3 points at once, he decided to allocate them gradually. He wanted to feel the difference, to understand how each point affected his body. Status screen. Name: Ashburn Blackheart. Race: human. Age: 38 minutes old. Level: 2. Titles: none. Stats: HP: 40 40ths. MP: 30 30ths. HP region: 0.2 per minute. MP region: 0.8 per minute. Attributes: Power: 4. Speed: 3. Durability: 2. Intelligence: 2. Charm: 2. Class and skills. Job class: Shadow Monarch. Skills: none. Job-specific skills: Shadow extraction. Ha! What a complex system. Ashburn sighed, running through the mechanics in his mind. Power didn't directly determine his attack strength, it simply measured how much force his body could generate. Even if his power stat reached 1 billion, his attacks could still be useless if his speed wasn't high enough to create momentum. At the same time, durability was essential to withstand the force he generated. Movement speed relied on both power and durability. He needed power to push off the ground and durability to handle the strain of moving at high speeds. But the balance didn't stop there. Durability required both speed and power needed both durability and speed. It seemed durability increased his mass, meaning he needed enough power to support his own weight and enough speed to avoid becoming sluggish. If his speed fell too far behind, even the simplest movements would become slow and inefficient. It was an endless cycle, each stat dependent on the others to maintain equilibrium. Ashburn exhaled, shifting his weight. Despite the changes in his body, he could now hold himself up with just one hand, gripping the tree branch without any concern about falling. Arise! Ashburn's voice rang out, and darkness immediately swallowed the anteater's corpse. But just as quickly as it formed, the shadows shattered, dissipating into nothing. His frown deepened. He failed. Without hesitation, he tried again. This time, the shadows surged properly, enveloping the lifeless body before receding, revealing the reanimated anteater, now under his command. Go! Kill them all! At his command, the anteater lunged forward, claws slicing through the undead that moved to attack it. Ashburn watched for a moment before springing into action. He leapt from the tree, landing behind the distracted zombies. With precise, controlled movements, he drove his stick through their heads, targeting the weaker ones first, the frogs, the rabbits, those he could kill in a single strike. He stayed cautious. One mistake and it's over. The moment the undead turned to face him, he jumped back into the tree, waiting for their attention to shift back to the anteater before dropping down again to strike. The anteater fought relentlessly, shrugging off every hit it took. As long as Ashburn had MP, his shadow soldier would continue to recover. Before long, the battlefield fell silent. The last zombie collapsed, and a system notification flashed before him. Ashburn didn't simply complete his missions, but he also gained 2 extra levels from the slaughter. Mission complete. You've found yourself in the Marvel universe of zombies. Objective: kill 10 zombies. 15 tenths. Reward: zombie virus immunity 2 levels. Punishment: death. Congratulations, host. You have leveled up to level 6. Plus 6 to all stats. You have gained 18 free stat points. The host has gained zombie virus immunity. Milestone reached. Congratulations on reaching level 5. Plus 2 to all stats. New skills acquired. Shadow preservation, stealth. Oh, I didn't expect there to be milestones. And I even got a new skill. Ashburn focused, calling up the skill descriptions. Shadow Preservation LVL1, a specialized shadow storage ability that allows the user to store, summon, and reabsorb shadows within their own shadow. Sub-Skill 1, Storage Capacity. Shadows can be stored indefinitely in a stasis-like state until summoned. Sub-Skill 2, Instant Summon. Stored shadows can be summoned instantly, allowing for strategic deployment in battle. Sub-Skill 3, Reabsorption. Shadows can be reabsorbed into storage without requiring a physical medium, preserving them for later use. Stealth allows the user to blend into their surroundings, becoming invisible both physically and magically. Mana cost: 200 megapixels to activate, 10 megapixels per second to maintain. Nice. Ashburn wasted no time, allocating all 18 of his available stat points. When he was done, he pulled up his updated status screen. Status screen. Name: Ashburn Blackheart. Race: human. Age: 53 minutes old. Level: 6. Titles: none. Stats: HP: 245 245ths. MP: 186 186ths. HP region: 1.4 per minute. MP region: 2.8 per minute. Attributes: power: 19. Speed: 15. Durability: 14. Intelligence: 13. Charm: 10. Class and skills: job class: Shadow Monarch. Skills: stealth. Job-specific skills: shadow extraction, shadow preservation, LVL1. Ashburn grinned, flexing his fingers as the surge of power coursed through him. He was now far beyond normal human limits. But there was no time to dwell on it. His gaze shifted toward the scattered remains of the undead. With a simple command, shadows erupted from the corpses, consuming them in darkness. 14 comments, 0 vote. Download the app for greater interaction. You can chat with me about my writing experience apart from the comments section. Itachi 1010. Download app now. Chapter 4. With a simple command, shadows erupted from the corpses, consuming them in darkness. Moments later, his newly created shadow soldiers stood before him, silent, awaiting orders. Let's go. We're hunting a bear. With that, Ashburn surged forward, his body launching into motion at extreme speed. The power coursing through him was overwhelming, effortless. He leapt high into the air, landing smoothly on a tree branch before springing off to the next. The world blurred around him as he moved. New mission. Zombie killer. Objective. Kill 1,000 zombies in 1 week. Only humans. Reward. Flash step, a new title +5 to all stats. Punishment. -10 to all stats. Humans. Ashburn frowned. That complicated things. He wasn't ready to step into the cities, not yet. Running into a superhuman now would be bad. He needed to build his army first. Only then would he stand a chance. Ashburn's eyes locked onto the bear still chasing the shadow rabbit. By now, a good number of undead had joined in, forming a small hunting pack. Among them were smaller bears and various other animals, all moving in unison after their target. He didn't waste time. With a burst of speed, he closed the gap, leaping from a tree branch and dropping straight onto the massive bear. His fist came down like a hammer, slamming into its skull with devastating force, bone cracked, and the bear collapsed instantly. Before the other undead could react, Ashburn sprang off the fallen beast, landing back in the trees to avoid the incoming attacks. He perched on a branch, watching them scramble below. If I had to pick a role, I'd definitely be an assassin. The thought made him smirk. On top of being a necromancer, adding assassination techniques to his arsenal would make him ridiculously broken. Arise. At Ashburn's command, shadows surged over the fallen bear, twisting and reforming its body. Moments later, a massive shadow bear stood in its place, letting out a deafening roar that echoed through the forest. Ashburn grinned. Go. For the next 3 hours, we're slaughtering every undead in this forest. With the shadow bear leading the charge, the massacre began. 2 days later, the results spoke for themselves. Ashburn's shadow army had grown. Bears, snakes, coyotes, moose, mountain lions, they formed the core of his forces. And unlike normal beasts, they were far stronger than their living counterparts. After all, shadow soldiers didn't just exist, they grew stronger through slaughter. It's going to be risky going there, but from what I remember, those zombified heroes left Earth after devouring Galactus. So, I shouldn't run into any of them here. Seated atop a massive shadow moose, Ashburn gazed at the city ahead. He exhaled in relief. It wasn't New York. This wasn't DC, where heroes were spread evenly across the world. In Marvel, the vast majority of superheroes were concentrated in New York. If he had ended up there, survival would have been a nightmare. Go. At his command, the dozens of shadow soldiers behind him burst forward at extreme speed, charging toward the city like a relentless tide. Meanwhile, his moose moved at a steady pace, unbothered by the urgency. The others surged ahead, spreading out as they advanced. But it didn't take long, just a few dozen minutes, until something caught his attention. What the? Ashburn's eyes narrowed as he felt a massive drain on his MP. One of his shadow soldiers had just been one shot, and a huge chunk of his energy had been consumed trying to restore it. No hesitation, he leapt off the moose and vanished in an instant. At his current speed, he was faster than any race car on Earth. In the blink of an eye, he was inside the city, his gaze immediately locking onto the battlefield. There, amidst the chaos, his shadow soldiers were locked in combat against one zombie, one completely engulfed in flames, which was causing it to scream in pain. A mutant. Ashburn's mind raced. In Marvel, mutants were the next step in human evolution, born with extraordinary abilities. Some were gifted with immense power, others, like this one, were cursed with it. This mutant could produce flames, but ironically, it wasn't immune to them. To make matters worse, the fire seemed to heal it. The more it burned, the more it regenerated. It was trapped in a constant cycle of agony, never truly dying as its own flames restored it. Fall back, I'll handle this. At Ashburn's command, the shadow soldiers immediately withdrew, forming a perimeter as he stepped forward. The flaming zombie turned to face him, but before it could react, boom. Ashburn's fist smashed into its head with devastating force, sending it flying right off its shoulders. The flames flickered and died out as the body collapsed. Without hesitation, Ashburn raised a hand. Arise. Darkness erupted from the remains, swallowing the corpse whole. Given the sheer difference in power, resurrecting the mutant as his shadow soldier was effortless. Shadow soldiers don't feel pain, so you're free from that suffering now. Ashburn patted his first human shadow soldier on the shoulder, watching as the flames that once consumed him flickered darkly within his new form. I'll call you, Torch. The newly reborn shadow stood silently, awaiting orders. Your task is simple, find more like you. I don't care how weak they might seem, if they're mutants, bring them to me. This city will be my base. Kill any other zombies if you want, grow stronger. With that, Ashburn summoned a moose from his army, motioning toward it. Take this as your mount. Torch bowed in silent acknowledgement before climbing onto the moose. Without another word, they raced off, disappearing into the city to begin their hunt. Ashburn exhaled, turning his attention to the buildings around him. He needed weapons. Slipping inside one of the abandoned structures, he began his search. Daggers. If he was going to take on the role of an assassin, they would be the perfect fit. I should start picturing my ideal weapon. Ashburn's mind drifted as he imagined the perfect fusion: adamantium for indestructibility, vibranium for absorption, uru for enchantment, and mysterium for the unknown potential it held. Yeah, that's going to be a pain to get my hands on. He sighed, shaking his head. Might as well go for the infinity stones while I'm at it. His eyes landed on a pair of kitchen knives lying on the counter. They weren't ideal, but for now, they'd do. He picked them up, testing their weight in his hands before gripping them firmly. Just then, the system flashed. New mission: Dagger Mastery. Objective: Master dual-wielding daggers. Reward: 2x dagger skills plus 5 to all stats. Food generation bag. Punishment: none. Well, at least I won't have to keep eating fruit. Ashburn sighed. For the past 2 days, his diet had consisted of nothing but fruit, and he was sick of it. With renewed focus, he stepped outside, ready to find some undead to train on. 14 comments, 0 vote. Chapter 5. Mission complete. Zombie Killer. Objective: kill 1000 zombies in 1 week. Only humans. Reward: Flash Step, a new title, plus 5 to all stats. Punishment: minus 10 to all stats avoided. New skill acquired: Flash Step. A high-speed movement technique that boosts the user's speed by 50% and up to 100%. Warning: this skill can cause self-harm if durability is less than half of speed. To use this skill at its fullest potential, durability should be at least half of speed. Congratulations! You have gained a new title, Undead Slayer. Undead Slayer title effect: plus 25% to all stats when facing undead. Plus 10% to all allies' stats when facing undead. Status screen. Name: Ashburn Blackheart. Race: human. Age: 3 days and 8 hours old. Level: 11. Titles: Undead Slayer. Stats: HP: 460 460ths. MP: 330 330ths. HP region: 2.5 per minute. MP region: 8.8 per minute. Attributes: Power: 42. Speed: 32. Durability: 25. Intelligence: 22. Charm: 22. Class and skills: Job class: Shadow Monarch. Skills: Stealth, Flash Step, Shadow Inventory. Job-specific skills: Shadow Extraction, Shadow Preservation, LVL1. Upon reaching level 10, Ashburn had unlocked Shadow Inventory, a milestone reward. This ability granted him the power to store an unlimited number of items within his shadow and retrieve them at will. Yet, despite all his progress, he sighed. I didn't even level up. These low-level zombies were no longer enough. If he wanted real growth, he needed a greater challenge: superhuman zombies. Shaking his head, he effortlessly dodged the clumsy attacks of the horde surrounding him, his movements fluid and precise. His gaze swept over the undead with clear disinterest. With a mind stat of 22, his cognitive abilities were 22 times sharper than the average human. Factoring in his speed stat, his thought process operated at an astonishing 32 times the normal rate. Every movement, every attack, every feint, he processed it all instantly, reacting before his enemies could even register a change. His skill with the daggers had improved immensely, as had his overall combat ability. But it still wasn't enough. If he wanted to complete his mission, he needed something stronger. With a flash, Ashburn shot forward, weaving through the horde at blinding speed. In an instant, he reappeared behind them. A beat passed. Then, thud, thud, thud. Dozens of undead heads shot into the air, their severed hands falling alongside them. Ashburn turned to observe his handiwork before glancing down at his knives. I need better blades, he sighed, shaking his head. These kitchen knives weren't cutting it, literally. He needed real weapons. Without wasting time, he gave the fallen zombies a new purpose, resurrecting them as shadow soldiers before leaping onto the rooftop of a nearby building. From his vantage point, he overlooked the city below, where his ever-growing army of shadow soldiers dominated the streets. Reaching out through his connection, he called for his first human shadow. Torch, have you found any mutants? Over the past few days, he hadn't just focused on mastering his daggers, he had also helped Torch refine his powers. Ashburn might not have flashy abilities like Torch, but he had knowledge, creativity, and a strategic mind. And he was putting them all to use. Sorry, my lord, finding mutants is difficult if they don't reveal themselves. I could create a large fire beam to draw them toward me if you'd like. Torch's voice echoed through their link. No, I don't want any of those all-knowing guys catching wind of me. Ashburn frowned, mind racing. There was at least one being in Asgard who could see everything that happened across the 9 realms. Right now, Ashburn was likely within his line of sight. But just as a person could see every grain of sand on a beach without focusing on any single one, Heimdall wasn't watching him specifically. Yet, the bigger an impact Ashburn made, the higher the risk of drawing unwanted attention. And he wasn't ready for that. Keep searching. I've cleared out this city, I'll be moving to the next one. With those parting words, Ashburn shifted his focus, scanning the distant skyline. The next city would bring new opportunities. But just as he was about to move, a system screen appeared before him. New mission, Mutant Hunt. Objective, hunt down 100 mutants and have them join your shadow soldiers. 1/100th. Reward, Sixth Sense will to recover mana manipulation. Punishment, -15 to all stats. I wonder what Sixth Sense would be like. Ashburn's thoughts lingered on the reward for a moment before he refocused. Without hesitation, he sent a command to his shadow army. Spread out, find me more mutants. The city was already cleared of undead, making it useless to him now. His forces, even the smallest among them, were at least twice as strong as a normal human, yes, even the frogs. The city had originally housed 15,000 zombies, all of whom now marched as part of Ashburn's shadow army. With such overwhelming numbers at his command, the likelihood of any mutant slipping past them was non-existent. His soldiers had no need for rest, no exhaustion to slow them down. They could run at full speed indefinitely, scouring every inch of land for their targets. Then, another system notification appeared. New mission, New York City. Objective, go to New York and slaughter all zombies. Time limit, 6 months. Reward, +5 levels +10 to all stats, a skill. Punishment, stuck in this universe until all zombies are killed. Fuck, Ashburn's mind raced. How the hell am I supposed to kill someone like Deadpool? Forget Deadpool, New York was home to countless dangerous individuals he didn't even want to be near. How was he supposed to clear that city? 6 months, fine, I'm not staying in this place forever. Ashburn clenched his teeth, frustration simmering beneath the surface. He exhaled sharply, scanning his surroundings before leaping off the rooftop. While waiting for his soldiers to report back, he focused on gathering more weapons. He needed better gear if he was going to take on the challenges ahead. It didn't take long before one of his shadow soldiers sent a report, they had found a mutant. Without hesitation, Ashburn took off. He moved like a blur through the streets, his speed nearing that of the fastest cars, though not quite there yet. Still, he covered ground fast. In less than 30 minutes, he arrived at the city where the report originated. What he saw was chaos. His shadow soldiers were locked in battle, clashing against a swarm of zombies. What should have been an easy battle had become more troublesome. One of the zombies was a mutant in its ability. It could fire a beam from its stomach. A ridiculous ability, but effective. The beam wasn't strong enough to rip through a car, but it could still deal significant damage. That alone wouldn't have been a problem, but the mutant zombie wasn't just attacking blindly, it was smart. It used the other zombies as shields, keeping itself protected while it fired off its attacks. Well, at least the beam travels at the speed of light. Ashburn sighed, slightly disappointed. The ability had potential, but the raw power was lacking. Still, light speed attacks weren't something most could dodge. Ashburn gripped his knife, took aim, and threw. The blade cut through the air, striking the mutant zombie square in the head before it could react. The impact was instant, skull pierced, brain destroyed. The lifeless body collapsed as the knife continued its path, exiting cleanly through the back of its head. 10 comments 0 vote. Chapter 6. Arise, Ashburn spoke the word without emotion, barely sparing the newly risen shadow a glance before turning to leave. Another soldier added to his growing army. He returned to the city he had just left, prepared to move to the next as soon as the call came in. And it did come. As his shadow army expanded its reach beyond the small city where he first arrived, mutant zombies became increasingly common. Some required his direct intervention, those with abilities that his current soldiers couldn't handle. Other times, his shadows managed to subdue the mutants and bring them to him, saving him the effort. His days became a cycle of constant movement, city after city, hunting down stronger enemies, and forcing them into his ranks. Some battles were quick, others dragged on, especially when mutant zombies coordinated with groups of lesser undead, turning what should have been a simple fight into a real challenge. Still, Ashburn pressed on. His army was growing, and so was his strength. By the way, mutants would fall under the 6th classification. The first and the weakest classification was Epsilon level. Epsilon mutants either have a non-combative power or no real powers at all, but are like Gamma level mutants in that they cannot hide what they are. To count as an Epsilon level mutant, you have to possess very little to no special abilities and a mutation that extremely negatively affects your day-to-day life. Some mutants of this level are killed by their mutations. Delta level. Delta mutants don't have any significant flaws. The only problem is that Delta mutants don't have powers that match an Alpha mutant or even a Beta or Gamma mutant. At least 50% of mutants are Delta mutants, making them the most common type of mutant. Some examples of Delta mutants are Forge, Domino, and Callisto. Gamma level. Gamma mutants are very powerful mutants, but they have flaws. Unlike the Beta mutants, a Gamma mutant's flaw is a major flaw that makes their life very hard. A good example is Blink. Blink's power of creating teleportation disks and energy projection makes her pretty handy in a fight. Along with this, she has lilac skin, eyes with no visible pupil or iris, pink hair, and strange facial markings. While Alpha and Beta mutants can pass as regular-looking humans, Gamma mutants cannot because they have physical defects like Blob or Marrow. Beta level. As far as how potent their powers are, Beta mutants are on the same level as Alpha mutants. The difference between Beta mutants and Alpha mutants is that the Beta mutants have flaws, albeit very small flaws. The Beta mutants are also believed to be about 10% of the mutant population. One example is Wolverine. He may seem human at first, but along with not being able to turn off his powers, he has an extra set of bones and muscles in each forearm, thus his famous retractable claws. Gambit can control his power and mostly seems human, but he has red eyes and black scleras. Alpha level. An Alpha level mutant is someone who looks no different from any other human being, and whose powers are pretty effective in combat. Likewise, they have no limitation placed on them as a result of their X gene. Kitty Pryde looks like any normal lady and is capable of walking through walls. Dazzler seems no different than others but can absorb sound waves and redirect them as lighter lasers. Colossus looks like a living metal man when he uses his power, but he can then turn it off and resume the appearance of a normal person. The mutant Rogue is now an Alpha level mutant since she can control her power, but once was a Beta level. Omega level. An Omega level mutant is one with the most powerful genetic potential of their mutant abilities. Some abilities depicted by mutants described as Omega level include immortality, extreme manipulation of matter and energy, high psionic ability, strong telekinesis, and the potential to exist beyond the boundaries of the known physical universe. No firm definition has been offered in comics. These are mutants whose power levels are such that they are considered the most serious threats, capable of wide-scale destruction and proving very difficult to take down, contain, or kill. Anyways, the Alpha, Beta, and Gamma class mutants are all roughly the same power level. It would be possible to have Alpha and Gamma class mutants with say super strength who were completely equally matched, but the Gamma one has purple skin with pink polka dots. Torch was a Beta level mutant he came across, meanwhile, everyone else he came across was a Delta level mutant. The mutant that shot a beam from his stomach was a Delta level mutant, his stomach was glowing at all times. My lord, I have found a secret lab containing many mutants. It has been locked from the outside. Do I have permission to open it? Torch's message made Ashburn's eyes widen. So far, he had only gathered 12 mutants for his army. A lab holding an unknown number of them. This was exactly what he needed. I'm coming. Wait for me. Without wasting a second, Ashburn burst forward, moving at top speed toward Torch's location. It took him 2 hours to arrive, but when he did, he found Torch patiently waiting atop his mount. Ashburn gave him a brief nod before shifting his attention to the building. A secret lab, a potential gold mine. Without hesitation, they entered. Torch led the way, guiding him through the facility toward where the mutants were sealed away. The entrance to the lower levels lay at the bottom of a long stairwell. The place was eerily untouched, a stark contrast to the ruined cities he had passed through. No signs of zombies, none had wandered in. But the signs of panic? Those were everywhere. Ashburn came to a stop before a large metal wall, reinforced and sealed tight. Small windows lined its surface, allowing a glimpse inside. What he saw was a swarm of zombies, all former mutants, slamming against the walls, desperate to break free. Weird that this place still has power. The lights inside were still on, casting an eerie glow over the struggling undead. 10 comments 0 vote. Chapter 7. Weird that this place still has power. The lights inside were still on, casting an eerie glow over the struggling undead. This wasn't just any containment chamber, this was built to suppress mutant abilities. Which meant that the zombies locked inside weren't ordinary. If the power keeping this place functional failed, there was no telling what kind of abilities they might unleash. Ashburn exhaled sharply, thoughts drifting to the mutant massacres that had happened in some Marvel universes, where their numbers had been reduced from millions to mere hundreds of thousands. He wasn't sure if this world had suffered a similar event, but it didn't matter. Mutants were dangerous, and right now, he had no way of knowing just how dangerous the ones inside could be. Better not take any chances. His decision was made. He would go in and kill them all, just in case they possessed any overpowered abilities. New mission: free the zombies. Objective: you came across mutant zombies trapped within a room that suppressed their powers. Free them and fight them at their best, otherwise, you're just being rude. Targets: 0.43. Reward: Bloodlust plus 30 intelligence. Punishment: none. Damn, Ashburn stared at the mission prompt, weighing his options. The system wasn't forcing him to take this mission. He could walk away if he wanted to. But plus 30 intelligence. And a skill called Bloodlust. Those rewards were too good to ignore. The system wouldn't offer this mission if there wasn't an overpowered mutant in there, that was the real concern. But was it worth the risk? After a moment of deliberation, he made his choice. With a thought, he recalled all his shadow soldiers into his shadow. Torch, melt the door down. His fiery shadow soldier obeyed, stepping forward and unleashing a wave of heat, metal hissing as it began to liquefy and crumble away. The containment had held for who knew how long, but against Torch's flames, it didn't stand a chance. As soon as the door weakened enough, Ashburn gave his next order. Return to my shadow. Torch vanished, slipping back into the darkness beneath Ashburn's feet. And before the first zombie could step out, Ashburn activated Stealth, his presence disappearing entirely. Roar. The first zombie to step out was a young man with orange-black hair, letting out a growl that sounded far too much like a tiger. A second later, his entire form shifted, transforming into a massive beast. But this wasn't just any tiger. Before Ashburn could analyze it further, another figure emerged, an old man whose body suddenly regressed in age, growing a tail and dragon-like horns as his transformation took hold. One by one, the rest of the zombies stepped forward, only to change. Each underwent physical mutations, their abilities once suppressed now running rampant. Ashburn stayed perfectly still, cloaked in stealth, silently watching as the chaotic transformations unfolded. Then, one of them grew 5 eyes. And the moment those 5 eyes opened, all of them locked onto him. Shit, the zombie lunged straight for him, drawing the attention of the others. For a split second, confusion flickered through the remaining undead, their instincts struggling to process what their ally had reacted to. All but the tiger. Its nose twitched. It was nose had seen through stealth him. Stealth had failed. With a burst of darkness, a shadow bear emerged, its razor-sharp claws slicing cleanly through the 5-eyed zombie in a single strike. The bear wasted no time, it turned and ran, bolting toward the exit. Fighting in such a tight space wasn't ideal. They needed to draw the zombies out. The horde immediately followed instincts overriding thought. But Ashburn had other priorities. His eyes locked onto the dragon-like mutant, a clear threat. Seizing an opening, he appeared before him, knives in hand, and drove them straight into the man's eyes. The mutant howled in pain, but the attack wasn't enough. The knives stopped just short of piercing through the thick bone of his skull. Before Ashburn could react, the man's fist slammed into his stomach, the sheer force launching him backward. He crashed into the metal wall with a sickening impact, a mouthful of blood escaping his lips. Pain flared through his body, but there was no time to recover. A sharp whistling sound cut through the air. Ashburn rolled to the side just in time to dodge as a jet of water shot past him. His pupils shrank as he saw the aftermath. The metal walls of the facility, thick, reinforced metal, had been pierced straight through. That wasn't just water, that was a high-pressure cutter, slicing through steel like paper. If that had hit him, he wouldn't have gotten back up. At least it lost its eyes. Next is the tiger. Ashburn gritted his teeth. He wanted to use stealth, but with his MP barely above 4, he could only afford 3 more activations at best. That wasn't an option. Instead, he made his move. In an instant, he activated Flash Step. His speed exploded, boosted by a staggering 50%. At this velocity, no supercar on Earth could hope to catch him. The world blurred around him as he shot past the zombies, rapidly closing the distance on the tiger, which had paused to glance back. Ashburn struck without hesitation, knife flashing toward its eyes. But the tiger wasn't slow. With a burst of shocking agility, it dodged, leaping aside with ease. Ashburn's attack hit nothing but air. Shit. Wasting no time, he abandoned the pursuit and raced toward his shadow bear, catching up as it neared the exit. His mind worked at high speed, analyzing the situation. The tiger zombie was too fast. A head-on fight would get him killed. The dragon mutant was powerful, he couldn't even damage its bones. He couldn't one-shot Ashburn, yet. If he could transform into a full dragon, that might change. Best to avoid that risk. The other zombies hopefully were manageable. They needed to be eliminated first. He made a calm decision. Torch would handle the tiger. Unless that thing was immune to fire, Torch's flames should be enough to kill it. The dragon mutant would fight his army. They had the numbers, surely they could buy time or do some good damage to that thing. Ashburn himself would focus on eliminating the weaker zombies, reducing the chaos, and gaining new powerful allies before dealing with the bigger threats. 10 comments 0 vote. Chapter 8. Ashburn stood alone, facing down 41 mutant zombies. It was just him, against them all. He gripped his knives tighter, mind sharp and focused. If any of these mutants are as strong as those 2 my shadows lured away, this could get messy. Roar. The zombies surged forward, eyes gleaming with feral hunger. Among them, a blue-skinned zombie stood out. It waved a hand, pulling moisture from the air and shaping it into high-pressure water jets that shot toward Ashburn with deadly force. Ashburn dodged, twisting his body to avoid the searing jets. He mentally marked the zombie's position. It had to die the moment he found an opening. Flash Step. His form blurred, and in an instant, he reappeared behind the horde, blades ready to carve through the closest threat. His eyes immediately locked onto a spider-like mutant zombie, its twisted form crawling unnaturally across the floor. Ashburn lunged, knives flashing toward the base of its skull, but dozens of eyes snapped open across the spider mutant's back, each one fixating on him. Ashburn aborted the attack, launching himself backward just as the spider zombie's limbs lashed out, piercing the space he'd occupied a moment before. The mutant raised its abdomen, and in an instant, a thick web shot toward Ashburn. He barely dodged, twisting to the side just in time. But there was no chance to recover. The web latched onto a nearby wall, and the spider mutant yanked itself forward, closing the distance in a blink. Ashburn tightened his grip on his knives, crossing them in front of him just as the mutant sprouted 4 sharp legs, all lunging to impale him. Fast. He managed to block the strike, but the sheer force sent him rocketing backward, boots skidding across the floor. Pain flared in his hand. One of the legs had pierced straight through his palm, and blood now dripped steadily from the wound. What a pain. Ashburn scowled, annoyed but unfazed. He didn't even bother trying to stop the bleeding. Why? Simple. His recovery speed was already well beyond human limits. Even now, the wound was slowly knitting itself closed, and in less than a minute, it would be fully healed. Ashburn surged forward, closing the gap between him and the spider mutant. He sidestepped a sudden jet of water, only to be forced into a sprint as earth spikes erupted from the ground, narrowly missing him. His eyes flicked across the battlefield, searching for the zombie controlling the earth, but there were too many moving bodies, and no clear sign of the culprit. Forget it. He refocused on the spider zombie, determined to end the fight quickly. But just as he shifted his attention, a web appeared before his face. Ashburn's eyes widened. The spider hadn't turned around to shoot the web from its butt. It can shoot webs from its mouth too. Reacting on instinct, Ashburn activated Flash Step. A surge of explosive speed propelled him forward, his movement doubling in an instant. The web missed by inches, snapping harmlessly through the air as Ashburn blurred past, the short burst of speed leaving the spider scrambling to track his movements. Damn, Ashburn glanced at his status. 250-575 HP. That single punch from the dragon mutant had done that much damage. That spider attack only did 50 damage. The only reason he was still standing was thanks to his title, Undead Slayer, which boosted his HP by 25%. Without it, he'd probably already be on the ground. Ashburn readjusted his grip on his knives, irritation flickering across his face. This assassin build, it's not enough. Speed and precision were useful, but the moment he couldn't dodge, he was done. He didn't want to be someone who only thrived in ambushes and quick kills. He wanted to be a one-man army, someone who could stand his ground in any fight without worrying that a single mistake would cost him everything. Flash step. In an instant, his speed surged by 50%, and he blurred forward, shooting towards the spider mutant. The creature twitched, caught off guard by his sudden reappearance. It raised its extra limbs, moving to block the expected strike. But Ashburn didn't strike. Instead, he threw his knives straight at the spider's face. The spider reacted on instinct, snapping its limbs up to block the blades. Ashburn was far faster than the spider. It wasn't speed that gave the mutant an edge, it was reaction time, sharp enough to track his movements. But the moment it moved to block the knives, it left itself wide open. Ashburn kicked off the ground, his momentum boosted by his high power stat. Boom! His fist slammed into the spider's face, the impact reverberating through the air. But it didn't fly backward. Ashburn didn't let it. He followed through, twisting his body and driving a second punch downward, slamming the spider's head into the ground with brutal force. Crack! The skull caved in, and the mutant went limp. Ashburn barely had time to breathe. He leapt back, narrowly dodging a barrage of abilities, beams, spikes, and blasts, raining down on his position. Arise! Ashburn's voice rang out, sharp and commanding. Darkness burst forth, swallowing the spider mutant's corpse. A heartbeat later, the creature rose again, its form now cloaked in shadows, eyes glowing faintly. Ashburn exhaled in relief. Go! Web them up! The shadow spider sprang into action, opening its mouth and firing thick strands of webbing toward the advancing undead. Ashburn jumped back, watching for an opening. The moment one appeared, he burst forward, closing the distance in an instant. His target, the water-shooting zombie, easily the most dangerous threat on the field. Its high attack power made it a priority kill. But not all 40 zombies were focused on the spider. Shink! A massive earth spike erupted from the ground, hurtling straight toward his chest. Ashburn summoned his knives, crossing them in front of him just in time to block the strike. Ashburn rocketed backward, barely keeping his balance as he skidded across the ground. But his eyes stayed locked on one target, a zombie with an earth-like arm, its limbs seemingly fused with the ground. That's the one. It didn't take long for Ashburn to connect the dots. It can only control Earth while its hand is in contact with the ground. He frowned, mind racing. Earth isn't the fastest element, so it's probably sensing vibrations to track my movements. Without hesitation, Ashburn summoned another knife. With a sharp flick of his wrist, the blade shot toward the earth zombie, aimed straight for its head. Watch out! The water zombie called out. The earth zombie reacted quickly, its earth-fused arm ripped free from the ground, retaining its hardened form as it swung up to block the incoming knife. The blade clanged off the rocky surface, deflected at the last second. Makes sense. Ashburn sighed, eyes narrowing as he analyzed the situation. This isn't an alpha-level mutant. Its flaw is obvious, that arm can't change form. This must be a beta-level mutant. Without hesitation, he activated Flash Step. His speed surged by 50%, and in an instant, he appeared before the Earth mutant zombie, his hand gripping its head. Just as he expected, slow. The zombie barely had time to react before Ashburn twisted, snapping its neck and tearing its head clean off. But there was no time to celebrate. The water mutant zombie retaliated, firing a high-pressure jet straight at him. Ashburn darted sideways, narrowly avoiding the blast. Arise! Darkness burst forth, swirling around the earth zombie's lifeless body, and then, nothing. The skill had failed. 8 comments 0 vote. Chapter 9. Ashburn frowned. Every failed attempt at shadow extraction still drained his MP, and he couldn't afford to waste energy. He used the skill again, and to his relief, the earth mutant zombie rose as a shadow, its once decayed form now cloaked in darkness. Work together with the spider, Ashburn ordered, stepping between the shadow and the battlefield to shield it from attacks. The earth mutant shadow moved into position, but its ability wasn't instant. It needed time to manipulate the ground, explaining why it had acted sparingly throughout the entire fight. Ashburn didn't wait around. He charged forward, knives flashing as he cut down the weaker zombies, cannon fodder, barely worth mentioning. Most were Epsilon or Delta level mutants, their abilities more of a hindrance than a threat. Some had self-destructive powers that would have killed them eventually. Others had ridiculous abilities, like one mutant that could shoot milk from its eyes, and another that sprouted lotus flowers from its palms. Ashburn didn't care. He cut down the weaker zombies with ruthless efficiency while the shadow spider moved swiftly, webbing up the stronger ones. Even the water mutant zombie found itself distracted, focused entirely on cutting through the webs that bound its allies. That distraction proved fatal. Crack! An earth spike erupted from the ground, impaling the water zombie from below, its body jerking before going limp. Not far away, thousands of shadows crawled across the back of a massive dragon, its sheer size towering like a tree. But size didn't matter. The shadows were relentless, ripping it apart piece by piece. The dragon couldn't even fly. Its wings were tattered, riddled with gaping holes, leaving it grounded and helpless. It was blind, its eyes stabbed through, the wounds serving as an entry point for countless shadows. They poured inside, devouring the beast from within. Its ears were overrun, its mouth stuffed with shadows, and even the lowest, most humiliating parts of its body, its rear and genitals, were being mercilessly attacked. Every weak point was under relentless assault. Given a few more minutes, the dragon zombie was sure to fall. But it was durable, incredibly so. These weren't the weak shadows Ashburn had at the start. His army had grown stronger, each soldier sharpened through countless battles. To make matters worse for the poor dragon, it couldn't even fight back effectively. The shadows weren't attacking from the outside, they were tearing into it from within. Rolling over crushed a few, but it didn't matter. Those shattered shadows simply returned to Ashburn's shadow, waiting to be resummoned. He wasn't about to waste MP healing the expendable ones. Boom! A burst of flames erupted across the battlefield. Torch was on the move, his fire slamming into the tiger zombie, who retaliated by unleashing a powerful sound wave. The shockwave met the roaring flames head-on, the clash sending ripples through the air. But Torch didn't slow down. He shot around the tiger, propelling himself with bursts of fire, each blast boosting his speed. He was no longer just running. Bit by bit, Torch was approaching. Flight. Torch's powers were similar to the Human Torch from the Fantastic Four, but with a key difference: Torch wasn't immune to his own flames. But what he lacked in immunity, he made up for with something far more dangerous. He was like an immortal phoenix. Ashburn didn't need to heal him. Torch's flames did it for him, constantly regenerating his body as long as the fire burned. That said, his flames weren't as hot as the Human Torch's, which could reach temperatures rivaling the sun. The two combatants, Torch and the tiger zombie, were locked in a stalemate. Torch's flames surged, while the tiger darted around, its extreme speed and reaction time making it nearly untouchable. In fact, Torch realized something unsettling. This tiger might actually be faster than Lord Ashburn. Even if Ashburn pushed Flash Step to its absolute limit, he'd still struggle to keep up. But speed alone wasn't enough. The tiger couldn't harm Torch. His flames healed every wound, burning away injuries faster than they could form. And the tiger had to stay cautious. Because if Torch ever found a moment to charge up an attack, the heat alone could kill it instantly. Need help. Torch's head snapped to the side, eyes widening as he spotted Ashburn, now standing tall, fully restored. Leveling up had refilled his HP and MP, giving him the strength to raise all 41 zombies he'd slain as shadows. Torch lowered his head in shame. "My deepest apologies, Lord," he said, voice tight with frustration. "We seem to be evenly matched." Ashburn waved him off, watching as the 41 shadows surged forward, their dark forms swarming the tiger zombie. "Don't worry about it," Ashburn said with a smirk. "You did your part. You held it off. Now, just focus on charging up an attack while they keep it busy. Just make sure to leave me a body." Torch nodded, determination burning in his glowing eyes. The tiger zombie lashed out, dodging and weaving through the shadows, but numbers mattered. Bit by bit, the swarm overwhelmed it, pinning it down as Torch's firepower reached its peak. Boom! The final blast of flame engulfed the tiger, reducing its head to nothing. And with that, Ashburn leveled up once more. "It's stronger than me, I might fail." Ashburn clenched his fists, taking a deep breath to steady himself. The tiger had proven itself a true powerhouse. Its speed and attack power were lethal, and even the blistering heat Torch had used to melt through the metal door hadn't been enough to incapacitate it. The flames had bothered the beast, sure, but they hadn't broken it. This thing was tough. "Arise." Ashburn's voice cut through the silence. Darkness surged, and then fizzled out. Nothing happened. Ashburn's frown deepened. He took another deep breath, stepping closer to the tiger's corpse. This shadow, it could probably give someone like Spider-Man a real fight. Spidey would only win thanks to his webs and spider sense. In raw stats, this tiger outclassed most street-level heroes. That made it too valuable to lose. Ashburn gritted his teeth. Arise. His voice was heavier, laced with frustration and determination. Darkness erupted, and failed once more. Come on, arise. Ashburn's voice rang with frustration, but once again, darkness burst forth, only to fade into nothing. He clicked his tongue, scowling as disappointment settled in. With a sigh, he turned and headed toward the dragon's location. By the time he arrived, the massive beast was already at death's door, its once formidable body torn apart by the relentless shadows. Ashburn watched quietly, letting the shadows finish the job. The moment the dragon collapsed, its final breath rattling through the air. Level up. Mission complete. Free the zombies. Objective. You came across mutant zombies. Trapped within a room that suppressed their powers. Free them and fight them at their best, otherwise, you're just being rude. Targets. 43/43. Reward. Bloodlust plus 30 intelligence. Punishment. None. Bloodlust unleash an aura of pure killing intent, intimidating enemy combatants into submission. This skill induces intense fear in those targeted, decreasing their stats by 50%. It can be applied to multiple opponents simultaneously. Nice, Ashburn smirked, satisfied with the new skill. The debuff alone made it invaluable, but the fact that it could affect multiple targets at once. That made it deadly, and with the plus 30 intelligence boost, his mental clarity sharpened, thoughts flowing faster, connections forming effortlessly. Learning would be quicker, reactions would be faster, calculations would be precise. 8 comments 0 vote. Chapter 10. Arise. Ashburn's eyes stayed locked on the dragon's corpse, determination burning within him. Darkness surged, and fizzled out. His heart sank. No, I need this one. Losing the tiger was one thing, but the dragon. That was too much. Without it, he'd be missing out on a massive advantage. Arise. Ashburn roared, frustration and desperation lacing his voice. Darkness exploded around the corpse. And this time, it worked. A massive shadow dragon rose, letting out a deafening roar as its form solidified, dark and menacing. Ashburn almost jumped for joy, but instead, he sank to the ground, exhaling in pure relief. 43 mutants down, 57 to go. Ashburn pushed himself up, eyes sweeping across his gathered shadows. Who here has hacking skills? With over 15,000 shadows under his command, at least one had to know something, right? My mutant ability allows me to see hacking like a video game, one of the newly summoned shadow mutants spoke, stepping forward. Ashburn's gaze settled on the mutant, noting its strange ears, log-shaped, almost like they were meant to connect to something. Several others stepped forward, each claiming skills in hacking. Without hesitation, Ashburn sent them into the secret lab, ordering them to dig through the system and find the locations of other mutant research facilities. Since Wi-Fi was down, they had to manually access what remained of the local networks, sifting through whatever data caches were still intact. Thankfully, they succeeded. The system revealed several lab locations, each one a potential goldmine of mutants. But now Ashburn faced a new problem: how the hell do I get there without GPS? Luckily, with 15,000 shadows under his command, many had traveled extensively before death. They remembered routes, landmarks, and enough details to guide Ashburn close to each site. Still, he wanted to speed things up. Mounting the shadow dragon, Ashburn took to the skies, soaring over the wastelands. His goal: slaughter every zombie-infested city in his path. Ashburn chose to lead the charge himself, driven by more than just conquest. With his boosted intelligence stat, learning had become effortless. This was more than just a massacre, it was training. And by the time he was done, Ashburn was confident he'd master dual-wielding daggers. And master it he did. In just 2 days, Ashburn's dagger mastery had advanced by leaps and bounds, his skill sharp enough to complete the mission. Mission complete. Dagger mastery. Objective: master dual-wielding daggers. Reward: 2x dagger skills plus 5 to all stats. Food generation bag. Punishment: none. New skills acquired. Critical attack, a dagger exclusive skill that allows the user to inflict critical damage by striking an opponent's vital points. Mana cost: 70 megapixels per use. Effect: critical damage equals twice your peak damage output. Dagger throw allows the user to throw a dagger with increased damage and accuracy, scaling with the skill's level. Mana cost: 30 megapixels per use. Food generation bag. By channeling MP into the bag, the user can generate any food they picture. The more MP invested, the higher the food quality. Status screen. Name: Ashburn Blackheart. Race: human. Age: 6 days and 12 hours old. Level: 14. Titles: Undead Slayer. Stats: HP: 700/700ths. MP: 825/825. HP region: 4 per minute. MP region: 19 per minute. Attributes: Power: 60. Speed: 45. Durability: 40. Intelligence: 60. Charm: 35. Class and skills. Job class: Shadow Monarch. Skills: Stealth, Flash Step, Shadow Inventory, Bloodlust, Critical Attack, Dagger Throw. Job specific skills: Shadow Extraction, Shadow Preservation, LVL1. Now, time to hunt down the rest of those mutants and finish that mission. Ashburn leaned back, exhaling slowly. Finally, he could eat something besides fruits and water. Let's go hunt down mutants. With that, he mounted the shadow dragon, its massive form unfurling its wings as they took to the skies. 3 days passed. During that time, Ashburn made steady progress. At one of the highway rest stops, he stumbled upon a detailed road map. With the help of the lab locations his hackers uncovered, he was able to pinpoint several target zones scattered across the region. But Ashburn didn't just meet the 100 mutant quota. He exceeded it. By the end of the 3rd day, he had turned a total of 150 mutant zombies into shadow soldiers. And, of course, the system rewards followed. Mission complete. Mutant hunt. Objective: hunt down 100 mutants and turn them into shadow soldiers. Result: 150/100ths. Reward: 6th sense will to recover mana manipulation. Punishment: none. New skills acquired. 6th sense. A unique perception that transcends the 5 traditional senses, allowing the user to perceive the world without physical limitations. Range: intelligence plus charm times 1 kilometer. Clarity: the further the range, the harder it becomes to distinguish details. Mana cost: 10 megapixels to activate, 1 megapixel per second to maintain. Will to recover: enhances regeneration, allowing the user to recover from any non-fatal damage, including the regrowth of lost limbs. HP boost: times 2 to max HP. Regeneration speed: times 5 to HP recovery. Fatal wounds, such as damage to the heart or brain, remain lethal. Mana manipulation: enables one to control their mana, enhancing both physical performance and energy efficiency. This mana is somewhat different from the mana found in solo leveling. Stat boost: channeling mana into the body, 2.5x to power, speed, and durability at the cost of MP. MP boost: times 2 to max MP. Regeneration speed: times 5 to MP recovery. Mana manipulation quickly proved to be Ashburn's most valuable skill. By channeling his MP, he could enhance nearly anything. His daggers cut sharper, his movements flowed smoother, and every strike landed with greater impact. Even more impressive, attacks infused with mana didn't just hit harder, they were harder to heal from, like the wounds were burned into existence. Ashburn had even started experimenting with mana constructs, shaping solid forms from raw energy. Costly? Absolutely. Worth it? Definitely. After all, every attempt refined his control, pushing his efficiency higher with each success. That's New York City, Ashburn spoke aloud, his eyes narrowing as the iconic skyline appeared on the horizon. He exhaled slowly, the weight of the task ahead settling on his shoulders. The zombies here had devoured Galactus and left Earth, venturing into the cosmos to hunt across the universe. That meant his main goal should be, wait, Ashburn froze, a forgotten detail flashing in his mind. Didn't all the zombies leave Earth to hunt across the universe? The thought hit like a shockwave. In the comics, the handful of surviving humans eventually returned to find Earth completely emptied of zombies. The infection had moved on, leaving the planet eerily deserted. And the ending? Ashburn remembered it clearly. The story closed with a handful of zombified heroes appearing on a distant planet, continuing their endless hunger. Ashburn shrugged after a moment of thought. It didn't really matter. What did matter was the horde of zombies he could now sense throughout New York, their presence clear thanks to sixth sense. Don't act just yet, Ashburn muttered, eyes narrowing as he scanned the sprawling city. We need to find 5 people: Franklin Richards, Scarlet Witch, Jean Grey, Professor X, and Nate Grey. Those names weren't random. They were Omega-level threats, powerhouses capable of warping reality, shattering minds, or rewriting existence itself. If they'd been zombified, they'd be catastrophic. But if he could kill them and raise them as shadows, he'd be unstoppable. Ashburn leapt off the shadow dragon, his daggers gleaming as he descended toward the city streets. Destination: the Baxter Building, home of the Fantastic Four. 7 comments 0 vote. Chapter 11. Franklin, wake up, you have school. A blonde-haired zombie called out, her decayed voice strangely tender as she tried to rouse her child from sleep. Yes, zombies lived a twisted echo of their former lives, clinging to routines they once cherished. But one thing never changed: the hunger. That insatiable, gnawing hunger that never faded, no matter how much they devoured. In the comics, it was this endless hunger that had driven the zombies to abandon Earth, leaving the planet barren as they scoured the universe for new prey. But in this universe, only a handful ever left. Why? Franklin Richards. After being turned into a zombie, Franklin had warped reality itself, reshaping the world. Ashburn had never seen it firsthand. Hell, he didn't even know zombies could speak until a few days ago, while he was cutting through hordes like a reaper. Ashburn never realized there was a system in place among the zombies. They worked, earning a living in the form of food that appeared out of nowhere, seemingly conjured by Franklin's power. This gave the zombies purpose, something to distract them from their never-ending hunger. But Franklin hadn't stopped there. He tried everything, resurrecting the dead, erasing the zombie virus, and even bringing himself back to life. Every attempt had failed. He had even collaborated with other reality warpers, hoping their combined strength would succeed. But nothing worked. Eventually, failure became routine, and this twisted existence became normal. I wonder if Iron Man and the others found something out there, Franklin mused, dragging himself out of bed and getting ready for school. He remembered Iron Man, and the others, their bellies full after devouring Galactus. But that satisfaction, it had lasted barely a second. The hunger returned, worse than ever. Desperate, they had left Earth, driven by insatiable cravings. Franklin had wanted to stop them, dreading the spread of the zombie virus across the universe. But he couldn't, not when the Avengers, now zombified and infused with cosmic energy, stood alongside the undead Galactus. Even Franklin Richards, zombie or not, was powerless to stop them. Franklin regretted not taking a bite out of Galactus. If he had, he was certain he would have gained cosmic energy, making him even stronger. But it was too late for that now. All he could do was wait for Iron Man and the others to return with good news. After all, Iron Man wasn't a fool. He knew the truth. One day, all life across the universe would be zombified. And when that happened, what would they eat? So, Iron Man and the others had promised to find a cure. Because if they didn't, their endless hunger would become torture. Where's Dad? After getting ready, Franklin stepped outside, where he found his mother waiting. She had once been known as the Invisible Woman, a hero. Well, she still was. Because while life among the zombies had become structured, it was far from peaceful. Some zombies had resorted to eating their own, driven by hunger to the point of cannibalism. Even among monsters, it was a disgusting act, one that horrified the rest and kept them living in fear. So, heroes were still needed. Not to protect the living, but to protect zombies, from other zombies. You know him, Sue Storm sighed, her tone heavy with resignation. Her husband, Reed Richards, was the smartest zombie alive, and he'd thrown himself into endless research, determined to cure the zombie virus. To this day, he hasn't stepped out of his lab. Why would he? Zombies didn't need food, water, or sleep. Reed could work indefinitely, chasing a solution that always seemed just out of reach. This isn't your fault, Franklin, Sue added, noticing the guilt etched across her son's face. We all have limits to our powers. Franklin looked away, frustration simmering beneath the surface. I know, but if I could age, I'd get stronger. He never finished the sentence. Because in the next instant, Franklin was crushed. Effortlessly, Sue barely had time to register the attack before her head burst into flames, her thoughts ending in an instant. In the span of a heartbeat, both mother and son were dead. That was easier than expected, though sneaking in wasn't exactly a walk in the park, Ashburn muttered, his tone casual as he called Torch back into his shadow. He had barely arrived, and the moment he spotted an opening, he hadn't hesitated. Franklin dead, Sue dead. Ashburn's gaze shifted, locking onto the sea of nullification spreading out before him, a lingering aftereffect of Franklin's death. Ding, you have killed a powerful individual. The host has reached the maximum level gain from a single kill. The host has leveled up to level 29. All stats, +57. Free stat points, +90. Congratulations on reaching a milestone, level 15. Gained Shadow Exchange. Congratulations on reaching a milestone, level 20. Gained Ruler's Authority. Congratulations on reaching a milestone, level 25. You're now 1/4 the way to level 100. Your job class, Shadow Monarch, has grown stronger. You now have a higher chance of bringing raised targets as shadows, with less MP cost. The congregation, Shadow Preservation, has improved to Shadow Preservation V2. Gained +25 to all stats. Gained level 25 gear. Gained a new title, Impossible Killer. Gained 3100% arise chances. Whoa, Ashburn blinked, stunned by the sheer amount of gains. Well, he'd expected most of them, but seeing it laid out like this still hit differently. Shadow Exchange was straightforward, swap places with any shadow. It came with a 3-hour cooldown, but that didn't bother him. It was the kind of skill that could save his life if used right. Ruler's Authority was even better. It was basically telekinesis, and if his memory served him right, it didn't even consume MP. That alone made it priceless. But the real game changer was the Shadow Preservation upgrade. Now, his shadows could share their senses with him, turning them into perfect scouts. He'd see, hear, and feel everything they did. That'll make information gathering a breeze. 21 comments 0 vote. Chapter 12, Level 25 Gear. Unique gear gifted for reaching level 25. Each piece boosts stats individually, but equipping the full set grants a unique bonus. Level 25 gear. Shirt, a plain white t-shirt that never gets dirty. No sweat, no odor, wearing it keeps you perfectly clean at all times. Stat bonus. +15 to all stats. Level 25 gear. Boxers. Extremely comfortable, self-cleaning boxers. No more scavenging for replacements, these keep both you and your backside spotless. Stat bonus. +15 speed, +15 charm, +10 durability. Level 25 gear. Pants. Long black pants that look simple but offer extreme flexibility and durability. Stat bonus. +20 speed, +10 power, +15 durability, +15 charm. Level 25 gear. Shoes. Red, white, and black shoes designed for peak movement. They enhance kicks, improve speed, and look damn good while doing it. Stat bonus. +20 speed, +20 power, +10 durability, +15 charm. Level 25 gear. Cloak. A black, stylish cloak that protects against the weather while boosting both speed and durability. It even enhances your natural charm. Stat bonus. +10 speed, +15 durability, +10 intelligence, +10 charm. Level 25 gear. Weapon. An ever-changing weapon, perfect for a versatile fighter. It can shift into daggers, arrows, a shield, any weapon you can picture, as long as you have the mana to fuel the transformation. Stat bonus. +20 to all stats. Set bonus. Full level 25 gear equipped. Bonus. +50 to all stats unwilling. Unwilling. When HP hits 0, you gain a second chance at life with 100% HP and MP restored. Drawback. This skill can only be used once per year, and upon activation, you will lose 5 levels. Penalty. All rewards gained from those 5 lost levels will be locked until you regain the levels. Damn, this is pretty nice. Ashburn nodded in approval, his eyes shifting to the new title notification. Impossible Killer. You killed someone far beyond your strength range. Like an ant crushing a god, you defied the natural order and came out victorious. Buff. 10x multiplier to all stats for both you and your shadows. What the fuck? Ashburn almost jumped, eyes widening at the insane buff before him. 10x to all stats. For him and his shadows. That was ridiculous. Sure, he'd killed Franklin Richards, but only because Franklin was the kind of person who could become a god if he wanted, yet chose to live a normal life instead. Franklin had been overpowered, no doubt about it. But Ashburn had caught him off guard, striking when he was most vulnerable. That title makes it sound like I fought him head-on. If I had, I'd be dead. 100% arise chance. Your next use of shadow extraction is guaranteed to succeed. Warning. Using this on a target significantly stronger than you carry the risk of the shadow breaking free and turning against you. Note. This risk only applies if the shadow's power far surpasses your own. Well, Ashburn sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. Looks like I can't use this on Franklin. He sighed, before his shadow moved, swallowing the corpse and pulling it into Ashburn's shadow storage. One day, when he was strong enough, he would have Franklin become his shadow, but for now, that was too risky. Arise, Ashburn spoke calmly, watching as his new gear materialized across his body. The level 25 set fit perfectly, boosting his stats the moment it settled in place. Darkness burst forth from Sue Storm's corpse, swirling like a vortex before collapsing inward. When the shadows cleared, a shadow version of Sue Storm stood before him, eyes glowing faintly. "Where are Reed, Johnny, and the thing?" Ashburn's voice was calm, hands tucked into the pockets of his cloak hoodie. Sue bowed her head slightly. "My lord, Reed Richards is in his lab. Johnny is asleep, same for the thing." Ashburn nodded, satisfied. "Lead the way." Without another word, both vanished, slipping into invisibility. But Ashburn wasn't worried about losing track of her. Their shared connection as master and shadow ensured he could sense her presence, no matter what. Sue Storm was overpowered, plain and simple. Her abilities allowed her to manipulate invisible force fields, granting her control over both defense and offense. She could turn herself invisible, create protective barriers, and project offensive force blasts with pinpoint accuracy. But her constructs were what made her truly dangerous. They didn't just block telekinesis or energy beams, they could move with enough force to damage Celestials. The only reason Sue rarely weaponized her powers to their full extent was simple: she wasn't a killer. But if she wanted to, there was no resisting her force fields unless you were a reality warper, a high-end energy manipulator, or a master manipulator. She could easily create a bubble inside your head, your heart, or your lungs, expanding it in an instant and killing you on the spot. And it wasn't theoretical. She had held back a Celestial, damaged Galactus, and stood her ground against beings far beyond most heroes. Sue Storm wasn't just strong, she was a walking nightmare, restrained only by her morality. So when they appeared in Reed's lab, there was no fight. Sue acted first, without hesitation. A bubble formed around Reed's head, crushing his brain before he could even register their presence. Just like that, the smartest man alive was dead. Ashburn stepped forward, eyes calm as he looked down at the lifeless body. "Arise." Darkness burst forth, swirling around the corpse until it solidified into a shadow version of Reed Richards. From there, things went smoothly. Ashburn moved through the building, invisible alongside Sue Storm, her force fields making them undetectable. From there, things were pretty easy. Ashburn moved through the building with invisible Sue Storm, taking down the rest of the Fantastic Four without much trouble. The kills pushed him to level 30, another milestone before they headed off to find where zombie Captain America had been put to rest. During the battle with Galactus, Captain America, already a zombie, had been killed by the zombified Red Skull. "You just put his shield here," Ashburn muttered, reaching down and picking up Captain America's shield. "I thought it was fitting for his shield to rest alongside him," Reed Richards said softly. Ashburn nodded, acknowledging the sentiment while commanding Captain America to rise. But he didn't stop there. Moving through the graveyard, Ashburn's eyes swept across the weathered headstones, each marking the resting place of former threats. "That holds venom. That's the Rhino's grave. That one's the Juggernaut, but the most powerful would be this one." Sue Storm paused, pointing toward a reinforced containment unit. "Clert is held there. He had all of our powers." Ashburn nodded, eyes narrowing as he took in the many graves surrounding them. "Arise." With a single word, darkness burst from the earth, swirling like inky smoke. One by one, shadows crawled out of the graves, villains reborn, standing ready for their new master. "Let's go to the X-Mansion," Ashburn said, summoning the newly raised shadows back into his own shadow. With a single step, he vanished, activating stealth as darkness wrapped around him. Elsewhere, seated calmly in his wheelchair, Charles Xavier watched the kneeling zombie before him. Scarlet Witch. She knelt in silence, her once free will now shattered under Charles's mental grip. "Have you located him?" Charles asked, his tone calm but edged with impatience. He didn't even need to clarify who. There was only one man he truly wanted to find. Magneto. The master of magnetism was one of the last remaining humans, still running free, though. His whereabouts remained unknown. "No," Scarlet Witch replied blankly. There was no hesitation, no flicker of emotion. She was completely under his control. It hadn't been difficult. Her unstable mind had left her vulnerable, and when Wanda let her guard down, Charles had struck, binding her with mental chains she couldn't escape. Now, Xavier had exactly what he wanted, a reality warper at his side. True, he couldn't unlock the full extent of her power. But even a fraction was better than nothing. Where could he be? "I'm hungry," Charles muttered, baring his sharp teeth in frustration. The endless hunger gnawed at him, and he had no interest in working for food. The energy-based meals conjured by reality warpers never satisfy the craving like the real thing. Charles frowned, deep in thought, until something caught his attention. A mind. A strong mind. No, a superpowerful mind, thousands of times greater than the average human. It was close, very close, but before Charles could even lock onto its location, 2 arrows, sharp, fast, and glowing with mana, pierced through the window. The glass didn't shatter. The arrows were too fast, too precise, slicing through the air with surgical accuracy. Thwip, thwip, one struck Charles, the other Scarlet Witch, both dead center in the head. Boom, the arrows exploded, obliterating their skulls in an instant. The blast wasn't loud, carefully controlled to avoid detection. In the span of a heartbeat, Charles Xavier and the Scarlet Witch were dead. A heartbeat later, Ashburn appeared, stepping out of the shadows. With a flick of his hand, Ruler's authority activated, silently opening the window as he slipped inside. His gaze swept over the 2 lifeless bodies, both headless, before settling on the lingering nullification field fading into nothing. Ding. Killed a powerful individual. The host has reached the maximum level gain from a kill. The host has leveled up to level 45. 16 comments 0 vote. Chapter 13. Ding. Killed a powerful individual. The host has reached the maximum level gain from a kill. The host has leveled up to level 60. Nice, Ashburn nodded, feeling the surge of power flow through him. Both of them gave me 15 levels. It made sense. Charles Xavier was powerful enough to fight the Dark Phoenix, only winning when Jean Grey helped out. He was that strong. Honestly, a part of Ashburn had doubted if the sneak attack would work. If Charles had acted fast enough, boosting his mind speed, he could have called for help or moved just in time to survive. But 2 things happened when Ashburn fired those arrows. First, he used Ruler's authority not just to guide the arrows, but to accelerate their speed, ensuring they hit their targets before either could react. Charles was distracted, searching for Ashburn's location, something Ashburn sensed thanks to Sixth Sense. That distraction was all he needed. Second, Ashburn targeted the air around the Scarlet Witch, using Ruler's authority to slam her into the ground while cutting off her air supply. The timing had to be perfect. Even the slightest delay would have given her time to cast a spell, and if that happened, well, Ashburn wouldn't be standing here right now. Luckily, this world worked in his favor. With Charles controlling her mind, the Scarlet Witch's instincts were dulled, leaving her wide open. If she'd been free-willed, Ashburn would be running for his life. Ashburn looked at the sea of notifications flooding his vision. Plus 150 to all stats. Plus 200 free stat points. Congratulations on reaching a milestone, level 35. Gained plus 300 to all stats. Congratulations on reaching a milestone, level 40. Shadow Monarch has grown stronger. Shadow Extraction now costs less MP. Shadow Soldiers. Strength has grown stronger. 10% stronger than when alive. Congratulations on reaching a milestone, level 45. Shadows are now even stronger. 15% stronger than when alive. Congratulations on reaching a milestone, level 50. You're halfway to level 100. Shadow Monarch has reached its early anime strength. Opening parenthesis. Shadow Extraction no longer costs MP. Note, if you use Shadow Extraction on someone far stronger than you and it somehow works, the Shadow's strength will be heavily suppressed to prevent it from becoming a threat. Level 25 gear has evolved to level 50 gear. Gained Umbrakinesis. Plus 500 to all stats. Congratulations on reaching a milestone, level 55. Gained Monarch's Domain. Congratulations on reaching a milestone, level 60. Shadow Monarch has grown stronger. Well, that's a lot, Ashburn thought, eyes scanning the flood of notifications. When he had reached level 30, the milestone reward had been nothing more than plus 150 to all stats. It wasn't much of a big deal. He went through the gains carefully. His shadow soldiers were stronger, much stronger. By the looks of it, they couldn't surpass him by more than 3 steps. Ashburn didn't fully understand what that meant, but it sounded like a good thing. If it meant his shadows couldn't outgrow his control, it was more of an advantage than a limitation. The fact that shadow extraction no longer consumed MP was another major gain. Even if he extracted someone far stronger than himself, their strength would be weakened to the peak he could manage. That might sound like a downgrade to some, but for Ashburn, it was perfect. There'd be no risk of his own shadows turning against him, no matter how powerful they had been in life. But the biggest surprise, his gear, it had evolved alongside him, growing 10 times stronger. That was huge. No longer just comfortable clothing with minor stat boosts, his level 50 gear was now more like armor disguised as casual wear. Kinesis, you are the Shadow Monarch, no longer limited to just shadow soldiers or passive control over shadows. Your power extends to both shadows and darkness, allowing you to reshape them into anything you desire, weapons, shields, or even offensive constructs. The greater your mastery, the higher the success rate of shadow extraction and the stronger your shadow soldiers can become. With enough control, you can be as weak as an ant and still command a shadow soldier rivaling gods. This skill requires 0 MP. Monarch's Domain, a unique buff skill exclusive to the Shadow Monarch. This ability allows you to project your own shadow, creating a domain where all shadows within gain a 50% increase in stats while fighting. I wonder who's stronger, this skill or Null, the ruler of the void, Ashburn thought, watching as his shadow slithered forward, swallowing the 2 lifeless bodies without a trace. But before he could even process the gain, the floor beneath him exploded, debris flying in all directions as a wave of figures burst out. X-Men, dozens of them, all zombies. Ashburn reacted instantly, shooting through the window like a shadow, landing on the mansion's lawn as he stared up at the swarm now filling the ruined room. What the hell? It took him only a moment to understand. Charles must have had them all under his control. Now that Charles was dead, they'd regained their freedom, and in their haze, they had acted on instinct. Attacking first, not wanting to fall under control again. Ashburn's frown deepened as he scanned the horde, their rotting eyes locked onto him, expressions twisted with confusion and hunger. He looks alive, but why can't I smell the fresh scent of meat on him? Storm's glowing eyes narrowed, locking onto Ashburn with suspicion. Ashburn's brow furrowed, caught off guard by the comment. What does she mean by that? Up until now, Ashburn had assumed these zombies couldn't sense life force, that their hunger wasn't tied to the living. Apparently, it was the scent of fresh meat that drew them in, but that left the question of why they couldn't smell him. Before he could process it further, a familiar chime echoed in his mind. New mission. Full-scale threat detected. You've gained the full attention of the X-Men, and even Doctor Strange. Objective. Kill them all and show the might of the Shadow Monarch. Reward. Your life, since you have no means of escape. 2 titles Shadow Preservation v3. Punishment. You will die at their hands and be devoured. 9 comments 0 vote. Pissed. Download the app for additional rewards. More events, more perks. Winning you more free perks. Download now. Itachi 1010. Download app now. Chapter 14. Fuck me. I have been playing smart this whole time, and this is how I might die. Ashburn thought in shock. He didn't expect a former good guy like Charles to have been mind-controlling everyone. In fact, he didn't even know that the Scarlet Witch had been under Charles's mind control. Quickly, he pulled up his stats and dumped every free point he had, desperate for any edge he could get. Status screen. Name. Ashburn Blackheart. Race. Human. Age. 10 days and 3 hours old. Level. 60. Titles. Undead Slayer, Impossible Killer. Stats. HP. 800,000 800,000ths. MP. 362,362,000ths. HP region. 13,000 per minute. MP region. 46,000 per minute. Attributes. Power. 28,000. Speed. 27,200. Durability. 26,000. Intelligence. 22,000. Charm. 24,000. Class and skills. Job class. Shadow Monarch. Skills. Stealth, Flash Step, Shadow Inventory, Bloodlust, Critical Attack, Dagger Throw, Sixth Sense, Will to Recover, Mana Manipulation, Ruler's Authority. Unwilling, Kinesis. Job-specific skills. Shadow Extraction, Shadow Preservation, V2, Shadow Exchange, Monarch's Domain. All of the zombies burst forward, all aiming to devour Ashburn. He didn't even have time to react. Pain exploded through his body as a figure blurred past him, and the next thing he knew, his arm was gone, ripped clean off. Ah! Ashburn screamed, stumbling back in shock. Blood poured from the jagged wound, his mind struggling to catch up with what had just happened. Standing there, holding his severed arm, was Quicksilver. But this wasn't the weak, street-level speedster from the MCU. No, this Quicksilver moved at speeds faster than light itself. It had happened in an instant. Quicksilver had appeared before Ashburn, hand reaching for his arm. But when he realized Ashburn's body was too durable for a clean tear, he adapted. Vibrating his hand at high speed, he destabilized the molecular structure holding Ashburn's arm together. Then, rip, the arm came off like paper. Ashburn didn't dare waste a second. He instantly activated Ruler's authority, seizing Quicksilver's legs and yanking the zombie speedster upside down. A dagger formed in Ashburn's remaining hand, and without hesitation, he stabbed toward Quicksilver's head. But even while hanging upside down, Quicksilver's body blurred with movement. His head, arms, and legs twisted at such high speed that Ashburn couldn't land a single clean hit. To make things worse, Quicksilver's entire body was vibrating, shaking violently enough to disrupt Ashburn's hold. Ruler's authority strained under the pressure, as the grip weakened. Ashburn didn't wait. He couldn't afford to. From the corner of his eye, he saw another hero zombie, rushing toward him. Activating stealth, Ashburn vanished from sight and let go of Quicksilver. The speedster fell, momentarily. Confused as his surroundings shifted. His body stopped vibrating, as he tried to figure out why Ashburn had released him. That was the mistake that cost him his life. Shing! Quicksilver's head flew off his shoulders, spinning through the air. Before it could hit the ground, Ashburn was already moving, blade flashing as he sliced the severed head into a dozen pieces, ensuring the monster didn't get back up. One down, hundreds more to go, Ashburn thought, reappearing in a flash while grabbing his severed arm. Without hesitation, he pressed it back to the torn socket. At high speed, the tissue reattached itself, muscles knitting together as if the injury had never happened. I have to be careful. Doctor Strange hasn't shown up yet. That thought alone sent a chill down Ashburn's spine. If this was one of the classic versions of Doctor Strange, the kind that bordered on omnipotence, then things were about to get much worse. Susan and Quicksilver will be my main attack power, but, his eyes narrowed. Strange's speed is no joke either. He regularly fights beings faster than light. Hell, he could one-shot me without warning. Ashburn barely had time to process the thought before his instincts screamed at him. He threw himself to the side as a beam of energy tore through the air, slicing past where his head had just been. The moment his feet hit the ground, another threat appeared, bamf, the distinct sound of air displacement. Nightcrawler. The blue-skinned teleporter materialized right behind him, yellow eyes gleaming with murderous intent. And he wasn't alone. Beside him stood a towering figure, skin gleaming like polished steel, Colossus. Ashburn barely had time to react before Colossus's punch connected, sending him flying like a ragdoll. He shot straight toward Cyclops, who was already aiming. Beast. The crimson beam fired, but Ashburn quickly activated Ruler's authority. The sudden shift caused Cyclops' blast to miss Ashburn and slam into Colossus instead, sending the metal giant stumbling back, more annoyed than hurt. Before Ashburn could regain balance, lightning fell from the sky without warning. Crack! He vanished with flash step, barely dodging in time. But the shockwave from the impact blasted him backward, flinging him across the battlefield. His trajectory put him right in Rogue's path. She was already mid-jump, arms outstretched, gloveless hands reaching for him. Ashburn's pupils shrank. He didn't hesitate. He used Ruler's authority. His body jerked upward, propelled into the sky just as Rogue's fingers grazed the air where he'd been. But she wasn't done. With a sharp turn, Rogue twisted midair as she took flight, closing the distance. I can't touch Rogue, or she'll steal my powers, memories, and life force. How do I deal with someone like this? Ashburn thought, frustration bubbling up. He sighed, calming his nerves. His ever-changing weapon shifted, forming into two sleek daggers. Without hesitation, he unleashed a burst of mana, activating Bloodlust alongside Flash Step and Critical Attack. Mana surged through his body, instantly doubling all his stats. Bloodlust, a debuff ability, drained Rogue's overall strength by 50%. With everything stacked, Ashburn was now moving 4 times faster than his base speed. At this moment, he wasn't someone to be taken lightly. Flying toward Rogue at such high speed that the friction with the air caused flames to ignite around him, Ashburn tore through the sky like a meteor. Space and time began to warp subtly around him, clear signs of the velocity he had reached. Boom! The moment Ashburn clashed with Rogue, the impact unleashed a massive shockwave, sending both of them rocketing backward. Ashburn flipped midair, regaining control, eyes wide. With surprise, He hadn't expected to match Rogue's strength, not when she wielded Captain Marvel's powers. That could only mean one thing: he was nearing a whole new threshold. If I can stand up to her, I'm not far from the baseline strength of beings like the Thing, Ashburn thought with a grin. He was around the Thing level of power, meaning he was strong. Strong enough to fight them all without the need for his shadows he will save for Strange. 31 comments 0 vote. Chapter 15, You're not too weak, Rogue muttered, eyeing the deep cut along her arm. Her glare sharpened, and with a burst of speed, she shot toward Ashburn, fists glowing with stolen power. Ashburn moved instantly, not wasting a second. I wonder how fast Quicksilver will be when I bring him back to life, he mused, activating stealth to vanish from sight. This wasn't a one-on-one fight, he couldn't afford to stand still. He had to keep moving, keep them guessing, and strike without warning. Behind you, Storm shouted, her voice cutting through the air, but she was a heartbeat too slow. Ashburn's leg connected with Rogue's neck, the force of the blow snapping her head sideways as she was launched backward, rocketing straight toward Cyclops. Cyclops' pupils shrank as Rogue rocketed toward him at blinding speed, far beyond the speed of sound, over Mach 100. Storm's eyes widened in shock, watching Cyclops suddenly lurch forward, as if yanked by an unseen force. It wasn't voluntary. Ashburn had used Ruler's authority and Cyclops had no means to resist. Damn you! Storm cried out, her voice filled with rage. But before she could act, she froze, eyes locking on Cyclops as he fired a beam. The red blast struck Rogue midair, halting her momentum and knocking her off course. In that split second, Ashburn appeared beside her, using Flash Step to close the gap. Without hesitation, he slammed her back into the beam, pinning her in place. Rogue's screams filled the air, her body writhing in agony as the unrelenting force burned into her. But the attack didn't last long. Cyclops, now safe, cut off the blast. Mana daggers. Ashburn thrust 2 daggers made of pure mana into Rogue's eyes, twisting them without hesitation. Before she could even scream, he kicked forward, and a heartbeat later, boom. Rogue's head exploded, her body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Ashburn barely had time to register the kill before an explosion blasted him off his feet, rocketing him backward. More explosions followed, cards, dozens of them, each detonating quickly, forcing Ashburn to stagger further back, his body rattled by the relentless assault. The timing was perfect. Ashburn had been fully focused on finishing Rogue, and someone had exploited that opening without hesitation. Fighting through the pain, Ashburn, his body covered in burn marks, forced his shadow to rise, forming a barrier to shield himself from further harm. But the defense shattered instantly as Colossus' fist punched through the shadow, the sheer force sending Ashburn sliding across the ground. His left arm, raised to block the blow, hung limp and broken by the impact. The air grew cold. Ashburn's gaze snapped to the side, locking onto Iceman, frost spreading across the ground as he advanced. Ashburn moved fast, pushing past the pain, but before he could escape, a burst of light streaked from behind. Boom! It wasn't fire, it felt more like a firework, striking him square in the back and launching him forward. Not toward Iceman, toward Storm. Her eyes crackled with energy, the attack already charged and waiting. Boom! The explosion tore through the air, shaking the heavens with its sheer force. Iceman had acted quickly, raising an ice wall to shield everyone. But it didn't matter. The wall shattered instantly, exploding into icy shards that scattered like shrapnel, offering no protection against what followed. Smoke filled the air, thick and suffocating, obscuring the battlefield. For a moment, silence reigned. Then, without warning, heads began to pop, one after another. It was sudden, brutal, and absolute. No screams, no resistance, just instant death, like an invisible hand, had plucked the life from each of them. From the settling dust, a figure emerged. Ashburn stumbled forward, his body battered and bloodied, breathing heavily as he forced one foot in front of the other. His cloak was tattered, shadows flickering weakly around him like dying embers. That would have killed me, Ashburn muttered, glancing at his status screen. His HP flickered. 10,362 thousandths. Gambit's cards had done real damage, more than he'd anticipated. If Jean Grey had been among the zombies still on Earth, he wouldn't have stood a chance. The only reason he was alive was because she had been one of those who left to devour the universe. I have to move. I don't know when Strange will make his move. And why am I not leveling up? Ashburn's thoughts raced as he steadied himself, eyes flicking upward to a figure floating in the air. Dr. Strange. But not the one he knew. This was zombie Doctor Strange, his cloak tattered and eyes glowing dimly. "You seem to be immune to the zombie virus," Strange muttered, gaze sweeping over the lifeless bodies of the X-Men. He wasn't angry, but there was a hint of frustration in his eyes. He had been too slow to save them, but that wasn't what truly shocked him. His eyes locked onto Ashburn, studying the burns, bruises, and open wounds. By now, Ashburn should have turned. "On top of your high recovery speed, I believe I could cure the zombies worldwide with your flesh. That would be the first step in restoring peace to my world." Strange sighed, already formulating a plan. "I'll keep you locked away. Your flesh will feed the starving. When it's over, and all zombies are amongst the living once more, you will be free." Strange said lightly. Of course, Strange wouldn't just feed Ashburn's flesh to the zombies. He'd enchant it, ensuring each piece slowly diminished their hunger, while also serving as the key to undoing the virus. It wouldn't be instant, but with the best minds working together, people like Reed Richards, Strange was confident they could find a cure. Ashburn was the key. Boom! Strange was blown backward, his body rocketing through the air before he caught himself, hovering mid-flight. His eyes snapped toward the dust cloud, narrowing as he spotted the figure standing within. Susan Storm. She'd moved to one-shot him, but Strange was equipped with many artifacts. Killing him wasn't going to be easy. "Everyone, arise." Ashburn rose to his feet, battered but unwavering. In an instant, the once lifeless bodies surrounding him shuddered, their eyes flickering with dark light as they stood once more. Hundreds of X-Men. Now, they were shadow soldiers. Doctor Strange's eyes widened, shocked at the sight before him. But it didn't end there. From Ashburn's own shadow, an even greater tide emerged. Over 1,000 shadow soldiers stood. "I don't remember anything about Strange having artifacts that could instantly protect him. Why can't this be as easy as when Deadpool killed everyone?" Ashburn thought helplessly, his eyes narrowing at the faint glow surrounding Strange. Meanwhile, Strange's mind raced as he scanned the newly risen X-Men. "They're 22 times stronger than when they were alive. Go, don't even let him breathe." Ashburn's voice was cold and sharp, cutting through the tension. In an instant, the shadows moved. Hundreds of former X-Men, now silent soldiers, shot toward Strange with terrifying speed. But not all of them. Susan remained behind, forming invisible barriers around Ashburn and reinforcing the advancing shadows. "My lord," Susan said, her tone firm but edged with concern, "what you did was extremely reckless." Ashburn laughed bitterly, shaking his head. He'd held back and avoided using his shadow army immediately, hoping to catch Strange off guard. But it had failed. "It felt clever at the time, hiding my cards until Strange showed up, but I almost died because of it." Ashburn sighed helplessly. "Didn't know he could fight even without magic," Ashburn muttered, watching Strange summon a staff, effortlessly one-shotting every shadow soldier that got too close. The only thing that could stop him. Susan Storm. Whenever Strange tried to break through, her invisible barriers snapped into place, deflecting his attacks. But even with her support, the constant losses drained Ashburn's MP, every shadow destroyed felt like a bite out of his stamina. "My lord," Reed spoke up, standing nearby, his calm tone cutting through the chaos. "Magic has a huge weakness against science. If I had my gear, we'd have a real chance of winning." Ashburn didn't hesitate. He called on of his shadows, and in an instant, Quicksilver appeared. "Get him there, fast." Quicksilver nodded, grabbed Reed by the arm, and vanished, leaving only a blur of darkness in their wake. Boom! All the shadows were blown away, sent rocketing back as Strange lashed out with his staff. But before he could even catch his breath, another wave of shadows surged forward, relentless and unyielding. They weren't fighting to win. They were fighting to stall. The shadow soldiers lined up, attacking in organized waves, each group moving in as soon as the last fell. It was a calculated sacrifice, designed to keep Strange pinned down, preventing him from casting any large-scale spells that could wipe them out in one shot. For every shadow he cut down, 2 more stepped forward, leaving him no opening to regroup or channel more complex magic. And Strange couldn't stop moving. Every second, he was dodging, weaving, and swinging his staff, while his free hand unleashed quick-cast spells, the kind that didn't require gestures or incantations. But those spells were limited. He couldn't afford to use high-tier magic, not when the casting time left him vulnerable. It was a war of attrition. 14 comments 0 vote. Chapter 16. His weakness is his mouth and hands. Take those away, and he's no different than a normal human with magic capable of rivaling gods, so make him burn through it all. Every second, don't let him think about anything else. Ashburn spoke calmly, eyes flicking to his MP bar. It wasn't dropping. Not thanks to him, Susan was the reason. Her force fields didn't just shield the shadows, they amplified their endurance, allowing them to withstand attacks that should have obliterated them instantly. Without her, Strange would be clearing the field faster than Ashburn's MP could regenerate. Right now, Susan was carrying the fight. But how had Ashburn been able to raise someone so powerful in the first place? Simple. Susan Storm wasn't truly powerful in the traditional sense. Her strength didn't come from raw energy or physical dominance. She was more of a tank, armed with offensive abilities that could bypass durability, making her overpowered in execution but not in base strength. That meant no risk of her breaking free. They're trying to tire me out. Strange gritted his teeth, realizing Ashburn's strategy was working. It wasn't about overpowering him, it was about wearing him down. At the end of the day, Strange was still human, even if he was a zombie. His mind could only be pushed into overdrive for so long before the strain took its toll. Food wasn't an issue, zombies didn't need to eat unless the hunger drove them insane. But exhaustion, that was unavoidable, and it was clear now, Ashburn could keep this up for days. Boom, the ground shook as Strange unleashed a burst of energy, his hand flickering red with chaos magic. The shadows rocketing toward him were blown away, scattering like ragdolls across the battlefield. He forced me, Strange thought, eyes narrowing as he surveyed the damage. It wasn't just the blast that made it dangerous, it was the nature of chaos magic itself. The shadows didn't recover instantly like before. Their injuries lingered, healing much slower and draining far more MP. For the first time, Strange saw it. A crack in Ashburn's endless assault. But Ashburn saw something too. Desperation. Strange had been forced to break his rhythm, and now he was running out of options. Susan, Ashburn shouted, forcing himself to his feet. Susan didn't hesitate. With a flick of her wrist, a force field bubble snapped into place around Strange, the walls immediately beginning to shrink, compressing inward with deadly intent. Strange's eyes widened, and he reacted fast, hands moving in sharp, practiced gestures as he unleashed barrage after barrage of spells. The bubble shuddered, cracks spider webbing across its surface. Stronger or not, even with Susan's 22 times boost, this was the limit of what she could do. But it was enough. The moment the bubble shattered, Rogue appeared, moving like a blur of shadow. Strange barely had time to blink before her hand clamped down on his wrist, her grip unyielding. Why was this so important? Simple. Rogue's touch didn't just steal powers, it ripped away memories, life force, and everything that made a person dangerous. Of course, Rogue didn't just settle for draining him, she tried to shatter Strange's hands while she had the chance. But even weakened, Strange's magically enhanced durability was nothing short of absurd. Even Galactus would struggle to inflict real harm when Strange was fully empowered. Let go. Strange's voice boomed, laced with magic, and Rogue was blasted away, her body rocketing backward like a ragdoll. He stood there, teeth gritted, the toll of her touch weighing heavily on him. He was weaker now, undeniably so. But weakened didn't mean harmless. With a flick of his hand, Strange rushed forward, determination blazing in his eyes, wanting to put Rogue out for good, but would it really be that easy? Crack! Lightning tore through the sky, a bolt so blindingly bright it momentarily whited out the battlefield. It wasn't just any lightning, this bolt burned hotter than the sun, a spear of pure destruction summoned from the heavens themselves. Strange reacted instantly, a shimmering shield snapping up around him. But really, would it be that simple to block an attack like that? Of course not. A girl flew through the air, her body hurled forward by the thing until she landed right in front of Strange's barrier. The lightning roared down from the sky, crashing toward the shield, and just as the barrier and the bolt were about to collide, the girl reached out and touched it. And the impossible happened. The barrier phased, allowing the lightning to pass through it. With nothing left to protect him, the lightning struck Strange head-on, the impact blasting him out of the sky and slamming him into the ground below. At that exact moment, the Super Skrull, Ashburn's last unsummoned shadow, finally emerged, stepping from the darkness like a silent predator. He didn't act alone. Susan Storm appeared beside him. Without a word, they combined their powers, forging a sword of force and flame, its edge shimmering with heat and hard light. The blade shot forward, aimed directly at the fallen Sorcerer Supreme. But once again, one of Strange's many enchanted items flared to life, projecting a protective barrier that deflected the blow, leaving him unharmed. Susan didn't flinch. The sword shimmered, its form shifting in an instant. It became binding chains, serpentine, and fluid, surging forward to entrap Strange. Strange's eyes narrowed. He moved fast, stepping out of reach as the bindings snapped shut, missing him by inches. Strange was struggling, forced back into defense as the relentless assault continued. But this time, he changed tactics. With a flick of his wrist, weapons began to manifest, dozens of blades, spears, and axes floating around him like a protective orbit. At the same time, countless ethereal hands emerged from thin air, each one grasping a weapon, striking down any shadow soldier that dared to approach. But Ashburn wasn't idle. He joined the fray, activating Umbrakinesis to directly manipulate the shadows around him. Darkness twisted and churned at his command, wrapping around his shadow soldiers like armor, sharpening into weapons, or stretching into ropes that snared Strange's conjured hands. The more Ashburn used Umbrakinesis, the stronger his shadows became. Time passed. The battle dragged on, each second a brutal war of attrition. Strange was holding his ground, but barely. Bit by bit, he was winning, slowly whittling down the army as he adapted to their tactics. But bit by bit, Ashburn's army was also evolving, the rate of their regeneration increasing as Ashburn's control over darkness deepened. Ashburn kept the pressure constant, turning shadows into spikes, ropes, walls, and blades, anything to disrupt Strange's rhythm. His attacks weren't deadly, not yet. But they forced Strange to move, to expend energy, to stay on the defensive. In the end, Ashburn's real advantage wasn't in direct combat. It was in time. Because the longer the fight dragged on, the stronger his shadows became. By time, Ashburn's eyes narrowed as he caught movement in the distance. Dozens of Iron Man armors appeared in the sky, thrusters flaring as they rained down attacks on Strange without hesitation. Strange's face darkened. He already knew science-based powers were his greatest weakness, but not everything could pose a threat. Normally, he'd shrug off such attacks with ease. But now, with an army of shadows keeping him pinned in this new assault from the armors. Yeah, he was annoyed. Sorry for being late, my lord. A familiar voice drew Ashburn's attention. Reed Richards appeared beside him, standing tall. Ashburn blinked, momentarily stunned. How the hell did you get Stark's armor? He asked, genuinely confused. Reed smiled, the expression almost smug. My lord, I am now more than 22 times more capable than when I was among the living. He gestured toward the sky, where the Iron Legion swarmed like angry hornets. This is a simple task. Boom, a Thor Buster armor shot forward, slamming into Strange and sending him rocketing through the air. Strange gritted his teeth, trying to regain control, but the attacks didn't stop. He was forced into pure defense, his staff whirling, hands flashing through spell gestures just to block the onslaught. Not a single moment to counterattack. But even defense had limits. Slowly, the pressure built. Attacks he once shrugged off now forced him back, each blow chipping away at his defenses. Barriers flickered, shields cracked. No matter how quickly he repaired them, they were breached in some way, shape, or form. And to make things worse, Susan and the Super Skrull were working together, their combined powers bypassing durability entirely. Force fields sharpened into blades. Heat and pressure collapsing barriers from within. Boom, the breaking point hit like thunder. A combined attack from the Iron Legion, Susan, and the Super Skrull shattered Strange's defenses, sending him spiraling backward. For the first time, he was wide open and vulnerable. The next wave of attacks closed in, streaking toward Strange's exposed form. Victory was seconds away, but a barrier erupted around Strange, a shimmering dome of energy, deflecting every attack. Everyone froze. Even Strange was shocked by this. This wasn't his doing. Doom shall step in. 24 comments 0 vote. Chapter 17. I knew it. Ashburn's eyes narrowed as Doom appeared in the air, his cloak billowing behind him. He had expected the battle to draw attention, but it still caught him off guard to see Doom protecting Strange. Go ahead. Don't stop, Ashburn ordered, voice sharp. Doom's arrival couldn't be allowed to give Strange even a moment to cast something dangerous. Ashburn's mind raced. He needed a solution, fast. He couldn't take on Doom and Strange at the same time. He couldn't push his luck. Then an idea clicked. Venom, Ashburn called, eyes snapping to the symbiote currently bonded with Shadow Eddie. Bond with as many shadows as you can. Copy their abilities. Venom didn't hesitate. Tendrils of black ooze peeled away from Eddie, latching onto the nearest shadow soldier. One bond, then another, and another. Each shadow merged seamlessly, the symbiote adapting, its form shifting subtly with every new connection. Sensed. A shadow has bonded with another shadow, becoming one, sensed. One of the host's shadows contains a trace of the void. Congratulations, host, on creating a new ability. The screen flickered to life, floating in Ashburn's view. Shadow Monarch has grown stronger. Congratulations on unlocking the full power of the Shadow Monarch through your own evolution. You have gained the true form of Shadow Exchange. In its true form, Shadow Exchange allows the user to utilize shadows as portals, enabling instant travel across vast distances. This skill functions like a gate, allowing the user to bring others along. There are no time limits. No mana consumption. Shadow fusing, the host can combine 1 to 5 shadows into a single, far more powerful entity. The fused shadow will possess all strengthened abilities from the original shadows and may even gain new skills. No strength limit. Even if the fusion reaches godlike power, it will remain loyal. Duration. Fusion lasts for 10 minutes. Cooldown. After use, the fused shadows cannot be summoned for 24 hours. Umbrakinesis has evolved. By absorbing a fragment of the void, you've touched upon the primordial darkness. Shadow strength. All shadows are now up to 5 times stronger. Ability boost. Every shadow-related skill has grown stronger. Strange's eyes widened as the shadows surged, their strength skyrocketing without warning. A moment ago, they were 25 times stronger than when they were alive. Now, they were 100 times stronger. Get out, Strange roared, clutching his head in agony. Doom, caught off guard, whipped around, his gaze locking onto Ashburn. And that's when he saw it, Charles Xavier, standing silently beside Ashburn, one hand pressed to his temple, the other outstretched toward Strange. Ashburn's lips curled into a smile. He'd used his 100% shadow extraction chance on Charles long ago, keeping the telepath hidden in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. This was how the shadows had fought with such perfect coordination. Charles had linked their minds, turning them into a hive of precision. And now, he'd struck, when Strange thought he had saw it all. Now, with the shadows 100 times stronger and Strange caught off guard, the battle had tipped completely. Even at their prime, Charles would force Strange to take him seriously. Though Strange would eventually win, it would never be easy. After all, Charles Xavier wasn't just another telepath. He was a man who could shut off the mind of Thor, a feat few could claim. There was also the time he defeated Cyclops, even when Scott wielded the Phoenix Force. And the list didn't stop there. In a battle of minds, few could stand toe-to-toe with Charles. Susan might be Ashburn's strongest tank, but Charles, he was the trump card. Because when played at the right moment, his power didn't just turn the tide, it was an instant go. Like now, before Strange could even recover, Rogue appeared, moving like a blur, and wrapped her arms tightly around him, her grip unrelenting. Doom reacted immediately, surging forward, but Susan was faster. A bubble snapped into place, sealing Doom inside before he could even reach them. Boom! Rogue was blasted away, tumbling through the air before she caught herself, feet skidding across the ground as she waved her hand, already preparing to cast a spell. But Strange wasn't having it. Something changed. For the first time, Strange began using magic Ashburn hadn't seen before. Darker, heavier, corrupted. Why now? The answer was obvious. From start to finish, Strange had never gone all out. Why? Because he was a zombie. The nature of his magic, rooted in balance, life, and order, conflicted with his current undead existence. Could he have cast a holy spell to purge the darkness? Yes. Would it have worked? Absolutely. But would it have backfired, ravaging his undead form? Without a doubt. So, what was the solution? Simple. Dark magic, demonic rituals, hexes, forbidden sorcery, forms of magic he'd long avoided, now the only path left to survival. And with that, Dr. Strange, no longer bound by the limitations of light, stood fully revealed. This wasn't just the Sorcerer Supreme. This was a Dr. Strange wielding the corrupt power of darkness and evil. The black arts once sealed away for the greater good. Although still weaker than his peak, this was a Strange capable of just twitching his finger, and a good 99% of all life across the universe would disappear. Sadly for Strange, it was already too late. Ashburn had activated Monarch domain, and instantly, the higher dimensions Strange relied on for power were cut off, like doors slamming shut one by one. Strange's eyes widened, panic flashing across his face as he felt the severance, ley lines disrupted. Dimensional energies blocked. His lifeline, the very source of his dark resurgence, was gone. He tried to counter it, hands already weaving a spell to shatter the domain, but Boom! Quicksilver struck first. But not just any Quicksilver. This was Quicksilver fused with the Thing, their powers merged into one monstrous entity. Speed unmatched. Power unrivaled. Hundreds of times faster than Quicksilver's original top speed, and hundreds of times stronger than the Thing's peak strength. Strange never stood a chance. The impact landed squarely, Quicksilver's fist driving into Strange's face like a meteor strike, the sheer force fracturing the air around them. Strange's head exploded, the shockwave ripping through the battlefield, leaving behind only a crumbling husk of his once mighty form. But it didn't end there. Rogue stepped forward, already chanting, her hand raised as she targeted Doom next. Boom! A single spell, a crackling surge of destructive energy, and Doom's body disintegrated on the spot, but Ashburn didn't flinch. That's just a Doombot, he thought, barely sparing it a glance. And yet, the sense of victory was short-lived. Because Doom never sent just one. 23 comments 0 vote. Chapter 18, I don't like this. Ashburn's gaze darkened, scanning the dozens upon dozens of Doombots, filling the sky like an endless swarm. Doom was arrogant, sure, but he wasn't reckless. He didn't just charge into battle without a plan. So where was he? My lord, Reed spoke, his voice tense. They seemed to be made of vibranium. Ashburn's eyes widened. Vibranium, that didn't make sense. How the hell had Doom gotten his hands on so much vibranium? Charles, can you locate him? Ashburn turned to Xavier, while Susan raised a barrier, shielding them from the approaching Doombots. Charles closed his eyes, his mind expanding outward, sweeping across every mind on Earth, searching for the real Doom. But even for him, finding Doom was easier said than done. Doom, on his own, wasn't that powerful. Without stolen power or time to prepare, the old Fantastic Four could still defeat him. But if you gave him time, if you let him absorb something, Doom became a multiversal-level threat. So the real question was, what was he after? Did he already absorb something? Was he stalling? Was this just a distraction? These thoughts left Ashburn uneasy. Reed, Ashburn's voice cut through the tension, sharp and direct. You know Doom better than I do. So use that brain of yours, the one that's now 100 times better than before, and figure out what's about to happen. Reed's eyes narrowed, his mind processing at inhuman speeds as he analyzed the Doombots, searching for patterns, weaknesses, and clues. Destroy them all. Ashburn's command echoed, and in an instant, the shadows surged forward, colliding with the Doombots in a chaotic storm of darkness and steel. As expected, the Doombots weren't overwhelmingly powerful, the Iron Man armors could hold their ground, buying enough time for shadows to step in and finish the job. Across the battlefield, blurred streaks of motion zipped back and forth, quick thing cutting through thousands of Doombots in the time it took for Ashburn to blink. Explosions erupted, metal ripped apart, and the sky was filled with the sound of war. But then, something happened. Ashburn's eyes narrowed as he caught movement from the fallen Doombots. The ones that had been destroyed were standing back up. Not replaced, not rebuilt, they were healing, every gouge in their armor, every severed limb, every shattered core, restored. Lord, something is wrong. Reed's voice was urgent, cutting through the noise of battle. Vibranium isn't this easy to destroy. Also, all of the kinetic energy they're absorbing, it's going somewhere else. Ashburn's eyes widened. Where? Reed's next words sent a chill down his spine. The more we destroy them, the more energy we're feeding Doom for his plans. Ashburn didn't hesitate. Fall back, he barked, his voice sharp. The shadows instantly retreated, vanishing back into his own. Quick thing, Ashburn called out. Scour the entire planet, find Doom. It took mere seconds. And then, my lord, I've found him. And it's bad. Ashburn teleported instantly to Quick Thing's location. And what he saw stole his breath. Doom sat calmly, lounging in an ornate chair, his body glowing with raw energy. Streams of kinetic force, stolen from every impact, every attack against the Doombots, flowed into him, like an unstoppable tide. I was hoping for a bit more energy, Doom mused, his head resting against his fist, his expression calm, too calm. Ashburn didn't move, eyes narrowing. I'm confused, he admitted. If you needed me to attack your bots, couldn't you have just had them attack each other? Hell, having Strange, the X-Men, and the others do it would have been far more efficient. So, why me? Doom's gaze lifted, something calculating behind his eyes. Across all of reality, he said slowly, his voice carrying an undeniable weight, across the infinite dimensions and universes. He leaned forward slightly. There is only one you. A singularity, Doom continued. More rare than the Phoenix Force, more unique than Galactus. As he spoke, the wires connecting him to the energy source detached, falling to the ground with a sharp clang. And then, slowly, Doom's shadow came to life. From the moment Doom saw you, I knew your power was anything but normal, Doom declared, his voice resonating with an unnatural weight. The ability to bring any foe you kill back to life, stronger than before. Such a power is wasted in your hands. He rose from his throne, the very shadows around him twisting and writhing like living entities responding to his will. A dark aura pulsed from his form, radiating with overwhelming authority. I am no longer merely Doom, he continued, his voice echoing through the void. I am Doom, god of darkness and shadows. With those words, the world was consumed. Light did not fade, it ceased to exist. Every trace of illumination was swallowed in an instant, leaving behind an abyss where no sun, no fire, no spark remained. It was a suffocating, all-encompassing darkness, one that should have rendered all things blind and lost. Yet Ashburn could still see. Of course, he could. He would be a pathetic monarch if mere darkness could hinder his vision. His eyes cut through the void effortlessly. And in that blackened world, his gaze remained locked onto Doom, watching as his foe stood shrouded in power that should not be his. Somehow, Doom had taken his abilities. But how? How had Doom stolen his power from such a brief conflict with his shadow army? And worse, how had he mastered it so easily? Well, this was Doom. A man who had come into contact with so much power throughout his lifetime that gaining and mastering Ashburn's abilities was almost inevitable. Even with just a fraction of what he had taken, combined with his own already overwhelming strength, Doom had become even more dangerous than before. Ashburn narrowed his eyes, mind racing for a plan. Fighting Doom head-on right now wasn't an option, he needed time to analyze what had happened and how to counter it. But first, he smirked. Always stealing other people's power, Ashburn called out. That's why your mom is in hell. A deep silence followed, then Doom twitched. Before the rage could fully explode, Ashburn was already gone, perched on Quick Thing's shoulders as they bolted away at impossible speeds. Of course, Doom was not happy about someone talking about his mama. Without a word, Doom exploded forward, his entire form surging toward Ashburn with nothing but pure killing intent. But no matter how fast he was, Quick Thing was faster. The fused shadow sped across the landscape at impossible speeds, leaving Doom unable to close the gap. Frustrated, Doom whipped around, shifting his attention toward Strange's remains, intending to raise him as a shadow soldier. Ashburn, still riding Quick Thing's back, smirked as he called out over the rushing wind. You're not the smartest. Doom froze mid-step. You're not as good as Strange. Your own people hate you. And worst of all, you're a hater for no reason. Doom's fists clenched, his entire body radiating suppressed fury. All that pride and arrogance, but what do you actually have to be proud of? Ashburn let the words hang for a moment before delivering the final blow. Your mama is gone. Doom's eyes burned red, his entire form trembling as his fury hit its breaking point. So stupid you disfigured yourself and had the nerve to blame it on the one person who tried to stop you. Ashburn's voice was dripping with mockery, his laughter echoing through the darkness as Quick Thing continued carrying him away at impossible speeds. And then, Ashburn continued, then, you didn't even know that touching hot metal would burn you. So what did you do? You went and slapped a burning hot mask on your own damn face. Doom's rage intensified, his energy fluctuating violently around him. You're so dumb, Ashburn pressed on, grinning. No wonder your mama's dead. Doom snapped. Die. His roar shook the planet, his voice booming across the dark world, reverberating through the very fabric of reality. The shadows, his shadows, came to life. Weapons forged from pure darkness erupted from the void, their edges gleaming with malevolent energy, and with a single thought from Doom, they all rushed toward Ashburn at once. At the same time, Ashburn's eyes flickered, catching something far more dangerous. Quick Thing was melting, not from heat, from the darkness itself. Every step it took, every moment spent inside Doom's domain, was fueling Doom's power. Quick Thing vanished in an instant, pushing its speed to the absolute limit and escaping the range of Doom's darkness before it could be completely consumed. Within seconds, it reached Strange's body, and Ashburn wasted no time. With a swift motion, he threw Strange's corpse into his shadow, ensuring that Doom wouldn't have a chance to claim it. As the darkness loomed closer, creeping across the landscape like an unstoppable tide, Ashburn's mind raced. Enraging him only boosted his mastery over my powers, he thought, frustration creeping in. He had provoked Doom, trying to throw him off balance, but all it had done was accelerate his control over umbrakinesis. Now, Doom wasn't just dangerous, he was a better version of Ashburn himself. How do I fight a stronger version of me? Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Host, Doom has only accessed a fragment of your potential power under umbrakinesis. He does not possess Shadow Monarch. There can only be one Monarch. However, as observed, he can devour shadows to increase his strength. Meanwhile, you can raise shadows to increase yours. Are you telling me to devour shadows? Ashburn thought, his eyes flicking over the system screen. I'm not that desperate for power just yet. His gaze shifted back toward the approaching darkness, Doom's presence looming over the battlefield. He might have grown stronger, but he didn't get the Shadow Monarch's power. What Doom is showing is a fragment of my potential. Single quote. Then again, Ashburn glanced at the dozens of thousands of cannon fodder shadows at his command. I have plenty of expendable shadows, I'll think about it later down the road. 20 comments 0 vote. Chapter 19. Everything Doom had just displayed was thanks to umbrakinesis, but it was only a fragment of its full potential. That meant Ashburn should be able to do everything Doom was doing one day, if not more. As for how Doom had managed to steal his power, despite vibranium being meant to absorb only kinetic energy, the answer was simple. Magic. Every time Ashburn's shadows clashed with the Doombots, the vibranium didn't just absorb kinetic energy, it also siphoned bits of Ashburn's power. If you think about it, that was overpowered as hell. Fun fact, in the comic there was a time when Doom absorbed all kinetic energy gathered by the vibranium on Earth. In Doom's words, he said that it gave him more power than the power cosmic in the cosmic cube. Do and feel what you want with that information as you wish. Quick thing, return to my shadow. I want to face Doom alone. Ashburn's voice was calm, but there was an edge to it, a quiet confidence as his ever-changing weapon shifted, reshaping into two daggers in his grip. Darkness coiled around his body, merging seamlessly with mana, the combined forces more than doubling his current stats. Ignoring the Doombots rushing toward him, Ashburn activated Flash Step, and in an instant, he was gone. At extreme speed, he vanished into Doom's own shadows, slipping into the very darkness Doom controlled. And then, Stealth activated. Doom's brows furrowed as his senses reached out, searching. Did he teleport? His domain pulsed, the very shadows twisting under his will as he tried to locate Ashburn. But the moment he tried, he realized the flaw. This wasn't his power, it was Ashburn's, and in Ashburn's own domain, Doom couldn't sense him at all. Channeled the skill Stealth through umbrakinesis gained a new skill. Monarch's Stealth. When within the darkness, you become one with the shadows. Only unique means can perceive you. MP cost 0. Nice. And it uses 0 MP. Ashburn thought, a grin spreading across his face as he pushed forward at full speed. His movement was so fast, that the very fabric of space-time warped around him, distorting reality itself. Doom never saw it coming. In a flash, Ashburn appeared before him, daggers already in motion. Both blades buried deep into Doom's eyes. A pain-filled roar tore through the battlefield, Doom's voice shaking the very air as darkness flared violently around him. But he wasn't down. Through the blinding pain, Doom's hands lashed out, catching Ashburn by the wrists with unshakable force. Even without sight, he moved with precise, terrifying accuracy. With a sickening snap, he shattered Ashburn's arms. And before Ashburn could react, Doom slammed him into the ground with enough force to shake the entire planet. A violent shockwave erupted on impact, the force cracking the landscape, sending tremors across continents. Ashburn gasped, blood and bone fragments spilling from his mouth, his vision flickering. For a split second, his pupils went blank, his body almost shut down. But he moved. Fighting through the searing pain, Ashburn ripped himself free, literally. With gritted teeth, he tore off his own arms, severing them before Doom could drain more of his energy. The moment he did, Doom's aura flared again. This time, Ashburn felt it. Doom had just gained access to mana. Boom! Doom's leg shot forward, a devastating kick driving into Ashburn's stomach with bone-crushing force. Ashburn was sent rocketing backward, blood bursting from his mouth as his body tore through the air, crashing through the ruined landscape. Even though Doom couldn't sense him, he didn't stop moving. With a flick of his hand, the shadows around them surged, twisting and reaching for Ashburn like hungry tendrils, trying to grasp and restrain him. Boom! Doom's body lurched forward violently, his head slamming into the ground as a massive hammer struck him from behind. The force of the impact cracked the earth, sending a shockwave rippling outward. Ashburn had reappeared in an instant, standing over him. Inside the world of shadows, Ashburn was everywhere and nowhere. He could strike from any angle, and move in an instant, and Doom had no way of knowing where he'd come from next. And Ashburn had kept many trumps cards. This one was called Shadow Exchange. Ashburn let out a mighty roar, his ever-changing weapon surging with power as it transformed once more. The massive warhammer pulsed, exploding with the combined might of Ruler's authority, mana, and Umbrakinesis, its very presence warping the space around it. But he wasn't stopping there. The hammer dissolved instantly, shifting into two razor-sharp daggers, their edges humming with raw energy. With a flash of movement, Ashburn activated critical attack. In the same instant, he used dagger throw, launching both daggers straight at Doom. At the same time, Monarch domain activated. His shadow exploded outward, clashing with Doom's domain, which Doom began trying to absorb. His entire power skyrocketed, not twice, not 4 times, 64 times. The daggers ripped through the air, moving at speeds beyond human perception, their strength amplified to a level that could tear through reality itself. But Doom was no fool. At the last possible second, he reacted. With a sharp motion, the shadows around him surged, forming a barrier just in time. The daggers slammed into the dark shield, sending violent shockwaves tearing across the battlefield. His mastery over this domain is growing. Ashburn narrowed his eyes, vanishing into the shadows and reappearing behind Doom. But Doom was fast. He had already turned, his reflexes razor-sharp, his control over the battlefield expanding by the second. And in that instant, before Doom could counterattack, Quick Thing appeared. In a billionth of a second, an onslaught was unleashed. Millions upon millions of devastating fists crashed into Doom's back, each blow hitting with unimaginable force, shattering the air itself. Doom, still attempting to absorb Ashburn's domain, was suddenly forced into a desperate struggle, trying to withstand the sheer magnitude of the assault. But just as quickly as Quick Thing had appeared, it was gone, instantly retreating into Ashburn's shadow before Doom could react or siphon its strength. Ashburn didn't stop. As Doom's own darkness twisted around them, Ashburn used his domain, not just to counter, but to consume. The moment Doom attempted to absorb Ashburn's power, Ashburn's domain surged back, devouring Doom's darkness instead. Although he was losing since Doom overpowered him. 22 comments 0 vote. Chapter 20, Let's go, Ashburn roared, appearing behind Doom, his fist colliding with Doom's back in a devastating impact. But this wasn't just a punch. This was everything. All of his MP. All of his power, funneled into his arm, flooding his muscles with such overwhelming force that they expanded in real time, surging with raw energy just to withstand the strain. With a roar, Doom's spine was nearly ripped out. Ashburn had poured everything into his Ruler's authority, Umbrakinesis, and every last drop of MP. His strength had peaked, his power crushing through Doom's defenses, the sheer force tearing through his body. But Doom wasn't done. Desperation flared. His power surged, and in an instant, he formed an impenetrable barrier around himself, just in time. The sudden force of the barrier severed Ashburn's arm at the wrist, cutting off his momentum before he could fully tear Doom's spine free. Boom! The impact was apocalyptic. The sheer force of the clash shook the entire world, triggering earthquakes felt across continents. The sky cracked, the air shattered, and the battlefield distorted under the pressure of their battle. Doom was sent rocketing backward, his body engulfed in burns. But that wasn't all. Above them, the dark clouds churned, and then the sky burned. High above, a figure floated, radiating unimaginable power. Storm had fused, not just with Rogue, but also with the Human Torch. She hovered over the battlefield, untouchable, her very presence warping the sky itself. Above her, the storm clouds churned, but this wasn't natural lightning. The flashes within the storm weren't blue. They were burning red. Enough. Doom's roar shook the battlefield as his body regenerated, the surrounding darkness knitting his injuries back together at an alarming rate. But just as he opened his mouth to draw breath, Ashburn's dagger struck. The blade buried itself deep into his throat, cutting off his words before. Boom! The dagger exploded, sending Doom staggering backward in a violent blast of shadow and fire. Before he could recover, Ashburn was already behind him. In an instant, Ashburn's arms locked around Doom's waist, and then, suplex. Doom's head and spine crashed into the ground with a devastating shockwave, but before the impact even settled, the sky answered. A bolt of red lightning, burning hotter than the sun, came crashing down. Doom had no time to react. Boom! The earth ruptured, the air itself ignited, the heat so intense it cooked both of them on impact. But Doom took the brunt of the damage. Ashburn, though burned and battered, was already moving. Fighting through the agony of his shattered bones, he forced himself up. I can't wait to be able to heal using the darkness like you. But let's worry about killing you first. Ashburn smirked despite the pain, his body barely holding together from the overwhelming damage. He glanced to the side. Charles, your turn. Just as a shadow blade shot at Ashburn's throat, a heat beat away from hitting him, it froze. Doom's pupils shrank. His body locked up, realization hitting him too late. His mental defenses had dropped, and in that instant, Charles had slipped into his mind. And worse, the tech protecting his thoughts. Destroyed by the lightning. Game over, kill him. Ashburn's voice was calm, final. And with that, he collapsed backward, finally allowing himself to rest. The battlefield shifted. The moment his domain faded, Doom's domain vanished with it. And in the very next second, Susan moved. There was no warning, no time for Doom to process what was happening. Pop! Doom's head burst like a balloon. But who said the battle was over? Ashburn barely had time to breathe, his body screaming in pain, his HP hanging on by a thread at 1000. But rest wasn't an option. The moment Doom fell, the sky above them darkened as more powerful beings arrived. The Eternals, the Inhumans, every remaining superpowered entity on Earth that had sensed the battle, had arrived, their eyes streaming with hunger smelling Ashburn blood. Food. It was soft, barely audible. But the moment Black Bolt spoke, the world shattered. The mere murmur of his voice detonated the air itself, an invisible force ripping through the battlefield, obliterating everything in its path. The sheer pressure alone sent tremors through the ground, tearing the ruined city apart. Ashburn barely had time to react before the blast wave hit, but Susan was faster. A barrier snapped into place around him, shielding him just as the shockwave tore through everything else. For a moment, he didn't move. He simply sat there, staring up at the beings floating in the sky, his mind processing their arrival. Then, with a deep sigh, he slowly pushed himself up. Other than Doom, his voice was calm, unbothered, as he dusted himself off. Who on earth can challenge me? No one answered, because with a single thought from Susan, all of their heads exploded. Arise. Ashburn's voice was barely above a whisper, but the command carried through the battlefield like a force of nature. Doom, the Eternals, the Inhumans, and every fallen powerhouse rose once more. Shadows coiled around them, binding them in eternal servitude. One by one, they fell to their knees. Each of them was now his. But something felt off. Doom, who had just been a god-tier threat, now had the presence of a normal human. Ashburn frowned, confused. The only reason the system gave for this reason. He is Doom. Ashburn stared blankly at the message for a long moment before deciding he didn't have the energy to question it. He could barely keep himself standing, his body still racked with pain. But before he could even process the damage, his injuries vanished. His breath steadied, his strength returned in full. And then, the system screen flooded his vision. Congratulations. You have killed the X-Men, the Inhumans, the Eternals, Dr. Doom, and Doctor Strange. You have gained 40 levels. Plus 3,000 to all stats. Plus 9,000 free stat points. Congratulations on completing a mission. Full-scale threat detected. You've gained the full attention of the X-Men, and even Doctor Strange. Objective. Kill them all and show the might of the Shadow Monarch. Reward. Your life since you had no means of escape. 2 titles Shadow Preservation v3. Gained 2 new titles. Touch the Void. You have brushed against the Void, and the Void has taken notice of you. What happens when something that exists beyond comprehension realizes that someone, someday, might conquer it? Buff. X2 to all stats, Shadow and Darkness affinity boosted. Weak point attacker. You exploited a weakness that few would have noticed. You faced Doctor Strange when he was at his most vulnerable, a being of righteous magic turned into something unnatural. His very existence as a zombie weakened him, and you took full advantage. Buff. Supreme critical attack. New ability gained. Supreme critical attack. When you or any of your shadows strike a weak point, the damage dealt is multiplied by 10. Attacks have a 15% chance of paralyzing or stunning the target. If the attack kills the target, you gain a temporary 10% boost to all stats. Shadow Preservation v3. You can now not only sense through your shadows and use your skills through them. Skills used through shadows will be weakened but still effective. 19 comments 0 vote. Chapter 21. Milestone Rewards. Level 55 gained Dragon's Fear. Level 60 gained Weapon Overlord. Level 65 gained Detoxification. Level 70 gained Tenacity. Major growth achieved. Congratulations. You are now 3/4 of the way to level 100. Plus 10,000 to all stats. Level 50 gear evolved to level 75 gear. Shadow Monarch has grown stronger, current strength unknown. Shadow soldiers are now 5x stronger even without skills or buffs. In total, they are now 250 times stronger than when they were alive. More milestone rewards. Level 80 gained Longevity. Level 85 gained Shadow Fusing V2. Level 90 gained Shadow Mood and Shadow Enhancement. New title earned, Triumphant over Adversity. Buff. Your stats increase proportionally to missing health. For every 1% HP missing, you gain a 1% increase in all stats. Nice, but damn, am I tired. Still, I can't rest now. Ashburn muttered, rolling his shoulders. Ever since he arrived in this world, he slept a few times. It wasn't that he didn't want to get more sleep. It was that he didn't need to. For a long time, he had not pushed his body as hard as he did today. Secondly, leveling up had fundamentally changed his body. His existence had evolved, making things like exhaustion, hunger, and even basic human needs more manageable, if not outright optional. For the first few days, fruit alone had been enough. He could go longer without food, yet when he did eat, he required more to feel full. His body had adapted, becoming something more. Even now, despite his exhaustion, he knew rest would have to wait. Ashburn exhaled, then turned toward his forces. Reed, I need you and every genius we've gathered to work together, he commanded. Cersei, I want you assisting them, not just in recreating Captain America's shield, but also in creating Mysterium. Unlike the MCU, where Captain America's shield was simply made of vibranium, the comics told a different story. The shield was one of a kind. A unique alloy of Wakandan vibranium and iron, known as proto-adamantium, a metal that had never been duplicated. Its atomic structure was so incomprehensible that even Molecule Man, a being capable of manipulating matter at a molecular level, once admitted that while Thor's Mjolnir and the Silver Surfer's board were bound together by strange cosmic forces, the shield was even stranger. It was, by all accounts, stronger than anything else in the universe. Reed frowned, arms crossed as he processed Ashburn's request. What is Mysterium? He finally asked, confusion evident. Ashburn didn't hesitate. It's a metal found in the white-hot room, but I have no interest in stepping into the home of the Phoenix Force, he said flatly. Instead, you'll replicate it here. Use PIM particles. They work by refining the size-defining properties of carbons for use in the human body. Carbons are the key to forming Mysterium. Find a way to synthesize them. He wasn't surprised he could recall this information so clearly. His mind was evolving, his intelligence skyrocketing beyond human limitations. Although Ashburn had never been a huge Marvel fan, he had gone through a phase, like everyone else, when Iron Man's new armor was the talk of the world. He had spent hours looking into its capabilities, researching the materials that made it so advanced. That's how he had first learned about Mysterium. He had forgotten about it over the years, but now, with his high intelligence stat, recalling information was as effortless as if he had just read it a second ago. Reed's analytical mind was already working, but he still had questions. What are carbons? To which Ashburn sighed, recalling the information he had read about it. Carbons are primordial elemental particles that give matter its size, mass, and density, essentially the building blocks of all physical matter, right alongside leptons, electrons, and protons, Ashburn explained casually. They exist naturally in cosmic radiation, alongside gamma rays and X-rays. By condensing carbons into a solid state, you can create the so-called mutant metal, Mysterium. He paused before adding the most important detail. Mysterium is highly conductive, not just of electricity, but also magic. It's 100% pure. Reed's eyes widened. This wasn't just some exotic metal. This was something that could revolutionize science and magic. A material that was both indestructible and infinitely conductive. I want something like the bleeding edge armor but made entirely from Mysterium, proto-adamantium, and vibranium. Have fun with it. If you can make something more overpowered, then do it. In fact, I want all of my shadows equipped with it. Ashburn's voice was calm, but there was no room for negotiation. This needs to be done as soon as possible. Something tells me we'll be facing more trouble soon. His eyes swept over his gathered forces. Everyone else, slaughter every last zombie in New York. Once the city is cleared, spread out and purge the rest of the world. I gave you all my power to use shadow extraction. The shadows nodded, disappearing into the darkness without hesitation. Then, a thought struck him. By the way, is there a sentry here? Ashbourne with a frown. Sentry, the man who could go toe-to-toe with World-Breaker Hulk and fight him to a standstill. A being whose power rivaled God's, and worse, whose alter ego, the Void, and if Molecule Man was still around. Ashbourne was going to make sure that guy was the first to die. I can't find them, Charles said, his voice tight with concentration. Ashbourne frowned, his mind raced before settling on Cersei. Among the Eternals, she was perhaps the most broken one, especially if the movie was anything to go by. Cersei, come here, Ashbourne called. She approached, her expression unreadable. I want to channel my power through you, he explained. Take my ability to control shadows and try to rearrange them, reshape them, into a living creature. She nodded. A moment later, she extended her hands, her cosmic energy weaving into his. Darkness. The shadow at her feet twisted and contorted, and slowly, something monstrous began to take shape. System alert. Since the host has created a life form from his shadow, no skill was created. Instead, the Shadow Monarch job class has grown stronger. Current shadow strength. 500 times more capable than when they were alive. Keep up the good work. 22 comments 0 vote. Chapter 22. I thought I'd get a new skill from that, but whatever, Ashbourne muttered, shaking his head. I'm going to rest. Call me if anything happens. With that, he used ruler's authority to lift himself into the air, flying toward the Baxter building. Landing smoothly, he entered one of the clean, unused rooms, collapsing onto the bed. But before allowing himself to drift off, he went through his rewards. Dragon Fear, a debuff skill. Dragon's Fear allows the user to release a mana-infused roar from their very soul, forcing anyone weaker than them into a state of intense despair and panic. I wonder if I can infuse my shadow power into the shout. Ashbourne thought, already considering ways to enhance the skill. Weapon Overlord, you're now a master of all weapons. Simply holding a weapon grants you instant knowledge of its ins and outs, how to wield it, how to maximize its efficiency, and even how to create new techniques. Any weapon-related skills you create can be improved over time through use. They start out as basic techniques, but as you use them, they can reach absolute perfection. Bonus. Gain a 5x stat boost when wielding a weapon. This is huge, Ashbourne thought, his mind already racing. I need to start creating techniques as soon as possible, though they'll be trash at first if I keep using them, they'll evolve. His eyes narrowed. I wonder if I can create a cloning technique. That would allow him to train multiple skills at once, a massive advantage. I'll look into it when I wake up. Detoxification, immune to all diseases, poisons, and harmful status effects. Any toxins entering your system are immediately neutralized. HP regeneration is 2x faster than normal and 10x faster while sleeping. Tenacity, when HP drops below 50% in battle, any further damage is reduced by 50%. Longevity, you no longer age naturally. Your biological age remains locked unless you manually alter it. You retain youth and vitality indefinitely. Completely immune to the effects of time. Shadow fusing V2 can now fuse up to 5 shadows permanently. No cooldown. Once fused, they remain that way forever. Fused shadows cannot be unfused. A fused shadow cannot be fused again, meaning the 5 chosen shadows determine its final form. Shadow mood, fuse with your own shadow, becoming one with darkness. X10 boost to all stats while active. Cost 10,000 megapixels per second. Shadow enhancement, infuse shadows into your abilities, evolving skills into stronger versions. Unlock shadow abilities. If an ability successfully evolves into a shadow ability, it will now cost 0 megapixels to use. Beautiful. Ashbourne grinned, his mind swirling with possibilities. Tomorrow, he was going to create as many abilities as possible. With that final thought, he closed his eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. On Earth, it was a bloodbath. The zombies never stood a chance. Ashbourne's shadows spread across the world, moving with inhuman speed, using shadow extraction to raise every fallen zombie into his ever-growing undead army. The entire planet was cleared within seconds. Of course, not all of them went down easily. Deadpool, for example, was a problem. His mutant healing factor allowed him to regenerate even from ashes. The shadows had to disable his mutation first, stripping him of his immortality, before killing him for good. And he wasn't the only one. Brother, Vulcan whispered, his voice laced with disbelief as Cyclops approached. But something was wrong. Cyclops wasn't alive. His body radiated darkness, his optic blasts glowing with eerie intensity. Vulcan instinctively raised his hands, his Omega-level mutant powers reaching out, seeking to manipulate the very energy that now composed Cyclops' form. He was seconds away from taking control when his body stiffened. His mind went blank. And then, darkness. Charles stood nearby, his eyes glowing faintly as he shut down Vulcan's mind before he could even process what had happened. In an instant, one of the most dangerous energy manipulators in existence collapsed to the ground, unconscious. And just like that, he was killed. A moment later, his body stirred. With darkness surging through him, Vulcan rose again, no longer as himself, but as one of Ashbourne's shadow soldiers. Susan, what is this? A young man asked, his eyes narrowing as he examined the force field trapping him. His confusion deepened as he turned to Susan, who stood just beyond the barrier. She looked different, darker, a shadow of herself, but that wasn't what confused him most. Why are you doing this? He pressed. He wasn't alone. 4 others were trapped alongside him. Among them was Eva Bell, also known as Tempest, a mutant with the ability to manipulate time itself. She could slow it down, speed it up, and even reverse it. Her powers were so formidable that even Doctor Strange himself had once acknowledged them, claiming that her control over time was unmatched. And yet, here she was, trapped, helpless as Susan's barrier even blocked her powers. The third was Hope Summers. Her powers, simple, yet terrifyingly powerful. Hope's primary ability allowed her to copy the powers of any nearby mutant. Unlike others with similar abilities, such as Rogue, she didn't need physical contact. There were no side effects for the original power user. She could instantly wield the abilities she copied, with no need for training, no need to even see them in action. And the scariest part, she didn't just copy powers, she used them at their fullest potential. It didn't matter if the original wielder had spent decades training or had zero control over their ability, when Hope copied it, she mastered it instantly. There was no known limit to how many powers she could hold at once, but using too many at the same time took a toll on her. If she pushed herself too far, the abilities would fade over time, distance and usage playing a role in how long she could maintain them. But that wasn't all. Hope could strip mutants of their powers, restore them, stabilize unstable mutations, and even amplify abilities. Yet, despite all of this, before Susan, she was powerless. Her abilities were useless against non-mutants. The fourth was Joshua Foley, known by his mutant name, Elixir. His power, absolute control over biology. Elixir could manipulate his own body and any living organism down to the genetic level. With a mere touch, he could reshape flesh, mend broken bones, and even restore lost limbs. Healing was only one side of his ability. At his peak, Elixir could perform instant regeneration, heal minds, reverse mutations, and even bring the dead back to life. But just as he could heal, he could also destroy. He could inflict disease, accelerate cellular decay, and shut down organs with a single touch. Life and death, both rested at his fingertips. And yet, despite all of this power, before Susan, he was nothing. The fifth was Fabio Medina, known as Egg. His mutant ability, producing gold balls. From any part of his body, spheres of solid gold would pop out, varying in size, bouncing aimlessly, and emitting an obnoxious "poink" whenever they hit something. These 5 weren't just mutants, they were the foundation of mutant resurrection. Together, they formed the backbone of the X-Men's greatest secret, the 5. A systematic loop of rebirth. With Fabio's eggs acting as the base, Proteus energy giving them viability, Elixir's healing accelerating cellular growth, Tempest time manipulation rapidly developing them, and Hope's power synergy ensuring their abilities worked at peak efficiency, they could recreate any mutant body from preserved DNA. Then, with Charles Xavier's cerebro, their minds and memories were restored, a process that outright defied death itself. 12 comments 0 vote. Chapter 23. Sorry, but you're all better off as shadows, Susan said calmly, raising a hand. Kevin, we need you to handle the stronger reality warpers still roaming the Earth. With a flick of her wrist, they floated into the sky, each one encased in its own impenetrable force bubble. They struggled, desperately trying to use their powers, but it was useless. Susan's control, amplified by the very energy of the Celestials, left them completely powerless. To those who are confused, let me copy and paste something from the wiki. The Invisible Woman received her powers when cosmic rays bombarded her body. Mr. Fantastic theorizes that Sue Storm's powers are vibrational energy from the higher dimension of hyperspace, home of the Celestials. To me, that explains how she was able to shield herself from the Celestials and also Galactus, and even harm a Celestial. Although her human body greatly limits how much power she can hold. Hope was the first to fall. Without hesitation, Susan crushed her body, snuffing her out in an instant. A moment later, she brought her back as a shadow. Then, without pause, she commanded Hope to strip the others of their abilities. At 500 times her original strength, Hope's depowering ability was absolute. Tempest, Elixir, Egg, Kevin, all of them lost their mutant abilities. No more time manipulation, no more biological mastery, no more energy control, just 4 powerless humans. Kevin didn't have a physical body, only the one he had taken over. He was unique among reality warpers, but weak in the sense that he needed to focus on his target to maintain control. The moment he was distracted, his changes would unravel. And yes, Susan's barriers blocked even his attempts to warp reality. Before anything else, Hope used her own reality warping ability to turn Kevin's energy-like form into a true physical body. From there, one by one, they were all killed and immediately brought back as shadows. "Let's go kill the other reality warpers," Susan said calmly. With Franklin dead, no true reality warper remained to pose a real threat, not with Kevin now vastly stronger and Hope wielding every mutant ability at once. She was, for all intents and purposes, a god. And the more mutants she encountered, the stronger she became. So, mutants dropped. Exodus, Apocalypse, Kid Omega, Mr. M, the list went on. Even those hidden beneath the ocean, like Namor, had fallen. Now, they too stood among the shadows. In just one day, every zombie on Earth was dead. Not a single one remained. However, Ashbourne didn't have enough MP to turn them all into shadows at once. While shadow extraction no longer cost him MP when he used it himself, his shadow soldiers still relied on his MP to perform the skill. So, they had no choice but to wait for him to wake up. So, one could imagine Ashbourne's shock when he finally opened his eyes, only to see that he had reached level 100. Congratulations on reaching a milestone. Level 95, level 75 gear has evolved into Shadow Monarch gear. Congratulations on reaching the max level. At level 100, the host was set to receive the full power of the Monarch. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, the system is uncertain what to grant the host, searching for an appropriate reward. The host's strength has reached unprecedented heights in just 11 days and 8 hours. Although the host can no longer level up through the system reward to the host will be that the system will remain active, continuing to provide new abilities, titles, and missions to ensure further growth. Congratulations on completing the mission, New York City. Objective: eliminate all zombies in New York. Time limit: 6 months. Reward: +5 levels +10 to all stats, a skill. Punishment: remain trapped in this universe until all zombies are eradicated. Assessing the host's current strength, initial rewards are deemed insufficient. Adjusting: updated rewards, +100,000 to all stats. New skill: Gate. Gate grants the ability to open a portal to a different universe. This skill can only be activated once every 10 years and requires a 1-hour charge time. New title: Ruler of Earth. You have eradicated all zombies on Earth, leaving only yourself and your shadows to claim this planet as your domain. You are now Earth's undisputed ruler. Buff: ×100 to all stats while on Earth. You guys worked hard, Ashbourne muttered as he sensed the vast army of shadows now under his control. With Earth as his domain, his power had increased exponentially. The MP loss from using shadow extraction was now barely a concern, allowing his shadows to revive the billions of corpses worldwide without issue. While they worked, Ashbourne turned his attention to refining his skills. He began testing his various abilities, infusing each one with the essence of shadow, pushing their potential even further. Status screen: Name: Ashbourne Blackheart. Race: Human. Age: 12 days and 5 hours old. Level: 100. Titles: Undead Slayer, Impossible Killer, Touch the Void, Weak Point Attacker, Triumphant over Adversity. Stats: HP: 7,120,000,000 7,120,000,000. MP: 7,104,000,000 7,104,000,000. HP region: 237,200,000 per minute. MP region: 470,800,000 per minute. Attributes: Power: 237,600,000, 100 times weaker off Earth. Speed, 237,440,000, 100 times weaker off Earth. Durability, 237,200,000, 100 times weaker off Earth. Intelligence, 236,400,000, 100 times weaker off Earth. Charm, 234,400,000, 100 times weaker off Earth. Class and skills. Job class, Shadow Monarch. Skills, Monarch Stealth, Shadow Step, Shadow Inventory, Shadow Monarch Bloodlust, Sachdao Critical Attack, Shadow Dagger Throw, Monarch Sense, Monarch's Will to Recover, Shadow Mana Manipulation, Ruler's Authority. Unwilling Umbrakinesis, Monarch Supreme Critical Attack, Shadow Dragon's Fear, Weapon Overlord, Detoxification, Tenacity, Longevity, Shadow Mood, Shadow Enhancement. Job-specific skills. Shadow Extraction, Shadow Preservation, V3, Shadow Exchange, Monarch's Domain, Shadow Fusing, V2. My lord, we found life on Mars, Storm reported as she floated over to Ashbourne, who was jotting down notes on paper. 27 comments, 0 vote. Pissed. Download the app for additional rewards. More events, more perks. Winning you more free perks. Download now. Itachi 1010. Download app now. Chapter 24. My lord, we found life on Mars, Storm reported as she floated over to Ashbourne, who was jotting down notes on paper. He was focused on pushing Weapon Overlord to its limits, brainstorming possible skills he could create. Almost anything was possible, it just had to be a weapon-based technique. Oh, what do you mean by life? Ashbourne asked, not looking up. Charles has been searching for Magneto for a while now. With the increase in his power, even with the changes Magneto made to Earth to prevent Charles from covering the entire planet, Charles's current strength allowed him to easily bypass them and extend his reach across the entire solar system, Storm explained. Ashbourne's pen stilled, his eyes narrowing slightly as he realized what she was getting at. They're not zombies? Ashbourne asked, raising an eyebrow. Storm nodded. Magneto, Emma Frost, and a few others managed to avoid being turned. They call Mars their home now. Ashbourne stood up, eager to finally see living people after so long, but after a brief pause, he decided there was something he needed to do first. 12 days without a shower had left him feeling grimy. His gear kept him from smelling bad, but that didn't change the fact that he was covered in dirt, blood, and whatever else had accumulated during his battles. So, before anything else, he had one of the reality warpers create a proper shower. Under the steaming water, Ashbourne washed away the past 12 days, and for the first time since arriving in this world, he took a moment to really look at himself. Oh, I look a lot like Sung Jinwoo, Ashbourne muttered, studying his reflection. His features were hard to pin down, he didn't look Korean, or like any particular race at all. It was as if he had transcended human limitations, his appearance shaped by the sheer power of his charm stat. After a moment of observation, he moved on, changing into his new gear, Shadow Monarch gear. The armor looked as if it were woven from shadows themselves, shifting and flowing like a living entity wrapped around him. The dark cloak draped over his shoulders gave the impression that the abyss itself had embraced him. But with a thought, the effect faded, revealing the true form of the gear, an intricate combination of white, silver, gray, and gold. His weapon was just as impressive. The ever-changing blade remained dormant in its default form, a sleek golden hilt, while the rest of it shimmered between silver and gray, waiting to take shape at his command. With the darkness effect active, the weapon radiated an ominous aura, shadows seeping off the blade like ethereal steam. Let's go, Ashbourne said, his voice calm yet resolute. In an instant, he teleported, reappearing on Mars within the small, habitable zone that had been altered to sustain life. Before him stood the last remnants of humanity, only a few hundred people, survivors who had managed to escape the zombie plague. The magnetic field surrounding Mars had also been altered, forming an impenetrable barrier that prevented outside forces from easily sensing or entering the area. Magneto hovered above, his expression darkening as he took in the sight before him. His instincts screamed danger, and for good reason. Below him stood Charles Xavier and Susan Storm, but it was the man between them who held his full attention. Clad in armor that seemed to drink in the light, exuding an overwhelming presence, this stranger was something else entirely. What's the meaning of this? Magneto's voice was sharp, laced with suspicion. He had seen too much destruction and lost too many people to trust easily. But then, the armored figure before he reached up, removed his helmet, and revealed a face that even the gods would envy. Relax, the man said with a faint smile. His voice was deep, a charming deep manly voice that made him unwilling to hear his own voice out of shame. Name's Ashbourne, but you can call me Ash. I found myself in your world and decided to deal with the zombie problem. Cleared them all out and turned them into my shadows. He glanced at the barren land around them before continuing. Earth should be free of the undead now. That said, I don't know if the thing that started this mess is still lurking somewhere. His words were casual, almost indifferent, but the weight behind them was impossible to ignore. Magneto could sense it. This was no ordinary man. Thank you, Magneto. No, Eric stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. The people behind him were no different. A stunned silence hung over the gathered survivors, their wide eyes locked onto Ashbourne. Not a single one of them questioned him, didn't even hesitate to believe his words. Ashbourne let out a quiet hum, slipping his helmet back on. That was all he needed to see. His charm stat was absurdly effective, borderline mind control, really. A useful tool, but one he'd have to be mindful of. You're free to return to Earth if you'd like, Ashbourne said calmly. I just wanted to check in, it's been a while since I've seen another human. But I should be heading back. I plan to take the fight beyond Earth and wipe out the remaining zombies across the universe. He had expected to feel something more upon meeting other survivors, but now that he was here, he found himself disappointed. There was nothing special about this moment. With a snap of his fingers, his shadow stirred, rising from the ground to form a swirling portal. Without hesitation, he stepped through, disappearing into the darkness. Susan followed without a word, while Charles lingered for a moment, meeting Magneto's gaze. He had once considered Eric his greatest rival, his opposite in ideology. But after everything that had happened, that rivalry felt meaningless now. Is that you, Charles? Eric asked, his voice laced with disbelief. It was hard to accept that the man before him, a shadow of his former self, was still the Charles Xavier he once knew. Of course it is, Charles replied with a gentle smile. Though I have risen again as a shadow under my Lord's command, I am still myself. My mind, my will, they remain unchanged. That's hard to believe, Eric admitted, studying him carefully. It's the truth, Charles assured him. Come back to Earth. We won't be staying for long, there are still countless zombies out there waiting to be wiped out. He gestured toward the swirling portal. Eric hesitated for only a moment before reaching out with his senses. The magnetic waves of Earth pulsed on the other side, familiar and strong. Trusting his instincts, he stepped forward and emerged in Wakanda, where shadows moved tirelessly, rebuilding the fallen nations. The vibranium mines of Wakanda were gone, stripped bare by the shadows who tirelessly worked to repurpose Earth's resources. Even materials Ashbourne had never known existed had been gathered and put to use, as the shadows had a will of their own, seeking out anything of value. Wakanda will serve as our base, Charles said, placing a reassuring hand on Eric's shoulder. The rest of the world is yours to rebuild as you see fit. I wish you the best, old friend. With those parting words, Charles turned and walked away, making his way back to Ashbourne's side, leaving Eric to decide his own path in this new world. 20 comments 0 vote. Chapter 25. Ashbourne stood behind a reinforced glass wall, observing the concentrated energy beams striking the newly forged proto-adamantium. The process was meticulous, a testament to how far they had come. While he had been asleep, not only had they successfully recreated proto-adamantium, but they had also managed to synthesize mysterium. With individuals capable of manipulating matter at a fundamental level, Reed had been able to complete his work at a remarkable pace. It's an odd thing, Ashbourne murmured, turning the small chunk of mysterium in his hands. His new gear already granted him an astonishing hundredfold increase to all his stats, but mysterium was different. When he channeled his power through it, the effect wasn't just doubled or quintupled, it was amplified. Dozens of times beyond what should have been possible. His current armor remained superior, but only due to the bonus granted by wearing the full set. That left Ashbourne wondering, could he integrate mysterium into his armor to push his power even further? And if so, could he also forge it into weapons and armor for his entire army, ensuring they, too, reached new heights of strength? New mission. Shadow Monarch's ore. Objective. Take proto-adamantium and mysterium and fuse them with the power of the Shadow Monarch to create Shadow Monarch's ore. Reward. Army Soldier's Armor Set, Shadow Monarch Gear Evolution. Triggered a chain quest. The Void. New mission. Conquer Asgard. Objective. Go to Asgard, slaughter all the zombies, and take Asgard as your own. Note: Asgard exists in a different dimension. Reward: Shadow Monarch gains a new ability. Punishment: Devoured by the Void. Time limit: 3 days. New mission: Gore the God Butcher. Objective: Kill the evolved God Butcher within the given time. Reward: 3x 100% shadow extraction chances. Punishment: Devoured by the Void. Time limit: 3 days. New mission: He has awakened. Objective: Survive or kill the Eldritch God of Darkness. Reward: Depends on success. Punishment: Devoured by the Void. Time limit: 3 days. New mission: The Void's Will. Objective: Survive the Void's attempt to devour you. Reward: Depends on success. Punishment: Devoured by the Void. Time limit. Ashbourne exhaled sharply, forcing himself to stay calm as he pieced together the system's intent. Alright, the system is warning me about something big. Gore is coming for me, the system is telling me that Asgard is my best bet to grow stronger. After Gore, Null will probably come next. And once Null is killed, the Void itself will make its move. The first goal, conquering Asgard, seemed nearly impossible. Odin was beyond anything Ashbourne could hope to fight right now. This was the man who had once battled Galactus and, despite losing in the end, had still managed to knock him out for a moment. That alone was enough to terrify Ashbourne. Wait, I can just fuse them, he realized. His mind immediately went to the possibilities. Who should I fuse? He really wanted to kill Magneto and fuse Charles with him, that would be a broken combination. But for now, he had to work with what he already had. Odin's main power comes from the Odin Force, so if I put those who can absorb energy on the front lines, I might be able to weaken him. That was a solid strategy. But another thought hit him: my shadows need to train to fully master their power. He needed his army to refine their skills, master them, push past their limits, and evolve. If Rogue could fully master her power, she wouldn't even need to touch her target to drain them. At that level, she could steal Odin of the Odin Force before he even had a chance to react, Ashbourne thought, his mind racing. I'll fuse Rogue with Hope, but I need 3 more to complete the fusion. Storm will be fused with the Human Torch and Torch, but I still need 2 more. No, that one can wait. I want Storm to fuse with Thor as well. So, I should pair her with others who control the weather, Zeus, for sure, Thor, Zeus, and who else? His thoughts shifted to another fusion. Torch, the Human Torch, Searcher, I need a 4th and a 5th. They have to connect in some way. His gaze slowly shifted toward Susan. Give me a list of all ability users and their powers. I need to start fusing those who complement each other, like Rogue and Hope. What's coming is beyond anything we've faced, and we need to be ready, Ashbourne said. Susan nodded seriously and turned to leave, heading off to speak with Charles. It didn't take long for Ashbourne to receive the list, and he immediately began sorting through it. After careful consideration, he proceeded with the first fusion, combining Torch, Pyro, and the Human Torch. The result was a new entity Ashbourne named the Human Phoenix. With flames that could heal in a body composed entirely of fire, they were effectively immortal. Next was Charles, who was fused with Kid Omega, Cassandra Nova Xavier, Goblin Queen, and Tildy Soames. Each of these 5 possessed formidable telepathic abilities. While Charles was widely regarded as the strongest telepath, many believed Jean Grey held that title. Kid Omega, however, was said to have the greatest potential of them all, surpassing both Charles and Jean in raw telepathic power. It was even foretold that, in the future, he could become the most powerful host the Phoenix Force had ever known. Cassandra Nova was Charles's twin, and at times, she had demonstrated telepathic abilities strong enough to overpower both him and Jean Grey. However, her powers extended beyond telepathy. One of her most terrifying abilities was DNA duplication, allowing her to copy the DNA of sentient beings and construct physical bodies for herself. Additionally, she had access to the full spectrum of latent mutant abilities hidden within one's genome, making her an unpredictable and dangerous force. Then there was the Goblin Queen, better known as Madeline Pryor, a clone of Jean Grey. While she lacked the full strength of the original, she was still an incredibly powerful telepath with access to dark sorcery, making her a formidable addition to the fusion. Lastly, Tildy Soames, not well known, but incredibly unique. She was a telepath with the rare ability to manifest her dreams into reality. Originally, Hope had depowered her, but now that she was a shadow, Hope had returned her abilities, restoring her full potential. The power to bring dreams to life was something even Charles Xavier couldn't accomplish, making her an invaluable addition to the fusion. As for how strong the combined entity was, Ashbourne had no idea yet. But seeing the final result, an enormous shadow with an oversized head, he decided to name it Megamind. Ashbourne spent hours orchestrating fusions, optimizing his army for the battles ahead. Rogue and Hope became Power, a fusion of unlimited potential. The Thing, Colossus, and the Juggernaut combined into Tank, an unstoppable force of pure durability. And so it continued, as he carefully crafted warriors suited for the coming war. Ashbourne even used one of his 100% shadow extraction chances to bring Franklin Richards back as a shadow. Although Franklin was heavily weakened, he was still shockingly powerful, strong enough to hold his own against most of Ashbourne's shadows, even the fused ones. However, Franklin wasn't revived to be fused with anyone. Instead, he was brought back to work alongside Reed Richards, helping to accelerate their research and production. Meanwhile, Ashbourne was placed inside an illusion created by Megamind, where he could train and rapidly develop new skills using Weapon Overlord. Until now, he had never considered the shadows as weapon, but once he did, something unexpected happened. Weapon Overlord evolved into Shadow Weapon Overlord, pushing his potential even further. 20 comments 0 vote. Chapter 26. Now, Ashbourne had an arsenal of defensive, supportive, and attack-based skills, honed and perfected within his illusionary training. "My lord, it's finished," Reed announced, handing Ashbourne his newly forged creation, an ore fused from both proto-adamantium and mysterium. To Ashbourne, months had passed in training, but to the outside world, only a few seconds had elapsed. "Amazing," Ashbourne muttered, channeling his power into the ore. The moment his energy coursed through it, the output of his power increased by heights his current armor couldn't hope of matching. Without hesitation, he continued pouring his energy into the metal, refining it further. Hours passed, and under the immense infusion of his shadow energy, the once pure silver ore began to morph and transform, taking on an entirely new, never-before-seen form, a material that had never existed in any world before. Mission completed. Shadow Monarch's ore. Objective: take proto-adamantium and mysterium and fuse them with the power of the Shadow Monarch to create Shadow Monarch's ore. Reward: Army Soldier's Armor Set, Shadow Monarch Gear Evolution. With that notification, all of Ashbourne's shadows underwent a transformation. Their forms shifted, clad in newly forged armor that significantly boosted their power. The same was true for Ashbourne himself. His silver armor shimmered for a moment before darkening, shifting into a sleek black and purple set, radiating an aura of pure dominance. The transformation was complete. His new gear embodied the essence of the Shadow Monarch. "Such power," Ashbourne muttered, feeling the surge of raw strength coursing through his body. His new armor didn't just increase his power, it amplified it to heights so extreme that his body needed time to adjust. His stats had skyrocketed into the hundreds of billions, an astronomical leap that even he found staggering. He exhaled slowly, steadying himself as his body adapted to the sheer increase in strength. It wasn't just him, his shadows had evolved alongside him. Moments ago, they were 500 times stronger than when they were alive. Now, 500 million times stronger. The increase was insane. His new armor, combined with their enhanced gear, had pushed their capabilities to 50 million times their former strength. And with Ashbourne's newly gained mastery of darkness, courtesy of his training under Megamind's illusion, their abilities had multiplied tenfold. "Let's go." Ashbourne's voice was calm, yet absolute. He threw a glance toward his shadows, his eyes gleaming beneath his helm. With this power, he knew he was still far from facing the likes of Asgard. Even with the stats of a billion, destroying a planet was still a challenge for Ashbourne. Asterisk. Deep in the void of space, amidst the silence of the cosmos, a group of powerhouses drifted forward: Spider-Man, Jean Grey, Iron Man, Ant-Man, Luke Cage, Hulk, Wolverine, Gladiator, Galactus, Firelord, Thanos, and Thor. They had scoured the universe, devouring everything in their path, but now, they all paused. Before them, a portal of swirling darkness split reality open, and through it, a figure emerged. Cloaked in living shadows, standing atop a colossal dragon, the presence was imposing, absolute, and unreadable. Ant-Man narrowed his eyes. "Who are you?" The figure did not hesitate. His voice was calm, yet carried a weight that bent the cosmos itself. "I am Ashbourne, God of Darkness." With those words, the void itself seemed to move, and from beneath him, a sea of shadows surged forward, forming an unstoppable wave of monstrous power. Yet, Among them, only one shadow stepped forward, Energy Master, the fused entity of Vulcan, Alexander, and Gambit. A being of pure energy manipulation, crackling with power beyond mortal comprehension. "You're in a weakened state," Reed said with a smirk, his gaze locked on the most dangerous person present, Jean Grey. She had yet to fully succumb to the Dark Phoenix, but it was only a matter of time. "Galactus' power has been divided among you, which means the Galactus standing before us is nothing more than a starving husk, and the rest of you should be roughly at his level." The zombified heroes and titans were stunned. Reed, Iron Man's voice carried both shock and disbelief. It was impossible, Reed Richards had been among the first to fall. Yet, before any of them could react further, Megamind moved. A force of unparalleled mental might, he struck directly into Jean Grey's mind, challenging the Dark Phoenix head-on. The battle was instant, a war of wills fought in a realm beyond the physical. Jean had no choice. She had to divert all her focus to aiding the Dark Phoenix against Megamind. But even with cosmic power at her disposal, she was losing. A weakened Dark Phoenix was not enough to match the sheer mental force of Megamind. The tide of battle had shifted before it even began. Why was the Dark Phoenix weakened? How could something known by so many titles, the beginning and end of all creation, Alpha and Omega, the heart of all things, the sum and substance of all that lives, be losing? There was a pattern to these names. Life and death, the beginning and the end. A force that transcended all living things. Yet, here in this broken universe, where the concept of life and death no longer existed, the Phoenix Force had no foundation to draw upon. It was like a fire deprived of oxygen, flickering dimly in the void. With its power diminished, Megamind was able to completely suppress it, forcing Jean Grey into an unwinnable battle. But even if the Phoenix Force was not weakened thanks to the state of this universe, Megamind would have still won. That left Energy Master to face the rest of the zombified titans. At first, it seemed as if Energy Master was simply challenging the zombies, beckoning them to attack. But within seconds, they all felt it, their very energy was being drained from their bodies. Every ounce of cosmic power, kinetic force, and gamma energy they possessed ripped away as if obeying Energy Master's call. Realizing the danger, the zombies instinctively tried to move, but they couldn't. Even the kinetic energy needed to take a single step was gone, leaving them frozen in place. "My lord," Energy Master said, kneeling as the stolen energy gathered into a concentrated mass before him. With a nod, Ashbourne reached out, absorbing it all into his shadow. "Host has absorbed a large amount of gamma energy and power cosmic. Warning. This energy exceeds the host's current limits. 99% of the energy has been redirected to strengthen Shadow Monarch. The remaining 1% has been utilized to evolve the host. Host evolution initiated. The host has remained human for too long. To accommodate the power gained, evolution is necessary. New race. Half monarch, half human. Note. Due to reason, full monarch transformation is currently unavailable." Ashbourne stood still, feeling the changes unfold within him. His power surged, his stats multiplying many times over, but more than his own strength, his shadows had undergone an even greater transformation. He turned his gaze toward Franklin Richards, once a being whose very existence defied reality. Now, even as a shadow, Franklin was beginning to reclaim fragments of his full power. If Galactus had been at full power, Franklin would have regained 100% of his full strength. But that was a matter for another time. For now, Ashbourne turned his attention toward the Hulk. "Make him angry," Ashbourne ordered, his voice calm yet commanding. Without hesitation, Megamind split his focus, reaching into the depths of Hulk's mind. He suppressed Banner entirely, allowing Hulk's rage to explode unchecked. The angrier Hulk became, the stronger he grew, and the more gamma energy he accumulated. Energy Master stepped forward, his expression serious. With a single motion, he siphoned every ounce of Hulk's energy, draining it away before the Hulk could unleash his full strength. The raw energy surged toward Ashbourne, who absorbed it all into his shadow. Shadow Monarch job class has grown stronger. Ashbourne's power continued to expand, the system refining and evolving his abilities with each new surge of energy. The stronger his shadows became, the closer he edged toward something beyond mortality. Warning. The host has caught the attention of a powerful being. The host should stop or risk the destruction of this universe. 15 comments 0 vote. Chapter 27. Stop. Ashbourne didn't hesitate for even a second upon seeing the notification. A cold sweat ran down his back. He had already drawn the Oblivion's attention, and now it seemed something even greater was watching. He didn't want to push his luck and ended up facing the shadow of the creator of the Marvel Universe itself. Kill them all, we don't have time to waste. Leave Jean Grey and Galactus in a half-dead state. His voice was steady, but his unease was clear. Energy Master wasted no time. With a simple gesture, he drained the zombies of their life force, leaving behind nothing but bones. Ashbourne stepped forward, using shadow extraction, bringing forth a new legion of shadows from the remains of the fallen. Spider-Man, Iron Man, Ant-Man, Luke Cage, and Wolverine were the only ones Ashbourne chose to resurrect as shadows. With a simple command, shadow extraction was activated, and one by one, they rose once more, their forms now cloaked in darkness, kneeling silently before their new master. Ashbourne floated off the dragon, using ruler's authority to glide effortlessly toward Thor's lifeless body. He paused, eyes settling on Mjolnir, the legendary hammer resting beside its former wielder. For a moment, he simply stared at it before reaching out. Unlike the common misconception, one didn't need a pure heart to lift the hammer. Worthiness was not about morality, it was about power, about destruction, about the unyielding will to impose one's force upon the world. Ashbourne wrapped his fingers around Mjolnir's handle. To be worthy of the hammer is to break, to smash, to destroy, he muttered, gripping the weapon tightly. His voice was calm, yet it carried a weight that seemed to stir something deep within the ancient artifact. So tell me, hammer, will you join me in battle? For a moment, nothing happened. Then, Mjolnir shuddered in his grasp. A storm brewed above, dark clouds twisting unnaturally as crackling lightning illuminated the battlefield. I don't care for Thor's power, Ashbourne continued, his voice barely above a whisper, yet carried by the rising winds. I care for the god Tempest. The mother of all storms. The true force behind you. The hammer trembled violently now. Has it been fun? He asked, tilting his head. This rotten universe. Serving an owner who never even realized his true potential. A god who had to rely on you for the most basic of things. Mjolnir roared. The storm above exploded into chaos, lightning flashing wildly. You were once a storm greater than any galaxy known to man, Ashbourne continued, his voice unwavering as he gripped Mjolnir. So powerful that Odin himself had to seal you away. But look around you, this universe is dying. Soon, it will be devoid of all life, leaving you to rage in solitude. The hammer trembled violently in his grasp, bolts of electricity arcing off its surface, crackling with unrestrained fury. But that's a sad fate, isn't it? Ashbourne mused, his golden eyes locked onto the hammer. So why don't you follow me instead? With me, you'll never be caged again. As if in response, the comic storm clouds above erupted, a bolt of pure, divine lightning tearing through the sky and striking them both. The world shook. Susan gasped, instinctively raising her hands to form a force field around Ashbourne, but before she could act, Megamind raised a hand. Don't worry, he said calmly, watching the unfolding event. His voice carried certainty, even as the storm raged around them. This wasn't a rejection, it was a baptism. Sensing the host has picked up Mjolnir, unlocking both the power of Thor and the mother storm trapped within it, detecting a new ore, Uru. Absorbing the runes inscribed on the hammer, transmuting their enchantments into raw fuel for the host's power. Conversion complete. Congratulations, the host's power has reached its peak. The only path for the Shadow Monarch strength to grow further is through increased mastery of Umbrakinesis. The Mother Storm has been fully absorbed into the newly evolved Shadow Monarch's ore, now reforged with Uru. As a result, the host's armor has undergone an unprecedented transformation, granting an exponential increase in power. As the system's notification faded, Ashbourne exhaled slowly, feeling the raw, crackling power coursing through him. The very fabric of reality seemed to ripple under the pressure of his mere presence. His newly forged armor no longer just emanated darkness, it now held with an eternal storm, flickering between pure shadow and divine lightning. Mjolnir, once an artifact that decided the worth of its wielder, now was fused with his Shadow Monarch gear, strengthening not only him but both the Primordial Storm and his Shadow Soldiers to greater heights. The stronger I get, the stronger my Shadow Soldiers become, but at this rate, I'll never surpass my heavy hitters, Ashbourne thought, comparing his own strength to that of his most formidable shadows. Arise. His voice echoed through the void of space, a command that sent ripples across reality itself. Black lightning crackled violently, shooting from his body in chaotic arcs. The moment the energy surged forth, it struck the remains of the fallen zombies, Thor, Thanos, Gladiator, Firelord. Space itself twisted under the weight of the summoning. A massive shadow tornado erupted into the abyss, devouring the corpses in a swirling vortex of pure darkness. The pull of its energy was so immense that it bent the very fabric of space-time, distorting the surrounding area like a collapsing star. Then, in the midst of the storm, 4 towering figures emerged. Gladiator, his form wreathed in shadow, eyes blazing with unwavering supremacy. Firelord, his cosmic flames now a black inferno, seething with unnatural power. Thanos, exuding an even greater aura of inevitability, his very existence a paradox of death and rebirth. And finally, Thor, the god of thunder, his new form now infused with the very storm Ashbourne had claimed. They stepped forward in unison, their power crackling through the void, before falling to one knee. "Let's go to Asgard," Ashbourne commanded as his shadow shifted, forming a swirling portal. Without hesitation, he stepped through, emerging onto the golden realm of the gods. The moment he arrived, Odin was already there, waiting. Ashbourne expected this. The moment he absorbed the runes from Mjolnir, Odin would have sensed the shift. The All-Father stood tall, his one remaining eye burning with divine fury. He wasn't alone. Behind him, a sea of zombified Asgardians stretched across the horizon, warriors, gods, and legends, all twisted into grotesque mockeries of their former selves. Ashbourne barely spared them a glance. His attention was on Odin. "Franklin," he said, a faint smirk on his lips. "Let's see how much damage 1% of your power can do." At those words, Franklin shot forward, an unstoppable force against the decaying might of zombie Odin, a clash of cosmic power against divine wrath. "Charge!" Heimdall's voice roared through the battlefield, and the undead forces of Asgard surged forward. Ashbourne exhaled, then raised his hand, and brought it down. In an instant, the ground trembled as a shadow tsunami exploded forth, billions of shadow soldiers materializing at his command. The battlefield drowned in darkness as Asgard's forces were met with an overwhelming flood of shadows. 27 comments 0 vote. Chapter 28. Ashbourne exhaled, then raised his hand, and brought it down. In an instant, the ground trembled as a shadow tsunami exploded forth, billions of shadow soldiers materializing at his command. The battlefield drowned in darkness as Asgard's forces were met with an overwhelming flood of shadows. Boom! The very fabric of reality trembled as Odin and Franklin clashed, shaking the 9 realms to their core. The shockwaves of their battle tore through space, sending ripples across the multiverse itself. "He's stronger," Thor whispered, eyes wide in disbelief. "I expected as much," Ashbourne replied, watching the battlefield unfold. "A zombified Odin who doesn't need to sleep, that means an Odin operating at 100% at all times. Although it kind of make no sense since the Odin sleep is needed to replenish his powers." Odin, wielding the full might of the Odin force, was an unstoppable force. But Franklin, even in a weakened state, was no mere opponent. His unmatched reality-warping abilities allowed him to stand on equal ground with the All-Father. Their battle was beyond anything the 9 realms had ever witnessed. Every collision sent violent shockwaves across the cosmos, distorting space, shattering dimensions, and shaking even the most ancient planes of existence. Odin was anything but weak. This was a being who stood just short of the likes of Galactus. "They're evenly matched," Ashbourne observed with a grin, watching Franklin and Odin clash as equals. He couldn't help but wonder, just how powerful was a fully grown Franklin Richards. Even now, with only 1% of his true strength, Franklin was only 1% the strength of a Celestial's. Yet he was holding his own against Odin at full power. Ashbourne moved. In an instant, he vanished from sight and sense. His presence erased so thoroughly that not even the All-Father noticed. Only Heimdall, gifted with his unparalleled sight, sensed the danger. "All-Father, behind you!" Heimdall roared. Odin barely turned in time, just as Ashbourne's blade cut through his divine magic and into his skull. There was no resistance. Not even the might of the Odin force could stand against Ashbourne's weapon. His gear was too powerful. "I feared he might self-destruct or something," Ashbourne muttered, stabbing his palm into Odin's chest as he began to absorb the Odin force. Golden energy burst from Odin's body, flowing into Ashbourne's veins. His eyes flared with divine power, but within seconds, the glow darkened, shadows coiling off them like steam. Gained a new energy, born from the fusion of multiple divinities, creating a force beyond any single god. This energy has been converted into a form that best suits the host. Umbrakinesis has evolved into Shadow Monarch Force. As the power settled within him, Ashbourne could feel it, raw, limitless potential. He no longer needed ruler's authority to fly. Strength surged through him, his entire being elevated by the fusion of darkness and divinity. Though still weaker than Odin at his peak, Ashbourne now stood as a true powerhouse in his own right. The host has reached the peak of his physical capability. Further growth is now only possible through the mastery of his abilities, the evolution of his power, and the expansion of his shadow army. While temporary power boosts can be obtained, this is the host's baseline strength. Ashbourne exhaled sharply, irritation flickering across his face. So I can't just steal energy to grow stronger anymore. What a pain. Shaking his head, he turned his focus back to the battlefield. With a single motion of his hand, a surge of his newfound power ripped through Asgard, obliterating every remaining zombie in an instant. Arise! Ashbourne's voice echoed through Asgard, and for a moment, time itself seemed to freeze. Then, a wave of darkness erupted from Odin's fallen form, engulfing the battlefield. The shadows churned and twisted, and when they finally settled, a towering figure stood amidst the black mist. A newborn shadow, clad in regal armor, let out a roar so powerful it rippled across the entire multiverse. Without sigh, Ashbourne patted Odin's shoulders before he landed on the ground, before walking forward, his steps steady as he made his way toward Odin's throne room. Go, slaughter every zombie in your path and turn them into shadows. Ashbourne's voice was calm but carried an undeniable command. Find Loki as soon as possible and turn him into a shadow. Odin, Franklin, search the 9 realms and convert every zombie you encounter. Without hesitation, the shadows dispersed, their figures vanishing into the darkness, spreading across the realms like an unstoppable tide. Ashbourne exhaled, crossing his arms as he gazed toward the horizon. There was nothing more to do now but expand his army, and wait for Gore. Elsewhere in the 9 realms, on a distant, forsaken planet drenched in darkness, Gore the God Butcher convulsed violently, his screams muffled against the dead soil. The all-black Necrosword pulsed with raw, unfathomable energy, black tendrils slithering over his skin, digging into his flesh, reshaping his very being at a genetic level. I gift you my power. In return, bring me the new god. Ashbourne Blackheart. The voice echoed within the zombified Gore's mind, a sound so vast and deep it crushed all other thoughts. Gore's body seized violently. A scream tore from his throat, raw and unrelenting, as something ancient and unnatural slithered through his veins. I hold the genetic codes of billions across the multiverse, the voice resonated, every syllable warping Gore's very essence. I shall reshape you into the ultimate life form. Something even gods and celestials fear. Gore's screams intensified, his body tore itself apart, flesh twisting, bones snapping, muscles unraveling, only to reform, stronger, more perfect than before. Long, jagged wings burst from his back, blacker than the void itself. His muscles coiled with newfound strength, his senses sharpened beyond mortal comprehension. With a single careless movement, the sheer force of his presence shook the planet's core, nearly pushing it to the brink of destruction. 13 comments 0 vote. Chapter 29. Mission complete. Conquer Asgard. Objective. Go to Asgard, slaughter all zombies, and claim Asgard as your own. Note. Asgard exists in a different dimension. Reward. Shadow Monarch gains a new ability. Punishment. Devoured by the void. Time limit. 1/3 days. Shadow extraction has evolved. Shadow extraction can now be used on spiritual beings, allowing the Shadow Monarch to raise and command entities beyond the physical realm. Oh, I didn't think the day would come. Ashbourne thought, staring at the notification. This was exactly why he hadn't attempted to raise Galactus or the Phoenix Force before, both were spiritual entities, immune to shadow extraction. But now, that limitation no longer applies. Sitting on his throne, Ashbourne took a moment to consider his next move. Then, without hesitation, he raised a hand and opened a portal, stepping through to where the half-dead bodies of Jean Grey and Galactus lay. Holding out his palm, he watched as the weakened Dark Phoenix, once a force of destruction feared across the cosmos, was pulled towards him, its fiery essence twisting and writhing in resistance before finally succumbing to his call. I thought about turning you into a shadow, Ashbourne said, his voice steady, but in the end, I've decided not to. You're free to do as you wish. With a flick of his wrist, Shadow Monarch force surged through him, wrapping around the Phoenix Force like tendrils of liquid night. He willed it forward, not to bind, but to cleanse. The corruption that had tainted the cosmic entity began to unravel, drawn into the abyss of his power. A brilliant explosion followed. The Phoenix flared outward, wings spreading wide as it ascended into the sky, its form rapidly expanding until it rivaled the size of a moon. Golden flames turned pure once more, swirling with unrestrained power as they gazed down at Ashbourne. Something isn't right about you. The Phoenix Force's voice echoed softly, laced with something between curiosity and wariness. Ashbourne simply smiled, the shadows around him flickering in response. Nah, I just have a high affinity with the concept of darkness. The name's Ashbourne. Should I call you Phoenix? He asked, removing his helmet to meet the Phoenix Foresight eye. For a moment, Ashbourne thought he saw the Phoenix shake, but he wasn't sure. The cosmic entity hovered, its flames flickering with curiosity. What do you plan on doing? With your power, there's almost nothing you can't do. This universe alone can't contain someone of your potential. Ashbourne shrugged. Honestly, I don't know. I'm thinking of heading to another universe and figuring things out when I get there. I already lived the power-hungry dream, and I'm sick of it. He let out a tired sigh. Days of grinding, barely any sleep, constantly watching my back so I don't get eaten by some mutant zombie, not exactly fun. His gaze shifted to Jean Grey, then to Galactus. Arise, he commanded. Darkness swirled around their broken bodies, creeping into every crack and crevice. And then, boom, the universe trembled, far more violently than when Odin had been turned into a shadow. This wasn't just due to Galactus's overwhelming strength, it was the sheer cosmic weight of his rebirth, the ripple effect threatening to shake existence itself. But Ashbourne contained it, keeping the aftershocks locked within this realm. The Phoenix Force gazed at the massive pillar of darkness, watching as it slowly faded, revealing a newly reborn Galactus. But this wasn't the same cosmic devourer as before. This Galactus was far, far stronger than in life. Shock flickered in the Phoenix Force's burning eyes. It turned toward Jean Grey, now a shadow as well, and felt a shift. Her presence, her power, she was the perfect host. More than ever before. So, what are you? Are you like Odin's Odin Force? Ashbourne asked while flying onto Galactus's palm, signaling the Phoenix Force to follow. Although he knew a lot of the Phoenix Force, he had reasons not to show he had such knowledge. No, I'm the manifestation of the prime universal force of life. I'm also the nexus of all psionic energy which does, has, and ever will exist in all realities of the universe. The Phoenix Force said, its flames flickering as it regarded Ashbourne with unease, realizing it had underestimated him. So you have some grand role in creation or something? Ashbourne asked, tilting his head. Just how were you even born? I was born of the void between states of being. I am the spark that ignites creation and the flame that consumes it, the Phoenix Force said, studying Ashbourne carefully. Really? But isn't there someone who is the manifestation of death? Are you two best friends or enemies? And if you consume the flame of creation, doesn't that make you death? Or is death only responsible for physical death and nothing more, like the end of individual lives? Ashbourne asked, his curiosity genuine. The Phoenix Force hesitated, its flames flickering as if the question itself had never been fully considered. Death's domain is the process of the living losing life, it finally answered. My domain is the process of creation dying. We have no relationship. Ashbourne nodded, processing the answer. So, you don't deal with individuals, you deal with the death of creation itself, the end of cycles, the collapse of everything. He let out a low chuckle. That makes you way scarier than death. So, what do you plan on doing? Since I'm going to turn every zombie in the universe into a shadow, I doubt you'll be able to find a host for a long time, Ashbourne said lightly. The cosmic entity turned its gaze toward Earth. Why did you let the humans go? Many of them possessed unique abilities that could have benefited you. Ashbourne rolled his eyes. I could also devour my shadows to grow stronger, but I refuse. I guess I'm too soft, but I don't mind it. He exhaled, looking ahead. I see my shadows as more than mere tools, they're my allies. As for the humans on Earth, I don't know. I can't find the right words, but it just didn't feel right to attack those who had no ill will towards me. He stepped forward, nearing the edge of Galactus's massive palm as they arrived in Asgard, the realm now under his rule. I see, you allow those weak human emotions to control you, the Phoenix Force said, its tone laced with curiosity. Ashbourne rolled his eyes. You've existed for eons. I highly doubt you've never once experienced those same, weak, emotions, he replied, watching as the Phoenix Force hesitated for a brief moment. Noticing this, a smirk tugged at his lips. Emotions came and went, it finally said. To me, they were like a blink, fleeting, insignificant. But to you, they could be a major ripple in your existence, something that lingers, something that could lead to your downfall. I'm not one to regret my actions, so how about you join my army? Honestly, I have no idea who I'd even need my army for, but strengthening it wouldn't hurt, right? I won't turn you into a shadow, not out of pity or some human sentiment, but because my gut tells me you're different. And so far, my gut's never been wrong. Ashbourne stopped walking, turning to look directly at the Phoenix Force. What else has your gut told you? It asked. Ashbourne thought for a moment before responding. When I was absorbing Hulk's energy, I got this bad feeling. And for some time now, I've had this sense that something big is coming after me. My instincts have never failed me, Ashbourne said with a smile. The Phoenix Force narrowed its eyes as it studied him. I will stay, under one condition. You will do nothing to disrupt the balance of creation, and will protect it, it said firmly. Do I look like someone who causes chaos for no reason? Ashbourne asked, crossing his arms. The Phoenix Force eyed him carefully, scanning him from head to toe. Ashbourne followed her gaze, then glanced down at himself, his dark armor radiating an ominous energy. He let out an awkward cough. Well, I control the darkness. The darkness doesn't control me, he clarified with a shrug. You can check my mind if you want. I have no interest in some grand plan to end the world or whatever. He said with a roll of his eyes. I can see that. The fact that you bathe in shadows, yet your soul remains untouched by them, makes no sense. The fact that your mind isn't consumed by darkness, and it doesn't affect your power, also makes no sense, the Phoenix Force said, scrutinizing him. Ashbourne gave her a strange look. Not everyone is as mentally weak as you, he said bluntly. There is no, dark Ashbourne. There's just me. The Phoenix Force flinched slightly, clearly taken aback by his words. To let mere mortals corrupt you, Ashbourne said with a hint of disdain. I suppose it's for the best that you stay by my side. Maybe I can teach you a thing or two. The Phoenix Force gritted its teeth in anger but quickly froze when Galactus narrowed his eyes at it. In her current weakened state, it was no match for him. So, it could do nothing more than hold back its displeasure and follow Ashbourne. 19 comments 0 vote. Chapter 30. Who was he? I thought, staring at the man cloaked in darkness. It was strange. As a being with a unique connection to both life and death, I understood his essence. When he appeared before my host, I felt something dark, something more primordial, more absolute. His authority and potential didn't just touch upon death, they resonated with something far greater, something beyond death itself. It reached into oblivion. What was oblivion? The void, the end of all things. Nothingness incarnate. Among the cosmic abstracts, oblivion was considered the third strongest, second only to its direct counterpart. But under the right conditions, when creation teetered too far into its grasp, oblivion was unrivaled. It was then that it became the strongest force of all. Was Jean Grey a good host? Yes, she was perfect, perhaps the best host I had ever bonded with. But this man shrouded in shadows, he was something else entirely. He went beyond perfection. The destruction we could unleash together, the power we could wield, it was beyond anything else I could hope for, but I didn't even have time to dwell on the thought. A shadow, its head unnaturally large, appeared within Jean's mental world and launched a relentless assault against me. A battle of mental wills erupted, and to my surprise, I found myself overwhelmed. It wasn't just the raw power behind its attacks but the presence I felt within the shadow itself. A familiar presence. Charles. The same mortal who had once suppressed me deep within Jean's mind. The same human who had fought me to a standstill, until Jean had stepped in and tipped the scales. And now, even in death, he had returned, stronger than ever. This time, even with Jean Grey and I working together, we were utterly powerless against this fused being. No matter how hard we fought, we were helpless. What made it worse was that this shadow wasn't even focused entirely on us. It had the audacity to split its attention elsewhere, effortlessly multitasking while crushing us under its overwhelming might. In the end, I had no choice but to retreat, forced into dormancy within Jean Grey's half-dead body, watching in silent fury as the being who commanded these shadows stood victorious. But that fury quickly turned to shock. When the one called Ashbourne commanded the shadows to rise, the former zombies obeyed, but they didn't just rise. They stood, far stronger than they had ever been in life. Of course, in my eyes, they were still weak, mere ants compared to the greater forces of the universe. But that wasn't what disturbed me. It was something far more unnatural. These shadows, they weren't just mindless puppets or hollow echoes of what they once were. No, they were nearly identical to their former selves, only enhanced in every way. Their durability, their strength, their minds, it was as if they had been reborn, reforged into something superior. And that was terrifying. He didn't stop there. No, he moved on to Thor, the god I once saw as my son. Although, to a being of my stature, such attachments meant little. I held no motherly affection for Thor, yet I still watched over him in my own way. But what truly shook me was what happened next. I watched as he claimed the Mother Storm for himself, something I had never imagined possible. The very storm that Odin had sealed away, the raw, untamed force of destruction, it became his. As if that wasn't enough, the hammer itself fused with him, along with the runes that granted Thor his power. Like the void itself, he devoured everything, growing ever stronger. And for the first time in my existence, I felt something unfamiliar. A creeping, gnawing unease. And yet, it still didn't stop there. Gladiator, Thor, Firelord, and most shockingly, Thanos, each one rose from death as his shadow. Thanos, a being who stood just below the likes of Odin and the other gods of his tier. And on that tier, Odin stood at the peak. Thanos was no mere powerhouse. He was a force to be reckoned with, a warlord who had challenged cosmic entities and lived to tell the tale. For him to return, not just as a shadow, but far stronger than when he was alive, was terrifying. This new Thanos wouldn't struggle against Galactus. No, he would stand against him as an equal, perhaps even emerge victorious. But again, it didn't stop there. Ashbourne set his sights on Asgard, and to my horror, I realized the truth. Even the weakest of his shadows was thousands of times stronger than the average Asgardian. It was a massacre, a slaughter so absolute that even the proudest warriors fell with ease. Even the rabbits were tearing through the fallen Asgardians as if they were nothing. It was a bloodbath, but it didn't stop there. Franklin Richards clashed with Odin, and I thought this battle might draw the attention of someone who would intervene before the multiverse suffered any lasting damage. Yet, I quickly realized no such intervention would come, because it wasn't needed. Ashbourne killed Odin. Not only that, but he stole the Odin force, growing even stronger. If only it had ended there. But after ordering his shadows to spread across the universe, slaughtering every last zombie, he returned to the throne room, only to then come back to us, and then, to my horror, he reached out, and I floated helplessly into his palm. I was scared. I didn't want to be turned into a shadow. I thought about turning you into a shadow, but in the end, I've decided not to. You're free to do as you wish, Ashbourne said, drawing out the corruption that had overtaken me. I didn't hesitate. I burst from his grasp, my form expanding as I quickly reclaimed my power. Though still weakened by the state of this universe, I was whole once more. Then, I turned to look at him, and what I saw left me stunned. His soul remained untouched. It wasn't overwhelmingly pure, like some noble-hearted hero, but it wasn't tainted either. It was balanced, neutral, in a way few beings ever were. To absorb my corruption and remain unchanged, to wield such deep darkness without it consuming him, who was this man? Something isn't right about you. The words escaped me before I could stop them. This man, he defied reason. But more than that, I felt an inexplicable pull toward him. It wasn't just his power or his presence, it was something deeper. Without realizing it, I had been tracking his every movement, analyzing every action, every word. There was a weight to him, an aura that made everything he did seem more significant, more absolute. Nah, I just have a high affinity with the concept of darkness. He dismissed it with a casual shrug before meeting my gaze. The name's Ashbourne. Should I call you Phoenix? Then, he removed his helmet. And I froze. Through all that darkness, beneath the overwhelming power that cloaked him, lay a face so striking that, for the first time in my existence, I felt as though my non-existent heart had skipped a beat. He was beautiful. For a moment, I was completely stunned, unable to look away. It was as if the very concept of beauty had been redefined. Before my eyes, and before I even realized it, words began slipping from my lips, questions, probing, searching, trying to understand the man beneath the darkness. For the first time in a long, long time, my non-existent heartbeat for someone. 19 comments 0 vote. Chapter 31. Status screen. Name: Ashbourne Blackheart. Race: Human Monarch. Age: 13 days and 24 hours old. Level: 100. Titles: Undead Slayer, Impossible Killer, Touch the Void, Weak Point Attacker, Triumphant over Adversity. Stats: HP: Infinite Infinite. MP: Infinite Infinite. HP Region: Infinite Infinite. MP Region: Infinite Infinite. Attributes. Power. Infinite 100 times weaker off Earth. Speed. Infinite 100 times weaker off Earth. Durability. Infinite 100 times weaker off Earth. Intelligence. Infinite 100 times weaker off Earth. Charm. Infinite 100 times weaker off Earth. Class and skills. Job class. Shadow Monarch. Skills. Shadow Monarch Force, Shadow Inventory, Unwilling, Shadow Weapon Overlord, Detoxification, Tenacity, Longevity, Shadow Mood, Shadow Enhancement +99 Self-created skills. Job-specific skills. Shadow Extraction, Shadow Preservation, V3, Shadow Exchange, Monarch's Domain, Shadow Fusing V2. System. My stats make no sense. If I have infinite power, shouldn't I just be able to snap existence out? Ashbourne thought, frowning slightly as he examined his stats. Host. There are greater sets of infinity. It's difficult to explain in simple terms, so the system did not specify which level of infinity you possess. However, to provide a comparison, you are physically weaker than Thor, who was able to push and overpower the World Engine, a machine embedded into Yggdrasil that harnessed the full might of the World Tree. Ashbourne sighed, fully grasping the significance of Yggdrasil. He still remembered watching Loki, where the trickster god reformed Yggdrasil to hold together every timeline. But in the comics, Yggdrasil went even deeper than that. It wasn't just a tree, it was the very foundation connecting every timeline, reality, dimension, universe, and multiverse. Yggdrasil could be considered the veins of eternity's body. And eternity, it was the sentient embodiment of the universe itself. However, each individual eternity was merely a fragment, a single cell within the greater multiversal eternity. That was the true eternity, the one that encompassed the multiverse. How much power would it take to destroy a dimension? Infinite power, right, but what about 2 dimensions? 3, 4, what about an infinite number of dimensions layered upon infinite realities? And beyond that, the entirety of the universe itself. Physically, Ashbourne wasn't as strong as Thor. But when drawing upon the Shadow Monarch force, he surpassed Thor yet still fell below Odin. That, however, could change. The Shadow Monarch force was the key. If he could push his mastery of it further, and refine it beyond its current limits, then one day, he could rise to a level surpassing even the top strongest beings in this world. In just 2 days, Ashbourne's shadows flooded the entire universe. From the depths of hell to every hidden dimension, every last zombie was claimed, rising again as part of his ever-growing legion. Zeus, Thor, and Storm were fused into a single entity, Thunder. The human phoenix merged with Searcher, giving rise to Blaze. Reed Richards, Tony Stark, the leader, and Peter Parker combined, birthing a new being, the Doctor. Doctor Strange, Scarlet Witch, and Doom fused, forming the unparalleled Mage. And Susan, she fused with 4 of the strongest Celestials, yet under Ashbourne's will, she retained her form. She remained Susan. My lord, I have come to report, I've discovered more life in the universe. Thunder appeared in the throne room in a flash of lightning, kneeling before Ashbourne, who was engrossed in the tablet before him. The Doctor had designed it to help him track all his shadows, making it easier to strategize who should be fused next. Who? Ashbourne asked, his brow furrowing as he noticed the unease in Thunder's expression. Hades, Bast, Amatsu Mikabashi, Seth, and many other gods of death. Thunder's voice was grave. You need to see this for yourself. Ashbourne's frown deepened. Without another word, he placed the tablet aside and followed Thunder. In an instant, they vanished in a flash of lightning, reappearing inside what seemed to be a mystical laboratory. In the center of the lab, trapped within a shimmering barrier, were the gods of death. Hades, Bast, Amatsu Mikabashi, Seth, and many others stood frozen, their divine forms restrained by an unknown force. Ashbourne glanced around, studying the strange laboratory. He searched his memory, trying to recall if he had ever seen this place before in a comic, but nothing came to mind. Reverse. With a simple command, Ashbourne activated his Shadow Monarch force. The fabric of time and space bent to his will, pausing before rewinding like a recording. The laboratory remained untouched, but its past unfolded before him in ghostly images, revealing the events that had transpired. As time unraveled, the truth emerged, the identity of the one responsible for this. This Thanos isn't from our universe, Thunder said, his voice filled with a shock that only deepened when the image of Sentry appeared, except this Sentry was a zombie. So, Thanos used Sentry to spread the virus? Thunder questioned, his disbelief evident. Ashbourne's gaze remained locked on the ghostly scene before him, his mind piecing together the puzzle. Even beings without physical forms were infected. The only way that makes sense is if the virus is connected to the void. Was the Thanos he was looking at from the main 616 universe? Boom. With just a thought, Ashbourne freed the gods of death. He barely spared them a glance, his focus locked onto Hela. If she was anything like her 616 counterpart, then she had once been a living Infinity Stone, a fact that intrigued him. Was she the same in this universe? Pushing that thought aside for the moment, Ashbourne turned his attention back to the larger issue at hand. Have you still not found Molecule Man? He asked, his voice calm but firm. With Gore arriving tomorrow, he needed to tie up every loose end. Sentry's mystery had been solved, but the bomb hidden in every universe, Molecule Man, was still unaccounted for. I looked into the past to find him, but at some point, he just disappeared, All Sight reported, his tone troubled. All Sight was still in Asgard. He didn't need to be near Ashbourne for them to speak normally to each other. Ashbourne frowned at the news. All Sight wasn't just any ordinary shadow, he was a fusion of Heimdall, Uatu, Miles Morales, Agamotto, and Sage. A being capable of seeing everything across time and space, past, present, and future, all at once. If even he couldn't track Molecule Man, then something was very wrong. What do you mean? Ashbourne asked with a deep frown. Something, or someone, didn't want him to be found, All Sight replied, his tone dark. Before he disappeared, my vision was cut off, completely blocked. I couldn't even perceive the moment he was taken. It's as if something erased his existence while keeping me from ever seeing how. Ashbourne's frown deepened. That was bad, very bad. If someone could block All Sight, a fusion of some of the greatest cosmic observers, then they weren't dealing with a simple threat. Someone was actively working to keep them blind. Forget it, Ashbourne said after a moment. Do you at least know where Gore is? All Sight hesitated before shaking his head. No, the same goes for Null. Those two are completely hidden from my sight. 24 comments 0 vote. Chapter 32, My Lord, I see him. The one known as Gore. All Sight's voice was heavy, his usual composure shaken as he stood beside Ashbourne, who gazed silently into the vastness of the universe, awaiting the inevitable. The moment All Sight's words fell, the universe itself trembled. Space distorted, reality wavered, an ominous force spread across existence, the sheer presence of its darkness threatening to unravel everything. Ashbourne's expression hardened as he sensed the overwhelming surge of power. A darkness so vast and consuming that it seemed to stretch beyond the edges of creation itself. He's coming. The Phoenix Force, without hesitation, erupted into full power, fusing with Shadow Mega Mind. The very instant their fusion was complete, before even a heartbeat could pass, Gore was there. He had crossed an infinite distance, a span of existence so great it defied measurement. He had traversed realms, dimensions, and space itself as if they were mere illusions, arriving in Asgard with a force that threatened to tear reality apart. Boom! The universe trembled as Galactus and Gore clashed, the impact so immense it sent ripples through reality itself, cracking the very fabric of existence. The sheer force of their battle distorted space, creating shockwaves that traveled across dimensions. Gore moved like a blur, his speed beyond comprehension. Before Galactus could even react, a devastating kick struck his stomach, bending the Devourer of Worlds in half. The impact was catastrophic. Galactus was launched across the universe, his massive form finding itself at the edge of the universe. So fast, Ashbourne's eyes widened in shock. Even with the armor he had forged, armor that was, for all intents and purposes, indestructible, Gore had torn through it as if it were nothing. Every one of Ashbourne's shadows was clad in that same armor, each of them stronger than they had ever been in life. And yet, against Gore, even Galactus had been overwhelmed in an instant. He's healing too slowly, Ashbourne noted, sensing Galactus's sluggish regeneration. But there was no time to dwell on that. Without hesitation, he commanded his shadows to engage, sending his army surging toward Gore. The God Butcher responded with a monstrous shriek, his cry summoning twisted creatures from the abyss. Shadows of horrors beyond comprehension crawled from the void, clashing violently against Ashbourne's forces. The battlefield was a chaos of darkness, a war of nightmares incarnate. Mega Mind, is it? Ashbourne reached out through their shared mental link, forming a plan. Above the carnage, his gaze locked with Gore's. The God Butcher remained still for a moment, watching as their armies clashed in an evenly matched struggle. Though Ashbourne's shadows held the advantage in numbers and experience, Gore countered by continuously creating stronger and stronger monsters, pushing his abyss to its limits. But even he had to recognize the inefficiency of this approach. The energy required to sustain such creatures would drain him faster than he could afford. Realizing this, Gore stopped. His abyssal creations continued their attack, but he no longer poured his strength into summoning more. Instead, he turned his focus on Warper. He could feel his power. Boom! Gore barely managed to cross his arms in time, blocking Ashbourne's scythe as it came dangerously close to slicing him apart. Ashbourne had teleported, closing the distance in an instant, and at the same time, he had fused with his shadow, amplifying his strength, speed, and overall capabilities to terrifying heights. Weak! Gore roared, his voice carrying a primal fury. Without hesitation, he lashed out, his palm striking toward Ashbourne at blinding speed, aiming to end him in a single, decisive blow. Full counter. Ashbourne met Gore's attack head-on, his reflexes barely keeping up thanks to Mega Mind enhancing his thought speed countless times over. Boom! Gore was sent rocketing away, his own devastating attack rebounding against him. He flipped midair, trying to regain control before landing. But before he could, Warper appeared above him in a blur, driving his fist into Gore's stomach with enough force to distort space itself, but at the last second, Gore's body twisted, exploding into writhing darkness. From within, a spear of pure abyss shot out toward Warper, its jagged edges crackling with destructive energy. Full counter. In an instant, Ashbourne switched places with Warper, intercepting the attack and sending it right back at Gore. Boom! Gore coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling toward the ground, crashing into Asgard with an impact that sent shockwaves across the realm. But before the dust could settle, he burst out of the crater, rocketing toward Ashbourne, his eyes burning with pure hatred. Ashbourne gritted his teeth, his muscles screaming in protest. Keeping up with Gore's sheer speed was pushing his body far beyond its natural limits. Every reaction, every movement demanded more than what should have been possible. But Ashbourne wasn't about to back down. Using limitation suppression, he forced his body to ignore its natural restraints, pushing himself past the threshold of impossibility. Go! Ashbourne's voice rang out as Gore's full attention locked onto him. In a flash of lightning, thunder moved in, his hammer crackling with power as he swung with all his might. Boom! Gore reacted instantly, turning just in time to block the incoming hammer. But just as he raised his defenses, Warper appeared behind him, his knee aimed straight for Gore's spine. Yet, at the very last second, just before impact, Gore vanished. In an instant, he switched places with Thunder. Thunder, now caught in Warper's devastating strike, was sent rocketing away at speeds so absurd that reality itself shattered in his wake, distorting space and time as he disappeared into the void. Gore wasted no time. The moment Thunder was out of sight, he lunged at Warper. But Warper reacted just as swiftly, warping reality to replay past events, shifting the battlefield itself to his advantage. Even though Gore seemed immune to his powers, Warper had no need to affect him directly, he twisted everything around him. The very fabric of existence bent to his will, reshaping the fight as the battle escalated beyond mortal comprehension. So, he acted. While Gore was momentarily caught off guard, Galactus appeared, along with Thunder, as they were never hit or sent flying. The three of them surrounded Gore, closing in on him from all sides. 6 comments 0 vote. Chapter 33. So, he acted. While Gore was momentarily caught off guard, Galactus appeared, along with Thunder, as they were never hit or sent flying. The three of them surrounded Gore, closing in on him from all sides. At the same time, Mage unleashed the full force of light, hope, and justice, forging that power into a blinding sword of pure energy. The sword rocketed toward Gore, tearing through space at speeds beyond comprehension. A massive explosion erupted where Gore stood. The sheer force of the blast sent shockwaves rippling across Asgard, warping the sky itself. Galactus, Thunder, and Warper didn't hesitate. The instant the attack landed, they moved in, striking from every angle, aiming to overwhelm Gore before he could react. But before their attacks could land, a dark, symbiotic mass burst outward, forming a barrier around Gore. The living mass pulsed with unnatural energy, swatting all three of them away like insects. From within the barrier, Gore shot out, his massive wings unfurling as he took to the air. His predatory gaze locked onto Ashbourne, his entire body radiating raw, unrelenting malice. "Bring it, ugly," Ashbourne taunted, standing his ground. With a single flap of his wings, Gore vanished, reappearing before Ashbourne in an instant. But just as they were about to clash, he teleported. In the blink of an eye, Gore materialized behind Ashbourne, his blade plunging forward. Boom! A cataclysmic impact rippled through reality itself, tearing through the very fabric of the multiverse. But before the attack could land on Ashbourne, Warper had intervened. At the last possible moment, Warper warped reality itself, switching places with Ashbourne, taking the full brunt of Gore's attack. The collision of Gore's devastating power and Warper's reality warping abilities sent shockwaves across the battlefield, space itself fracturing under the sheer force of their clash. Gore narrowed his eyes, irritated. He hadn't expected Warper to hold his own. No, Warper wasn't just enduring the attack, he was adapting to his own power, and bit by bit, he was drawing out the full limits of his capability. Warper lacked full mastery over his abilities, but in a battle of this scale, where he was pushed to his absolute limits, he was rapidly awakening his true potential. Every clash, every counter, every surge of power forced him to evolve at an accelerating rate. But he wasn't the only one. Even Thunder was growing stronger, though not at the same exponential rate as Warper. Still, the battle was sharpening them both, pushing them beyond their previous limits. No more reality, Gore roared, his voice booming across existence itself. His eyes locked onto Warper, filled with pure hatred for the one constantly twisting and rewriting reality around him. Warper merely smirked, but his expression quickly hardened. Cracks. They spread across the battlefield, fractures in space itself. The universe trembled, the very fabric of reality straining under the relentless clash of titanic forces. And then, like glass, the universe shattered. Warper found himself without a reality to warp, rendered no different from a normal human. His pupils shrank as he realized he was completely helpless. Boom! A barrier formed around Warper at the last second, shielding him from Gore's attack. Gore's eyes locked onto Susan, who struggled to maintain the barrier under the immense pressure of his strike. But before Gore could move to finish her off, his head snapped toward Ashbourne. Ashbourne was moving, not toward him, but toward the multiverse. Yes, they were no longer inside it. They had been thrown outside, beyond the multiverse. It was called outside because it was outside the multiverse. Marvel wasn't too good at naming stuff. Even while ignoring the different dimensions that make up each reality, there are many layers to the multiverse. Starting within a single universe, going beyond it would lead to the superflow, the space between universes. Going further would bring one into the neutral zone, the farthest boundary of the multiverse, where matter and antimatter coexist. While locations like the neutral zone exist outside all universes, they are still contained within the multiverse. But outside, that was different. It was a realm completely beyond the multiverse and beyond eternity's influence. Eternity, the embodiment of the multiverse itself, had no reach there. If one went even farther beyond outside, they would reach the far shore, the domain of the primordial void, also known as oblivion. Gore moved, appearing behind Ashbourne with a sword forged from pure darkness, aiming to end him in a single strike. But before he could land the blow, a ray of holy light blasted him away, sending him rocketing across the void. Mage moved swiftly, weaving spells effortlessly without the need for incantations, his magic illuminating the emptiness of the outside. Warper, even outside reality, you're not powerless. You can create a new reality. Ashbourne's voice echoed through their mental link. Warper froze for a moment, stunned by the realization. But then, something clicked. A spark ignited within him, and reality itself began to bloom from his very being. The force expanded outward, stretching and twisting until it reshaped the outside, flooding the void with existence once more. You heard that right, all of the outside was covered in this new reality birthed from Warper. I'll help you push your power to its fullest. First, rewrite reality, turn one Warper into two, Ashbourne commanded, his voice sharp and decisive. Warper barely had time to process before his power surged. At first, he created a single clone, then two, but with Ashbourne guiding him, he didn't stop there. In mere moments, millions of Warpers filled the void, each an extension of himself, all sharing the same mind. Warper, if you can imagine it, you can make it real. If one of you isn't strong enough, then create millions, combine your powers, and force reality itself to bow to your will. The sea of Warpers moved as one, their presence flooding the newly formed reality. Gore's eyes widened as he felt his own reality falling under the sea of Warpers' will. But he had no time to hesitate. Tapping into the vast reservoir of genetic power forcefully implanted within him, his body erupted with a surge of energy unlike anything before. The multiverse was infinite, and somewhere within it, a venom symbiote had bonded with nearly every conceivable being: Thor, Hulk, Hope, Iron Man, Franklin Richards, and countless others. Now, every one of their genetic imprints awakened inside Gore, rewriting his very essence. His form twisted further, shedding its half-monster state and transforming into something far worse, a true nightmare, wielding the power of countless titans. Then, to Ashbourne's dismay, Gore's body rippled, and the darkness around him multiplied. Clones. A shadow stretched endlessly across the void, filled with an infinite army of Gores, each carrying the strength of the original. Their collective presence twisted the very fabric of reality, drowning the battlefield in their sheer numbers. Fuck you, why can't this be like the comic? Ashbourne cursed, not liking this hard mood, impossible battle. 28 comments 0 vote. Download the app for greater interaction. You can chat with me about my writing experience apart from the comments section. Itachi 1010. Download app now. Chapter 34. As countless Gores summoned an endless army of shadow creatures, they surged forward at terrifying speed. Their sheer numbers threatened to overwhelm everything in sight. Yet, instead of reacting with urgency, Ashbourne exhaled slowly, his posture relaxing as if he had already won. Mega Mind, Ashbourne called out, his voice calm. In an instant, Mega Mind tapped into the collective power of all Ashbourne's shadows and made his move. But he didn't target Gore, no, his sights were set on the summoned creatures. Every single monster was connected to Gore's mind, an extension of his will. And that connection, it was a fatal flaw Ashbourne had been waiting to exploit. From the moment Gore had summoned his first creature, Ashbourne had begun formulating this plan. Mega Mind had confirmed it was possible, but Ashbourne had played the long game. He had allowed his shadows to feign struggle, to make it seem like they were evenly matched, all to lure Gore into summoning more and more creatures. As the battle raged on, Ashbourne had orchestrated a strategy to gradually overwhelm Gore, forcing him to summon more and more shadow creatures just to keep up. However, the unexpected element of cloning had thrown a wrench into the plan. If the damage was divided among the clones, would it be enough to truly incapacitate him? The seemingly endless army of Gores let out cries of agony as Mega Mind's attack struck, their collective consciousness writhing under the assault. Yet, despite the overwhelming mental damage, they refused to fall. Their minds were battered, but not broken. They could still fight, and worse, they were already beginning to heal. Monarch's domain. Ashbourne unfused with his shadow, allowing it to merge with the reality Warper had created, forming a world of complete darkness. The battlefield transformed, nothing but an endless abyss under his absolute control. Infinite copies of yourself or not, you'll all die the same way. Ashbourne's voice echoed through the void as his domain expanded, absorbing all of Gore's summoned creatures and turning them into fuel for his power. He closed his eyes, feeling the surge of strength coursing through him, his control over darkness reaching unprecedented heights. Roar! The countless Gores erupted in fury, their anger shaking the very fabric of reality. With mouths gaping, they unleashed beams of pure darkness, each one carrying destructive energy strong enough to erase eternity, all converging toward Ashbourne. Mega Mind didn't just attack your mind to harm you, he made sure you'd attack me too. Ashbourne smirked, his ever-changing weapon shifting into a massive shield in his palm. Gore's pupils shrank in realization. GG. With a wave of his shield, Ashbourne met the endless barrage of beams converging toward him. Supreme Monarch counter. A surge of power exploded from him, and in an instant, every single attack was reflected back, twice as strong as before. Boom! The sheer force shattered Warper's reality, sending ripples across existence. The impact didn't stop there, it reached far beyond, slamming into eternity itself, drawing a pained cry from the embodiment of the multiverse. Ashbourne cast a glance toward eternity, but he had no time to concern himself with its pain. He was exhausted. Supreme Monarch counter was an unrivaled technique, boasting a 100% success rate, but at the steep cost of draining 99% of both his HP and MP. Let's go, Ashbourne said, intending to return to the multiverse and prepare for null. But just as he was about to move, he vanished, dodging in the nick of time as a dark spear whistled past where his neck had been a moment ago. A deafening roar echoed through the void. Gore had returned, stronger than ever. His once multiplied selves had fused into one, pushing his power to unimaginable heights. He was no longer just a threat, he had become a force of destruction, a true monster beyond reason. That has to be cheating, Ashbourne muttered, watching Gore's transformation with a deep frown. The idea of forming clones, fusing with them to grow stronger, and then repeating the cycle, it was absurd. If there was no limit, could he just keep stacking power endlessly? Thanks, Quickie, he said, acknowledging his fastest shadow, a fusion of 5 of the speediest beings in the universe, who had just pulled him away from the fatal strike in time. I'm out of ideas. Just kill this son of a bitch. With those words, the shadows that had been holding back finally unleashed their full might. Ashbourne refuses to go all out because he likes keeping trump cards. The less his enemies know, the more windows for a surprise attack he would have. Power surged forward, wielding the combined strength of every shadow in Ashbourne's army. Energy Master closed in, siphoning Gore's power to fuel his own. One by one, the strongest warriors among Ashbourne's forces engaged, each striking with overwhelming force. Gore, despite his monstrous evolution, was now facing the full fury of the Shadow Monarch. The battle shook the outside, forcing Eternity to retreat from the battlefield to avoid being caught in the chaos. Gore was quickly overwhelmed, outnumbered, and steadily overpowered by an army that wasn't just holding its ground, but growing stronger with every passing moment. How many shadows had the ability to absorb energy? Too many for Gore to handle. While a single shadow might not have been able to contain the sheer magnitude of Gore's power, they spread it out among the rest, ensuring the army as a whole continued to evolve mid-battle. But the true turning point came when Power, the fusion of Rogue and Hope, felt herself breaking past her former limitations. In the past, her abilities had been bound by 2 conditions, copying the powers of mutants and physically absorbing the powers of non-mutants. But now, those restrictions had shattered. She could copy any power within range, seen or unseen, mutant or not. Even Gore's terrifying strength wasn't out of reach. However, she needed time, as Gore's power was just too much for her to instantly copy it all. Warper was beginning to understand how to warp his own reality, and in doing so, he realized something profound: being outside of reality didn't limit him, it freed him. Without the constraints of an established existence, he could reshape himself at will. It was like having an endless stat screen where he could tweak his abilities, grant himself new powers, and evolve without limits. Meanwhile, Ashbourne watched his shadows steadily grow stronger with every clash, their abilities sharpening and adapting as the battle raged on. The more they fought, the more refined and unstoppable they became. "Are you making any progress, All-Sight?" Ashbourne asked, glancing toward All-Sight, who stood at his side, observing the battlefield. "Yes, it seems like my eyesight is evolving. I believe soon I will be able to see everything, and beyond the multiverse, beyond the outside," All-Sight said, his eyes, which seemed to hold all of outer space, locked onto the battle unfolding before them. 6 comments 0 vote. Chapter 35. "Good, it's nice to see that you all can continue growing stronger," Ashbourne said calmly, watching as Gore was slowly overwhelmed. Gore was fighting on too many fronts, battling against Ashbourne's army in the physical world while simultaneously struggling against Megamind's relentless assault on his mind. The mental warfare was the key to their victory, forcing Gore to split his focus and making it impossible for him to fight at full strength. However, despite being on the defensive, Gore was adapting, steadily growing stronger with each passing moment. "I've noticed something, my lord. Gore's genetic structure contains the genetic code of all lifeforms across the multiverse. It didn't fully integrate with his body, which is why he has that monstrous form," All-Sight observed. "I already figured as much. What are you getting at?" Ashbourne asked casually, his gaze still locked onto the battle. "Simple, we target his genetics instead of his body. His genetic structure is his greatest weakness. In fact, there's a chance he might evolve to correct those flaws. If we start tampering with his genetics, we won't even have to kill him. His own power will do the job for us," All-Sight explained, causing Ashbourne to sigh. He hadn't thought of such a straightforward solution. "You all heard him. Bio, take the lead," Ashbourne commanded, and in an instant, the most advanced biological manipulator in his shadow army shot forward. Bio was a fusion of beings like Elixir, Tarn, Armando Munoz, and the most capable Celestials in biology. If anyone could break Gore down at his very core, it was him. If you're wondering how Armando became a zombie, the answer is simple: he wasn't turned, he turned himself. Armando was powerful, capable of adapting to nearly anything that could harm him. But his power had limits. For example, when he faced the World Breaker Hulk, he didn't adapt to fight the Hulk. Instead, his ability teleported him away, recognizing that Hulk's sheer strength was beyond its capacity to counter. The zombie virus, being something far beyond his natural adaptability, triggered an unusual response. Rather than resisting the infection, His power adapted by transforming him into a zombie, essentially making him a zombie capable of controlling to avoid being consumed by the outside virus. As for how Ashbourne killed him, well, he didn't. Odin did. While Armando was teleporting across the universe, desperately avoiding Ashbourne, all sight took notice. Odin wasted no time, striking him down in a single blow. Regardless, Bio was one of Ashbourne's most formidable shadows. With a mere thought, he could evolve or devolve any being within his range, on a multiversal scale. Now, Bio shot toward Gore, with all the shadows working to clear a path. Gore was too powerful for Bio to manipulate his DNA from a distance, physical contact was necessary. The battle intensified as they fought to get Bio close enough to touch Gore. Susan created a barrier, shielding Bio as he advanced. Warper manipulated his own reality, temporarily granting himself the strength to stand toe-to-toe with Gore, at least until his body began to strain under the immense power. Meanwhile, creatures of all kinds, rabbits, ants, and countless others, crawled onto Gore, draining his energy. Ashbourne had gifted them the ability to absorb shadows, turning even the smallest beings into weapons against their enemy. Gore was already struggling, but with his focus divided as he tried to keep Bio at bay, he left himself open. Power seized the opportunity. Wielding every ability imaginable, she channeled all of her strength into her fist and drove it into Gore's monstrous chin with reality-shattering force. "I summon the power of the Phoenix Force," Mage declared, stepping forward as he began his chant. With his immense power, there were few places from which he could draw additional strength. But the answer was simple: he could call upon higher dimensional beings. Far beyond the outside, past the far shore, lay the white-hot room, the true domain of the Phoenix Force. Not the mere avatar that had fused with Mega Mind, but its purest form, the cosmic fire that shaped existence itself. "I call upon your power. Bathe my enemy in the flames that forged creation." Mage's voice boomed as a colossal magic circle formed above Gore. From it, a storm of divine fire rained down, each ember carrying the weight of the Phoenix's might, descending upon Gore like the wrath of the cosmos itself. "What? You thought Gore was powerful just because eternity itself had to flee from their clash?" That was nothing. The true form of the Phoenix Force stood infinitely above everyone on this battlefield, beyond comprehension. Mage was already a force to be reckoned with, his power so immense that he could draw strength from himself alone. But in this battle, he sought more. He looked beyond eternity itself, reaching into the depths of existence for a greater source of power. And he found it. The true form of the Phoenix Force had answered his call. Not just anyone could achieve such a feat. To reach so far, to channel a power so vast, required an overwhelming mastery of magic, an understanding of the cosmos itself. The spell Mage had woven was more than just an incantation, it was a testament to his might. And now, the darkness burned as the flames of creation descended upon Gore. Gore's pained roars echoed through the void as the flames consumed him, burning away at his very essence while leaving everything else untouched. He tried to move, to fight back, but then, he felt it, a hand. His gaze snapped downward, and there, gripping him, was Bio. Instantly, chaos erupted within Gore's body. His already unstable genes turned against him, spiraling into a self-destructive frenzy. His cells, unable to coexist, tore at one another, warring within him. Agony unlike anything he had ever known racked his form, compounded by the unrelenting flames of the Phoenix Force. "This battle is over," Ashbourne said simply, turning away toward eternity. Behind him, Gore's body twisted and convulsed, deforming beyond recognition before finally, boom. He exploded. 34 comments 0 vote. Chapter 36. Bonus chapter for the 500 Power Stones. Want more chapters? Feed my greed, Cash App me. Itachi 1010 author. I bring this stuff up because I have a life. I can't do 2 chapters per day, every day. Motivate me enough and I can even drop like 5 chapters. I'm not saying I will drop the novel, just don't expect a daily update. Closing square bracket. This battle is over, Ashbourne said simply, turning away toward eternity. Behind him, Gore's body twisted and convulsed, deforming beyond recognition before finally, boom. He exploded. Yet, even as his remains scattered across the battlefield, something unnatural happened. The shattered fragments of Gore did not fade. Instead, they began to shift, writhing through space, drawn together by an unseen force. And then, they reformed. Ashbourne turned, watching as the remnants of Gore reshaped into something entirely new. Slowly, a white-haired man emerged, clad in armor as dark as the void itself, absorbing all light around it. A crimson, dragon-like emblem rested on his chest, an ominous contrast against the pitch-black metal. "So, you wish to challenge my authority?" The man's voice was deep, resonating with an undeniable weight. Ashbourne's eyes narrowed in shock for a brief moment, but as realization dawned, his expression shifted into something more composed. "You used Gore's body as a vessel to manifest outside the primordial void, meaning you're not just Null from within eternity, but the true Null." Ashbourne exhaled in irritation. Of course, this wasn't the Null from the comics or even that one Venom movie. This was worse. This was the true form of Null, not his avatar within the eternity. It was safe to assume that Null possessed every power across the multiverse, given that he now held the genetic code of all lifeforms. Unlike Gore, he wasn't a mindless berserker, he was controlled, calculated, and far more powerful. Ashbourne exhaled, already preparing for the worst. He wasn't just fighting Null, he was facing a superior version, one that surpassed even the comic iterations. Still, this wasn't Null's true body, just a vessel. That meant there was still a chance, however slim, to win. Null extended his hand, summoning the all-black sword, only this wasn't the weaker version that had fused with Gore, nor the one seen in the MCU. This was the original blade, forged in the primordial void, imbued with the essence of oblivion itself. With a single, effortless wave, the battlefield shifted. Ashbourne's weaker shadows, his cannon fodder, simply ceased to exist. The rabbits, the ants, the endless numbers of smaller creatures he had, erased in an instant. The stronger shadows remained, but they were barely holding together, damaged, and on the verge of disappearing. "Weak," Null said, his voice carrying an eerie finality. For a brief moment, Ashbourne's heart skipped a beat, but in the next instant, his eyes turned cold. Without hesitation, he flashed forward, appearing directly before Null while recalling all of his remaining shadows into his own darkness. "Supreme revenge counter," Ashbourne roared, meeting Null's descending blade head-on. Blood erupted from Ashbourne's nose, gushing from his ears and mouth. His eyes burned crimson, bloodshot from the unbearable strain. He had pushed himself beyond his limits, past what his body should have been able to withstand, for this one attack to land. Boom! The outside trembled. Everything shook. The impact sent devastating ripples cascading through the far shore, warping the very fabric of existence. It was so catastrophic that someone had to step in. A golden giant appeared, standing between eternity and the devastation. His form radiated an overwhelming presence, his massive body glowing with cosmic energy. His chest pulsed with a bright blue light, and his head floated above his shoulders, detached yet controlled. 3 heads adorned his form, though 2 were concealed beneath a veil, leaving only the forward-facing head fully visible. The leftmost head, partially uncovered, revealed only its chin. The golden giant floated toward Ashbourne, gripping the hammer of judgment in his colossal hand. Ashbourne, suspended in the void, barely able to move, watched as his shadows instinctively summoned themselves to shield him. Yes, Ashbourne had one shot at Null. But the cost was staggering. Supreme Revenge Counter, a technique Ashbourne had created himself, was a devastating ability. It took the combined damage he and his shadows had suffered and reflected it back at the enemy, amplified tenfold. However, there was a far more dangerous effect. If Ashbourne's HP dropped below 5% while using the technique, he would forcibly swap HP with the target. In doing so, he would steal 95% of the enemy's HP, leaving them with only 5% remaining. But this technique wasn't just raw force, it was omnidirectional damage. It attacked physically, spiritually, mentally, and even conceptually, a total assault on every aspect of existence itself. Drawbacks. The technique could only activate if Ashbourne physically touched the target. If the enemy's HP vastly outmatched Ashbourne's, then absorbing 95% of it could overwhelm and potentially kill him instead. The enemy, though weakened to 5% HP, was still free to act. And if they were strong enough, that remaining 5% might still be too much to handle. Null hadn't just damaged Ashbourne, he had killed his shadows. Unlike normal defeats where his soldiers could be resummoned, the shadows that Null erased were gone forever. Ashbourne had already been at 1% HP before activating the technique, he had ensured his HP remained at 1%. This meant that Null's HP also dropped to 1% before he suffered the full force of the accumulated damage from billions of shadows. So yes, Null was one-shotted. But Ashbourne was left completely drained, unable to move, his body frozen from the unimaginable strain. And now, he could do nothing but watch as the living tribunal stood before him. Ashbourne's frown deepened as he locked eyes with the cosmic judge. The golden giant hovered above him, his face filled with unwavering fury, his massive form casting an inescapable judgment over the battlefield. I have allowed you to act unchecked for far too long, the tribunal declared, his booming voice shaking the very fabric of existence. The hammer of judgment rose high into the sky, crackling with unfathomable power, one that did not merely punish but could erase beings from existence entirely, and then, it fell, aimed directly at Ashbourne. The shadows surged forward, their sheer numbers forming an impenetrable barrier around Ashbourne. But they were nothing before the living tribunal's authority, they were overwhelmed instantly. The hammer of judgment struck Ashbourne dead on, sending him rocketing through the void, yet, there was no damage. A stunned silence followed. What? The living tribunal said in shock. 16 comments 0 vote. Chapter 37. The hammer of judgment struck Ashbourne dead on, sending him rocketing through the void, yet, there was no damage. A stunned silence followed. What? The living tribunal's voice trembled with disbelief, his eyes narrowing as he looked down at the hammer in his grasp, and then, it hit him. His cosmic senses expanded, analyzing the battle, tracing back every action Ashbourne had taken. He had done nothing wrong. Or rather, he had been allowed to do everything he did. The balance of existence had indeed been shaken, but most of the destruction had been in self-defense. The tribunal could not pass judgment on a being that had merely fought to survive. A long silence stretched between them as the tribunal deliberated. He could still act. He could throw the hammer aside and erase Ashbourne by sheer force alone. But as he gripped his hammer, considering that very thought, he found that he couldn't. A deep sigh left him. He turned, preparing to depart, yet just as he did, his senses flared, catching something. A gateway to the far shore tore open, a rift in existence itself, and from its depths, a force shot forward, aiming straight for Ashbourne. The living tribunal watched, his expression unreadable, contemplating whether to intervene. For a brief moment, he considered ignoring it, letting fate take its course. But in the end, he made his choice. Boom! The hammer of judgment came crashing down, colliding against the incoming force. Don't you dare! The living tribunal roared, his three voices merging into one, his golden aura flaring as he clashed with oblivion itself. But this time, something was different. In the past, the tribunal had bested oblivion, beaten it back into the void where it belonged. This time, oblivion did not flee. The full might of the void surged forth, pressing against the tribunal with an intensity unlike anything before. The tribunal staggered, his grip on his hammer tightening. For the first time in eons, he was being forced back. His rage erupted. You dare! All three heads of the living tribunal spoke at once. The cloth that had long covered the two hidden faces was suddenly torn away, revealing their true forms, and with them, a power unlike anything the multiverse had ever felt before. In the name of the One above all, I revoke your right to ever step beyond the far shore. The living tribunal roared, his three faces glowing with celestial authority as existence itself bent to his decree. Boom! A force unlike any other surged forth, shifting the very laws of reality, binding oblivion, and hurling it back into the far shore, a realm from which it should never have emerged. But then, oblivion ignored the laws. Crack! Reality fractured as the primordial void forcefully willed itself back into existence. The tribunal's command, an absolute law upon which the multiverse stood, was shattered as if it were nothing. And in the midst of it all, Ashbourne ran. By now, he could move again, and he was fleeing as fast as possible, wanting nothing to do with a battle of this scale. This was beyond him. The living tribunal's rage erupted, golden energy surging as he turned his fury toward oblivion. How dare it? Who was he? He was the LAW. The absolute force of balance. The cosmic judge of existence. And yet, oblivion was his counterpart. His equal. For too long, oblivion had never fought back with its full might. For too long, it had let itself be pushed away with ease. And the reason, it had never seen the time as right for the end to arrive. A battle that shook existence itself began, as oblivion refused to relent, its will absolute, it wanted Ashbourne dead at all costs. The living tribunal, the embodiment of the law of existence, would not allow such a disruption, for no one could defy the balance he upheld. Their clash sent shockwaves rippling across all of reality, shaking the very foundation of creation as forces beyond comprehension collided in an all-out war of cosmic magnitude. Despite his best efforts to remain uninvolved, Ashbourne quickly found himself caught in the chaos. The battlefield was beyond the limits of space and time, stretching across creation. Then, it happened. A deep, resounding crack echoed through the omniverse as fractures spread across the fabric of existence. These weren't mere disruptions in space or time, but something far worse, something that shouldn't have been possible. The omniverse itself, the highest concept of all that was, had begun to break apart. Fun fact: eternity is considered to be an omniverse instead of a multiverse. So, in the comic when Odin tore the fabric of the multiverse, that wasn't a multiversal level feat. And before Ashbourne could react, before he could even consider escaping, one of those cracks expanded and swallowed him whole. The living tribunal, despite noticing this, did nothing. His duty was to the balance, not to individuals, and he would not waste his power protecting someone. His golden gaze remained fixed upon the abyss, unmoved, indifferent to Ashbourne's fate. But then, a sudden burst of golden flames erupted into the void, flooding the darkness with divine radiance. The true form of the Phoenix Force had arrived. Unlike its many lesser manifestations, this was the Phoenix in its purest, most absolute state, and it moved with purpose, reaching out with an unparalleled surge of power, seeking to pull Ashbourne back from the unknown. Yet, despite its immeasurable might, it was too late. For some unknown reason, the crack in reality vanished. Not just the one that had taken Ashbourne, but all of them. Across every plane of existence, every dimension, every reality, the fractures that had threatened to unravel creation were erased in an instant, as if they had never existed to begin with. Oblivion, the living tribunal, and the Phoenix Force all froze in place, their titanic struggle forgotten as an unsettling realization settled over them. Their eyes turned, not toward the multiverse, not toward the outside, not even toward the far shore where the primordial void loomed, but beyond. Far beyond. The House of Ideas. I hated how the fact the living tribunal was defeated so easily by the 3B-ander. TLT would have three forms mainly because of his name, which is the heart of creation. Another thing that is linked to this name is the white-hot room, also known as the heart of creation, which exists beyond everything. The two would be linked, as well as the living tribunal and the true form of the Phoenix Force. 23 comments 0 vote. Chapter 38. In the sky, a crack in reality split open, distorting the very fabric of existence. From within the rupture, a badly damaged human figure plummeted toward the city below at breakneck speed. The figure crashed into a park with an earth-shaking impact, obliterating the area upon contact and sending nearby civilians hurtling through the air. Before they could hit the ground, a blur of red and blue streaked across the scene. Moving faster than the eye could track, the figure caught each person mid-air, safely placing them far from danger before coming to a stop. His red cape billowed behind him as he hovered in the air, a striking young man with a presence that radiated strength and authority. His eyes glowed faintly, piercing through the thick dust cloud that had risen from the crash. Beyond the haze, his gaze locked onto the unconscious human lying at the center of the crater, motionless and battered. Shocked, he vanished in an instant, seemingly teleporting beside the unconscious young man, who was lying completely bare in the aftermath of the crash. Wasting no time, he scooped him up and disappeared again, not toward a hospital, but to a teleporter station nearby. A flash of light engulfed them, and the next moment, they reappeared in the vastness of space, inside a massive watchtower floating above Earth. Dozens, no, hundreds, of heroes gathered in the hallways, their eyes locked on the unconscious figure in his arms. Whispers filled the air, curiosity and concern evident on their faces, but he didn't stop to explain. He moved swiftly, heading straight for the medical bay, where the most advanced technology from across the universe awaited, tools capable of saving even those on the brink of death. It's weird, he just fell from a crack in space, Cyborg said, projecting a hologram of the incident from his palm. The footage displayed a young man plummeting from the tear in reality before crashing into the park below. That wasn't just a crack in space, it was a tear in reality, a deep voice stated. A man dressed in black stepped out of the shadows, his presence startling the gathered heroes. Despite the sheer number of them, none had sensed his arrival. "What do you mean?" asked a blonde-haired man clad in a green skin-tight uniform, his brow furrowing in confusion as he turned toward the newcomer. His genetics, the very building blocks of his existence, are completely different from anything in our universe or even the rest of the known multiverse, the man in black said, his gaze fixed on the unconscious figure. The stranger's face was badly disfigured, bearing the marks of whatever had torn through him during his journey. Judging by the damage, it seemed as if he had passed through a cosmic storm. His power is immense, he continued. I'd say even Superman would struggle against him at his peak. So be cautious with him here. With that, He plucked a loose strand of hair and a fragment of skin from the unconscious man before turning on his heel and disappearing into the shadows, leaving the gathered heroes to process his words. It wouldn't be wise to ignore Batman's words, a woman dressed in what looked to be striper clothing said seriously. A golden lasso hung at her side, its presence alone demanding respect. The gathered heroes exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. Without hesitation, the disfigured young man was carefully moved to a more secure and reinforced room, ensuring that, should he awaken with hostile intent, they would be prepared. "Weird, I can't see," Ashbourne muttered, his voice echoing through the endless void. He should be able to see in absolute darkness, yet all he saw was darkness. He took a cautious step forward, then another, feeling nothing beneath him yet somehow moving forward. Darkness stretched in every direction, thick and absolute, offering no sense of direction or space. He wasn't sure how long he wandered, minutes, hours, or even days. Time felt meaningless here. Just as frustration began to gnaw at him, a faint glow appeared in the distance. A flicker of hope surged through him, and without hesitation, he sprinted toward it. The closer he got, the more the darkness thinned, giving way to soft, golden light. Then, suddenly, his foot met something solid. A strange yet familiar sensation spread beneath him, and as he looked down, his breath caught in his throat. A cloud. His body tensed, realization hitting him like a crashing wave. He had stood here before. A chuckle echoed through the sky, warm yet laced with amusement. "You didn't expect to see me again so soon, did you?" Ashbourne turned toward the voice, already knowing who it belonged to. With a heavy sigh, his shoulders slumped. "Well, what could I do against the likes of Oblivion? Honestly, all this, infinitely greater, stuff is getting annoying. That storm I faced between words was way too overpowered. Even with the mother storm trying to absorb it, I still ended up dying," Ashbourne sighed, rubbing his temple before taking a seat in front of the old man. "Haha, indeed, it's difficult to wrap your head around," the old man chuckled. "But to make it easier, just think of it like this. There's an infinite number of decimal numbers between 0 and 1, 1 and 2, not all infinities are equal. Infinity is everywhere, you're either too strong to notice it, or too weak to notice it. By the way, you're not dead." Ashbourne frowned slightly, processing the words, but then something else caught his attention. "Wait, you just said I'm not dead?" he asked, confusion flickering across his face. Ashbourne wasn't confused about the decimal numbers part. That much made sense. Infinity existed everywhere, it wasn't some abstract concept, but a fundamental part of reality. The issue wasn't understanding infinity, it was dealing with its implications. When one had enough power to destroy a universe, it was easy to assume that being 500 million times stronger would allow them to destroy an entire multiverse. But no, that was just enough to destroy 500 million universes, not the infinite layers beyond them. So the real question was, how strong did Ashbourne need to become for even his weakest shadows to reach heights capable of destroying a universe? How could you multiply 10 and reach infinity? The answer was simple, you couldn't. No matter how much mastery he gained over his power or how much stronger he became, the multipliers his rabbit's shadows received would never be enough to push them into the realm of true infinity or the greater infinities that lay beyond. "I'm not dead?" Ashbourne asked again, still in shock. He was certain he had died, but to his surprise, he hadn't. "Haha, nope, right now, you're in a state of half-death. When you can touch death, truly grasp its complexity, you'll be able to wake up, and as a bonus, you'll gain a massive boost in power. I even helped out by bringing you somewhere where death is far stronger," the old man said with a knowing smile. "What do you mean?" Ashbourne asked, frowning in confusion. But the old man simply smiled, refusing to answer. "Can I at least know why you wanted me to be a shadow monarch? Seeing all the power at my disposal, I can't help but think there's more to your decision than just chance," Ashbourne said, watching the old man closely. If he wasn't going to answer the previous question, maybe this one would get something out of him. The old man paused for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then, with a small sigh, he finally spoke. "When the time comes, you'll understand. Sorry, kid, I'm not trying to act all mysterious or anything. It's just that you have free will, and my words might influence your choices." "I don't want that." Ashbourne raised an eyebrow at that response but, after a brief moment of consideration, simply shrugged. "Fair enough. It should be easy for you to grasp death. After all, you've already died once. So, good luck," the old man said with a smile. Before Ashbourne could respond, he found himself once again surrounded by darkness, only this time, there was nothing beneath him, nothing to stand on. He simply floated in the void, weightless, directionless. With no other choice, he closed his eyes, letting his mind drift back to his past life, the moment before he blew himself up, the feeling of destruction overtaking him. Then, his thoughts wandered to his clash with the cosmic storm, the overwhelming force that had nearly erased him from existence. He floated in that emptiness, memories shifting like waves. Soon, his mind turned to the world of zombies, the creatures he had been surrounded by for so long. They were beings that should have perished, yet remained animated, lingering in a state between life and death. That universe had no concept of true death, and yet, in a way, he had been standing at death's door the entire time without realizing it. What is this, some kind of cultivation novel? Ashbourne chuckled, a smirk forming on his lips as he fully embraced the moment when death first took hold of him in his past life. That fleeting instant when he had stepped through the doorway of death, neither alive nor truly gone. He had died once before, yet here he was again, standing at the precipice, staring into the abyss. Only this time, instead of resisting, he reached out, grasping the essence of death itself. 30 comments 0 vote. Chapter 39, You're Not From Here, a charming voice echoed, drawing Ashbourne's attention. His gaze landed on a beautiful goth girl who was sizing him up with a curious expression. For a split second, he was caught off guard by her beauty, but he quickly snapped back to reality when he realized who she was. Death? He asked, his voice laced with disbelief. This wasn't the Marvel Universe's Death. No, she was different. This was Death of the Endless, a being that shouldn't even be here. At your pleasure, she said with a friendly smile. You seem to be from next door. It's been a while since I've been there. What? Ashbourne asked, momentarily speechless. Death nodded. I stopped by Rick Jones and Marlo Chandler's wedding, but that's not important. What's impressive is that you somehow passed through the barriers of our two worlds and only suffered such light injuries. Ashbourne's eye twitched. Light injuries? He was in a half-dead state, barely clinging to existence. What part of that was impressive? Weird, he muttered, watching as Death's form began to shift, twisting and distorting in ways that made his mind reel. Death paused, her eyes widening as she realized what was happening. Ashbourne wasn't just seeing her, he was seeing through her chosen form. The illusion of a charming goth girl wavered, and for the first time, his evolving mind caught a glimpse of her true form. The sight horrified him. For all his power, for everything he had seen, nothing could have prepared him for this. This wasn't just a personification of death, it was death itself in its purest, most incomprehensible state. It was a concept-given form, a force beyond time, beyond space, beyond anything his mortal mind had ever been able to grasp. For the death standing before Ashbourne wasn't the weak death found in Marvel, the one that merely governed the process of the living dying. No, the being before him was the end itself. She had been there at the beginning of the DC universe, and she would be there at its final breath. When anything ended, be it a thought, an era, a relationship, a life, or even something as small as a fleeting moment, it was because of her. She was the end, the ultimate finality, the force that closed the book on all things. And such a being now stood before him. For the first time in a long time, something made Ashbourne's very soul tremble. The sheer weight of her existence, the sheer concept of what she was, threatened to crush him under its presence. But then, his fists clenched. He suppressed that fear. Why? Because his potential was limitless, so limitless that one day, he would rule over the end itself. That endpoint, that darkness, that finality, was that not his destiny? Why should he fear the end, when one day, he would reign over it? What's this? Death stepped back, genuinely shocked by the darkness exploding off Ashbourne. The Shadow Monarch force, it hadn't just grown stronger. No, stronger wasn't the right word anymore. As Ashbourne gazed into death itself, grasping even a fraction of its secrets, how could his mastery of his own power remain stagnant? His very being evolved in that moment. Ashbourne straightened, eyes gleaming with newfound understanding. I'm Ashbourne Blackheart, the future overlord of the primordial void. It was a pleasure meeting you. With those words, the dark world shattered. A heartbeat later, Ashbourne's eyes snapped open, only to find himself lying in what looked like a hospital room. Due to unforeseen events, the host has found himself outside of the Marvel Omniverse. The system has decided to remain with the host and is currently charging energy to send the host back home. The host has suffered serious injuries from battling the end storm, all stats have been suppressed, and every ounce of energy is being used to keep the host alive. Restoring full strength. The host has grasped death of the endless and witnessed the end itself. The host's shadow monarch force has evolved. Having seen the birth and end of all sets of infinity, shadows will no longer be measured in multipliers of their former strength. Instead, they will bathe in the host's power to grow, just as the host will bathe in their strength to evolve in turn. Note, this does not mean the host and all shadows will be equal in power. Rather, it places both on the same level of infinity, albeit with many limitations. However, as the host is currently outside of the Marvel-verse, this ability is locked until further notice. Mission complete. Gore the God Butcher. Objective: kill the evolved God Butcher within the given time. Reward: 3x 100% shadow extraction chances. Mission complete. He has awakened. Objective: survive or kill the Eldritch God of Darkness. Reward: depends on success. Mission complete. The Void's will. Objective: survive the Void's attempt to devour you. Reward: depends on success. Reward for the He Has Awakened quest: Undying Shadows. Undying Shadows. You are now the core of all your shadows' existence. If any shadow is ever killed or erased, they will return to you, and in 1 week, they will be fully reformed and ready for battle once more. Reward for that the Void's will quest: evolution into a mutated monarch race. Race: Monarch. Description: as one of the 2 races created by the Absolute Being in the solo-leveling universe, the Monarchs are among the strongest beings in existence, surpassed only by the gods. Their strength scales at a universal level, making them incredibly powerful. However, this race is not without flaws. Due to their mana-based biology and lack of organic forms, monarchs cannot freely cross into the human world without a suitable human vessel, a trait they share with the rulers. Unlike the rulers, however, monarchs fully possess their vessels, stealing their bodies for their own use. While this technique allows monarchs to exert their full power in the human world, it also means that if their human vessel is slain, the monarch perishes as well. Monarchs are weak compared to the Marvel world. They would struggle to destroy a single dimension, considering how many extra dimensions and realities a single universe contains, Ashbourne thought as he reviewed the information before him. His gaze shifted to the sea of mutations available for selection. 29 comments 0 vote. Chapter 40. Race: Super Monarch. Description: a monarch that has evolved beyond its limits, ascending to a state where they can suppress the gods, wielding universal plus levels of power. Super monarchs are born with a vast array of innate abilities, including the power of creation and destruction, mastery over all abilities possessed by lesser monarchs, and more. However, this evolution is not without flaws. Due to their overwhelming power, super monarchs exist within a dimension far removed from the human world. If they were to stand next to a normal human, the sheer force of their existence would erase the human from reality, even if the super monarch had no intention of doing so. To enter the human world, a powerful vessel is required. However, even with a suitable vessel, it would be impossible for the super monarch to unleash their full might, as the vessel would incinerate under the strain of containing their true power. The list of possible mutations Ashbourne could choose from was endless. Options ranged from Monarch King to Shadow Monarch, and many more, each offering different strengths and weaknesses. But in the end, Ashbourne, naturally, set his sights on the strongest mutation available. Race: Sovereign. Description: the Sovereign is an evolution beyond monarchs and even the gods. They are a race of higher dimensional beings with limitless growth potential. Unlike gods, who can perish under the right conditions, sovereigns are truly immortal. Simply killing them is not enough to erase their existence. While monarchs require vessels to enter lower dimensions, sovereigns exist between the physical and spiritual realms, allowing them to freely shift between a corporeal and ethereal state with just a thought. This removes the limitations of needing a vessel and grants them unmatched autonomy across dimensions. Additionally, sovereigns possess an innate mastery over their own power, with instincts so sharp that they can immediately adapt to and control their full strength. This ensures that, unlike lesser beings, their presence alone will not unintentionally destroy those around them, making them the ultimate rulers of existence. Of course, Ashbourne chose to become a sovereign. The prospect of endless growth was simply too tempting to ignore. Race evolution complete. Sovereign. New abilities gained. The immortal shadow. Your existence is now bound to your shadows. As long as even a single shadow remains, you cannot die, even if your physical body is reduced to ashes. This also means you no longer require food, water, or air to survive. Limitless, your body has no upper limits. The more pressure it endures, the faster it adapts. The more energy it holds, the quicker it evolves to handle greater levels of power. Creation and destruction, a sovereign's power is absolute. With one hand, you can create nearly anything, with the other, you can destroy it just as easily. Shadow Link, a sovereign is eternally connected to their army. What belongs to your shadows belongs to you, and what belongs to you belongs to them. Because of this, every ability your army possesses is also yours, waiting for you to tap into its full potential. Shadow instincts, a sovereign does not struggle to master their own power. The shadows bend to your will, awaiting your command. Even without an order, they will act to fulfill your desires, for you are their absolute ruler. Nice. Ashbourne thought as he reviewed his new skills, feeling the surge of power coursing through him. His mastery over Shadow Monarch Force had finally reached its peak, or at least, the highest level his body could currently handle. That part annoyed him. He had assumed that by mastering his power, he would instantly be capable of covering the entire omniverse in darkness. But reality proved otherwise. His mind and body simply weren't ready to withstand that level of absolute power. The burden would crush him if he pushed too far, still his body and mind would adapt to be able to use that power. And then, there was the darkness itself, a force with its own will. Until Ashbourne fully conquered and bent it to his command, there would always be limits to what he could achieve. Even without calling upon Shadow Monarch Force, Ashbourne was already physically stronger than Thor. In terms of raw power, he could crush Thor effortlessly, with Odin being the only one who could offer him a true challenge. But with Shadow Monarch Force, Ashbourne dared to say he could have stood against Gore before he fused with his clones and fought him to a standstill. That alone was terrifying, but what was even more impressive was how much his shadows had grown alongside him. Just as he was reveling in this realization, a sudden voice echoed in his mind. You should lower your charm. Normal humans can't handle it, they'll melt. The words caught Ashbourne off guard, his eyes widening slightly. Only then did he notice the thin veil of flames surrounding his body, holding his appearance from others. You came with me? Ashbourne asked in shock. Yes, when the hammer fell upon you, I left Megamind and fused with you, but I wasn't needed since you did nothing wrong. The Phoenix Force said. Thanks, Ashbourne said before looking at his stats. But before he could even look at his stats window, he saw a new window. Due to the host's current strength, the system has changed a few things. From now on, one stat equals infinity. To make things simple, please look below. Infinity normal 1 stats equals 1 asterisk stat. Infinity 1 asterisk stat equals 1 asterisk stats are equal to an infinite 1 stat. 1 asterisk equals universal level destruction. For every 1 stat, that equals 1 infinite size dimension 1 can destroy. Infinity 1 asterisk equals 1 asterisk 1 asterisk stats are multiversal, meaning that for every 1 stat, 1 could destroy an infinite number of infinite size multiverses. Infinity 1 asterisk equals 1 plus stats are beyond multiversal, meaning that with every 1 stat, 1 could destroy an infinite number of infinite size multiverses. Low omniversal. Infinity 1 plus equals 1 plus 1 plus is where beings like true form eternity stand. Mid omniversal. Infinity 1 plus equals 1 plus 1 plus is where beings like the living tribunal, the true Phoenix Force, and true oblivion stand. Status screen. Name: Ashbourne Blackheart. Race: Sovereign. Age: 15 days and 2 hours old. Level: 100. Titles: Undead Slayer, Impossible Killer, Touch the Void, Weak Point Attacker, Triumphant Over Adversity, Overlord of Universe 2149. Attributes: Power: 1 million plus, you're currently recovering, current stat, 500 million. Speed: 1 million plus, you're currently recovering, current stat, 500 million. Durability: 500,000 plus, you're currently recovering, current stat, 500 million. Intelligence: 900,000 plus, you're currently recovering, current stat, 500 million. Charm: 100,000, you're currently recovering, current stat, 500 million. Class and skills. Job class: Shadow Monarch. Skills: Shadow Monarch Force, Shadow Inventory, Unwilling, Shadow Weapon Overlord, Detoxification, Tenacity, Longevity, Shadow Mood, Shadow Enhancement +99 self-created skills. Job-specific skills: Shadow Extraction, Shadow Preservation, V3, Shadow Exchange, Monarch's Domain, Shadow Fusing V2, Undying Shadows, The Immortal Shadow. I'm low omniversal. I wonder what's the strongest being I could turn into a shadow. Ashbourne mused over his newfound strength while suppressing his charm, ensuring that normal humans wouldn't have their minds melt just from looking at him. Before he could even sit up, a commotion erupted outside his room. What's happening? The voices of multiple people reached his ears as the door burst open, and a group of DC heroes entered, expressions uneasy and tense. Through the thin veil of fire surrounding him, Ashbourne easily saw Cyborg, standing at the forefront, along with several others who had gathered. The flames covering Ashbourne's body vanished as he stood up from the bed, stretching his limbs. His newfound power coursed through him, making it feel as if he were inhabiting an entirely new body. The sensation was exhilarating, but what excited him the most was the fact that he had finally unlocked comic awareness, a passive ability that allowed him to just know things as long as his mind could handle the influx of knowledge. It was as if the entire sequence of events from the moment he arrived in this world had always been there, simply waiting for him to notice. Every detail, every action, and every thought that had surrounded him was now clear in his mind. With a casual roll of his shoulders, he looked at the heroes and spoke.